times, it ain't hard to see. It's time for peace and love. It's time for unity. It's time to put aside the drama. Do it for the youth. It's time to stand together. For real, it's time for truth.
It is time for truth. Nothing for fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth.
It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth. It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out. It's time for truth. For truth. We are creative society. It is for every family. In a creative society, we can be free. With a creative society, a foundation of unity. We have to make it reality. You and me. We are creative. We are creative. Society, creativity. We will find the truth.
I welcome you to the International Online Conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. On behalf of the participants and organizers of the conference, volunteers from more than 180 countries, active participants of the Creative Society Project. The conference is broadcast on thousands of media channels and platforms around the world. Millions of people from all over the world are with us today. This conference is being interpreted into more than 100 languages by our constituents, socially responsible volunteers, so that everyone can hear and understand the vital information that can change your future. The purpose of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, is to openly, honestly, and truthfully inform all humanity, every person who cares about the current situation regarding climate, environment, society, and the world in general. We will reveal the dangers that await us shortly. We gather together to unmask lies and deception that cover the consumerist world, and most importantly, to voice the real way out. Why is the truth about the real state of our planet silenced? Do we look at the root of the worsening problems? Do we see the causes, the true causes of what is happening around us? These and other important issues will be addressed today at the Global Crisis Time for the Truth Conference. You will hear the opinions of scientists, researchers, and professionals from various fields on the causes of climate and environmental crisis, as well as on other issues of our time. Earlier, on July 24, 2021, the International Online Conference Global Crisis, This Already Affects Everyone, was held. 4 months have passed since the time of the previous conference, and over this relatively short period, we have seen how much the progression of climate change and environmental degradation has accelerated. This is evidenced by the cataclysms that have taken place, most quantity and most quality, exceeding those of the previous years. Changes occurring on the planet every day are indicative of the scale of an impending disaster. This comprehensive understanding of the current reality encouraged us to meet again, to bring the truth to even more people. We, people, should stop being silent about the problems and should work together to solve them. We believe it's important not to remain silent because this survival of all humanity is at stake. Participants of the conference will present irrefutable facts and evidence of the plight of our planet and society. It is time for the truth. And now, it is my great honor to introduce our guests. With us today, Tatiana and Jana. Welcome.
Здравствуйте, Лесли. Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Здравствуйте. Мы рады присутствовать вместе с вами на этом значимом событии, на этом общечеловеческом диалоге. И, знаете, очень радостно видеть, какое огромное количество людей сегодня присоединилось к конференции. Изменение климата — это очень серьезная, глобальная и острая проблема. Синхронизация катаклизмов, их усиление и каскадное действие, оно наблюдается уже по всему миру. И поэтому международные онлайн-конференции, которые мы, как волонтеры, реализуем, они очень важны для человечества в такой нелегкий период. В них из раза в раз поднимаются действительно актуальные и жизненно важные темы. Я хочу выразить благодарность каждому, кто понимает важность оповещения об изменении климата, каждому человеку, кто смело действует в построении созидательного общества, каждому, кто тратит свое время, свои силы, свои средства, чтобы реализовать первый этап построения созидательного общества — информирование. Каждый из вас, благодаря своей честности, благодаря самоотверженности и социальной ответственности, показывает пример, который действительно достоин уважения. Это пример того, как люди могут не молчать. Пример того, как люди могут сплоченно действовать во имя общего будущего. Вы демонстрируете всему миру пример настоящего объединения людей на общечеловеческих ценностях. Это пример неугасаемой доброты и заботы о ближнем и всем
Unquenchable kindness and concern for all humankind. After all, there are no strangers in this world, everyone is of the same tribe. As the first foundation of the creative society states, there is not and never can be anything more valuable than a human's life. If one human is valuable, then all people are valuable. It is gratifying that those present here are aware of this and act in response to the challenges of our time and crises to which the consumerist format has inevitably led. The first step to change begins with honesty, as we know, and you're doing great for raising these acute and vital topics openly and honestly from conference to conference. Humanity must know the truth. Truth is the foundation for recovery of our society, because when we know the truth, we can all unite and make a big difference. Indeed, time for the truth has come. More and more people stop being silent and start to speak openly, without fear, to speak the truth to the world. The credit for this goes to each and every one of you. Yes, the situation in the world is difficult. Climatic threats are growing, and even more difficulties lie ahead for humanity. But this is no reason to give up. This is only a reason to consolidate even more in the common effort to save humankind. And your work on informing people is extremely important. The creative society is a project of all people, of all humankind. The world must learn about it. With this noble aim, you move forward because you are aware of the power, the tremendous potential, and the possibilities that humankind receives if it is united. Only such a united humanity can survive. Everyone who has already taken responsibility for the common future is a true hero. Hero who saves not only themselves and their family and friends, but also the entire world. Your zeal for life and freedom, your sincere love for people, your desire to help humanity, your faith in the future of civilization is already bearing fruit. Thank you for the fact that despite all the twists and turns, despite all the problems and disagreements of the consumer format of society, you are resistant to adversity and act in unity. Positive changes are already happening because of the actions of each and every one of you. Right now, you are changing the future, and together you can make it happen. We believe in you. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to your unique conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. Now, it is the time to think about some of the things His Holiness Pope Francis spoke about. Dear participants and viewers of the conference, I address you with good news. It is our highest honor to tell the world of the grace shown by His Holiness Pope Francis. The international project, Creative Society, on whose platform the today's conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, is being held, has received an apostolic blessing from His Holiness Pope Francis. We're expressing our gratitude to His Holiness on behalf of millions of people from around the world. In one of his recent speeches, His Holiness said that difficult times present society with opportunities that should not be missed. Each of us, whoever and wherever we may be, can play our own part in changing our collective response to the unprecedented threat of climate change and the degradation of our common home. Pope Francis said in the run-up to COP26. Therefore, it is very important and commendable that people of different religions and nationalities come together and organize conferences like today's one to discuss the critical issues facing humanity. We are facing the threat of global climate change. This is a critical moment, and the future of our children and our common home depends on our joint actions. This is why it is so important for everyone to act in building a society where human life is the highest value, where everything is based on mutual respect and equality between people. Such a society to which our prophets have called from time immemorial, and to which our Savior Jesus Christ encouraged us. As the Bible says, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither bond nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Galatians 3:28. His Holiness Pope Francis recognized the importance and urgency of the Creative Society project for all humankind, because he understands the gravity of the climate threat. The fact that the Creative Society project is under the apostolic blessing of His Holiness is extremely valuable and meaningful, both for Christians and for all people of the world.
Greetings and welcome to the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, where we're going to address the issue of climate change. It is important and it affects everyone. We have carefully studied the Creative Society initiative. and fully support it. The climate changes we're witnessing on this planet are serious and significant, and we can no longer ignore them. It is time for all of us to mobilize in order to solve this problem. These climate changes will induce and provoke economic and geopolitical crises that we must all cope with together. It's time to unite and take action. Humanity has never before faced a crisis of such magnitude. It is really important for all of humanity to consolidate and start acting right now. The creative society is the only solution. We fully support this humanistic initiative and wish all of you to have a wonderful conference. Thank you for your support.
We thank you, Mr. Brandt. Great to see you here today. And now I'm happy to introduce Mr. Amir Aziz, Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany.
I welcome all the delegates, all the members of the Global Crisis and the Truth Conference who are there today to discuss the global issues and to find out some solution for this planet where we are living now, which is our home. And I greet all the participants. So in Islamic tradition we say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. That means that peace be upon you all and the blessings of God. So I pray that this conference, with the name of God, it should be blessed by Allah Almighty, so that we with His help can come out with a solution which is permanent and which can save our generation to come. Holy Prophet Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he in the Holy Quran, he was asked to call the whole humanity under one umbrella, and then he said that ta'alu ila kalimatin sawain bainana wa bainakum. O people, let us forget all the differences and come to one point. And what is that one point? That we are creation of one God, and let us only believe that there is one creator who has created us, so that we live under the heaven, which is just like a roof for us, and we live together as human being, as a humanity. So what the main point of Islam is that we all come together and then we stand at one platform where we all have common grounds, and that common ground is humanity, so that we can all together work for the peace, harmony, and love for the whole humanity all around us. I would like to appeal every human being that what this creative society has taken initiative to bring people together, and not only just like religious people or people of some specific walk of life, but people from all over different fields of life. They are all together, they're working, the scientists and the economists and everybody. They are thinking how to save this universe, how to make this place, this earth, save it for our coming generation. So as a Muslim and as a human being, it is our collective responsibility to create this kind of creative societies in our own limited spheres, and then join together as a net, make a net of this creative society initiative, that how we can come to one platform and how we can discuss all different issues and then come out with the solutions. I would like to appeal to all Muslims of the world to understand one point, and that is in the Holy Quran, God says that La taziru waziratan wizra ukhra. O people, nobody else will take your burden. You all have your own responsibilities, and you have to fulfill your responsibilities. So you will be questioned about your own part. If you will not fulfill, you will be there liable for all your failings if we fail together now. And it will not be a failure of one person, it will be a failure of the humanity overall. And then in the Holy Quran, God also says that Malil insani illa ma'asa. For man is what he strives for which he has to work hard. We have to work hard for our families, for our environment, but for collective effort for the whole universe, how to make it more a charming place to live. When we say that we are the ashraf al-makhlukat, which means we are the best creation of God, then let us act like best creation of God. So as a human being, it is our responsibility that how we come across and we improve the whole environment around us, and that is what is the creative society is doing all around in the whole world. They are all working volunteers, and I'm sure that God's blessing will be with them because of this very positive and this very noble cause they are carrying on. So once again, I greet all the participants of this conference, that the global crisis and the time for the truth. So they have, I'm sure, my blessings and blessings of God be upon them all, that they are together at this platform to discuss very important issue, which is actually the issue of human life and the continuity of human life on this earth where we are all living. It will make a great change in the whole world, and I'm sure that it will be a blessing and it will be a great gift for our future generation, so we leave this world a better place for them and not as what we see all around us. My blessing to all and a great success.
Thank you, Mr. Amir Aziz, for your blessings. We appreciate you being with us today. It's a great pleasure to see that this epoch-making conference, on behalf of the administration of President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, is attended by the head of the Department of Low Carbon Development, Climate Policy and Green Technologies Department of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Nugmanov Askar Miramovich.
My name is Askar Nugmanov. I represent the Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and I am the head of the Low Carbon Development at the Climate Policy and Green Technology Development. And on behalf of the President's Office of the Republic of Kazakhstan, I have the honor to participate in the international conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. So I would like to greet all the participants of the conference. And the biggest environmental problems, particularly the climate change, are truly global in their nature. The impact of these problems are felt to varying degree in every single country, and these problems cannot be solved by any particular country or even by a region. The consumerist format that humanity is currently following and supporting is, generally speaking, dying out. In order to solve common global problems, it is imperative to change the very approach to solving these problems and the very concept of how we live in general. The format we are following now, namely the consumerist format, this rather consumerist attitude towards nature resources and other treasures, has already run its course. Nowadays, there is a prevailing feeling around the world that we can no longer go on living this way. In today's world, the consolidation of all countries, all the participants, every individual is definitely needed to solve environmental and climate problems. The format of a creative society is a must because it is actually encouraging to see that there are many volunteers in the world who cares about the state of the environment and other people's problems. In this regard, such projects and initiatives as the Creative Society are highly valuable. They are needed a lot, and I'd say that we cannot do without them because they unite all those people who cares. So in this sense, the format of the Creative Society is simply indispensable. And the foundations that creative society have, namely human life, human freedom, human safety, and so on, are exactly what every person, every society, and probably every country needs. And at this point, the interests of both states and ordinary people are 100% aligned. And I'm happy that there are projects like this, that there are initiatives like the Creative Society that brings people together all over the world. And I feel that you are doing the right thing to build a better future for all.
We express sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Nugmanov, and to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, for your support, concern, and humanness. We are glad you could be with us on this historic conference. And now we would like to read a letter from the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga, who sent his written address for today's conference. We greatly appreciate that despite his busy schedule, the Honorable Prime Minister found an opportunity to contribute to today's event. I would now like to read out his address. I would like to thank the Creative Society Project for inviting me to participate in the upcoming virtual conference Global Crisis, Time for Truth on 4th December 2021. The organizers, coordinators, and speakers for this conference are to be congratulated for this timely conference, independent of any geopolitical, social, or economic agenda, to call for global attention and urgent actions towards climate change, which is one of the global challenges that is affecting our world. The Pacific Islands, with low-lying exposed islands, are at the forefront of the impacts of climate change. The past 5 years alone recorded increasing intensities in tropical cyclones with frequent incidents of earthquakes, tsunamis, and floodings as a result of these extreme weather events. In the unprecedented time of the COVID-19 pandemic, which spared no country in the world, this event has taught us that national solutions to global problems do not work. We need to take advantage of every platform available, whether state or non-state actors, to call for unity in response and actions against these challenges. I wanted to speak on this issue of climate change. Unfortunately, due to pressing commitments in government, I request that the conference include this short message from the Kingdom of Tonga in the Pacific to represent our Pacific voices on this issue. Maluelele from the Kingdom of Tonga. Climate change is an existential threat that gives so much anxiety to many parts of the world. But nowhere else in the world can people live in constant fear and anxiety than in Tonga. We are the second most vulnerable country to natural disasters. In size, Tonga is slightly 164 times smaller than New York City. Our islands sustain a vibrant marine, ocean, flora and fauna life on a 750 square miles of 170 islands spreading across the Pacific Ocean. With a population of 103,000 living on our islands. As a leader, I have a duty to these 103,000 souls. I have a responsibility for their welfare and their future. Did you know that a 1 meter rise in the sea level will cause 25% of our buildings, 11% of roads, 16% of water systems, and 29% of power infrastructure to disappear underwater? But despite being small, we are still relevant and have an entitlement to the world as every other country. To help us survive, please do your part to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius now. As big ocean states, we have the right to exist, to keep our islands from sinking, to be still found on the map. As big ocean states, we do not want the ocean that we love so much, that sustained us for generations, to be our watery grave one day. To all civil societies, multinational corporations,
advocates, and the academia. Do not give up on making the truth be known about human ignorance and greed that further induced this climate change crisis. The impacts of climate change is no longer a prediction, it is already here. Save us. Save us from the fate of becoming the Pacific people of the mythical Atlantis. Help us save our homes, our children, and our hopes for the future, on time. Time for action is now. Please do not wait until it is too late. I thank the Creative Society Project for the courage to demand time for truth, to call for bold, decisive actions to end the climate change crisis. His Excellency, the Honorable Dr. Pahiva Tulunetoa, Prime Minister of Tonga, Kingdom of Tonga. Please accept my appreciation for the opportunity to contribute to the conference. I wish for the continued success of your work in addressing this crisis and your leadership in mobilizing responsible actions for the healing of our world. Yours sincerely, the Honorable Dr. Pahiva Tulunetoa, Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. And I have to agree, the time for action is now. Thank you very much for the beautiful letter. Now, I would like to pass the floor to our esteemed guests from Armenia. Mr. Suren Akhminyan, politician, public figure, president of the public organization Cathedral of Armenian Creation, member of the party Prosperous Armenia, and the Archbishop Natan Hovhanovizian, head of the External Relations Department of the Mother See, Holy Echmiadze. Please, the floor is yours.
I extend a warm greeting to all the participants of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all of our friends.
Let me cordially greet all participants of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. I really thank all our friends, participants of the Creative Society Project, for organizing this large-scale and extremely important event for all mankind. Indeed, in recent decades, we have witnessed unprecedented climatic changes, which are gaining threatening momentum every year. And the scale of cataclysm is growing with tremendous geometric progression. Today, the issue of climate change is of primary importance on the international agenda. This is announced by all world leaders, leading scientists from the highest tribes. This is because the planetary climate change Narina, please don't translate.
That similar changes are occurring on all neighboring planets and their satellites. Climate change on Earth brings about the aggravation of all crises in our society. The situation in international politics, the social sphere, and macroeconomics is deteriorating. The problem of food supply and hunger, as well as displacement of millions of people, are on the agenda. Unfortunately, we have to admit the disappointing fact that the situation is already out of control. And the climate is to blame for all this. And if we don't unite today, we will witness the death of humanity and the destruction of our common home, our beautiful planet. Can we withstand this unprecedented challenge? Yes, my friends, we can do this. It's in our power to find a solution and not only survive the impending global crisis, but also to create unique conditions for the well-being and prosperity of all humankind. To do this, we need to change the format of society. Experts have been saying for more than 30 years that the format of the consumer society is obsolete and that humanity is at a dead end. Everyone is searching for a solution to this problem. As of today, The only viable alternative to guarantee the future of humanity is the creative society. The majority of intelligent and responsible politicians, priests, scientists, businessmen, and ordinary people already understand this. For the sake of humanity's future, already today we must forget about vanity, resentment, and grievances at all levels, and combine the potential of all humankind. First and foremost, our scientific, intellectual, material, and socio-political potentials. Already today, we need to stop all projects aimed at destruction, war, killing people, and strengthening the consumerist format of society. It is necessary to unleash science and focus all of humanity's scientific potential on solving the problem of confronting the climate crisis and the survival of mankind in adverse conditions. This is our common interest that unites all people. Only by uniting in the creative society format and by acting as one can we secure the future for ourselves, our children, and our descendants. Only in the format of the creative society can we overcome the existing disunity. I would like to appeal to all of humanity, to all people, and first of all, to my fellow politicians. Let's stop fighting. Let's stop dividing our little human world into parts. Let's unite. Dear colleagues, the burden of responsibility for the future of all mankind rests on our shoulders right now. Climate is our common challenge. This is our external enemy. We cannot ignore it by hiding our heads in the sand like ostriches. We must not flee from problems, but solve them. And the primary task for us now is to unite humanity within the framework of the creative society and to implement the 8 foundations of the creative society in international law and national legislation of all countries of the world. Our inaction and silence today is a crime against humanity. It is time for all people to unite on the creative society platform.
Dear sisters and brothers, I'm happy to greet you, and I appeal to all the participants and organizers of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. On behalf of the Catholicos, let me convey to everyone who is concerned about the future of our planet, which is the common home to all humanity, the patriarchal greetings and blessings of the Supreme Head of the Armenian Apostolic Church, His Holiness Karakin II. Armenia is a biblical country where Noah's Ark docked, where life of new humankind began after the flood. It is a country that was the first to declare Christianity as a state religion back in 301. I'm happy that I was born and live in this country. But from time to time, I feel sad due to the fear of losing that happiness. Nowadays, there are more and more concerns about natural disasters, global climate change, and as a consequence, human casualties. Sometimes we feel powerless in these forces of nature, but we never think that we are to blame for the increasing strength of those forces. It would seem that the rapid development of modern science and technology serves human beings. However, the further we advance in modern science, the more we move away from nature, violating its laws. It is regrettable that, along with all this, humanity creates dangers and threats to human life with its own hands. Anything that poses a threat to human life cannot be justified. I am not a scientist. I am an ordinary man who values human life above everything else. I am a Christian, and for me, there is no greater commandment than love thy neighbor as thyself. I would like to take this opportunity to ask the entire humanity question. Have you thought about why there was a flood during the days of Noah? Do you want to drown again? Do you want humanity and its cultural values to disappear because of another flood? Have you ever asked yourself, what can I do to prevent the global flood from happening again? Think about it. Start loving our common home. Make every effort to preserve it for the good of all humanity. That is why I applaud the initiative of creative society. I'm confident that by joining our efforts, we will be able to face all the challenges of our time when, as the prophet Isaiah said, nations will not take up sword against nation, nor will they train for war anymore. We have faith, hope, and love, where love is the greatest of these. May God's blessing give us the spiritual power with which we preserve our planet Earth in love and peace.
Dear viewers, it is very significant that such distinguished people are here with us today at the conference. That is really important. We are grateful to a priest of the Roman Catholic Church. He gave us today the very precious news that His Holiness Pope Francis has blessed the international project of the Creative Society. We thank Edgar Brandt for their understanding and their support of the Creative Society project. It is very important. We express our great gratitude to dear Amir Aziz, the Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany. We are very touched by your words. We would also like to thank Askar Nugmanov, a representative of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And we would also like to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for his support. We want to express special thanks to the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga for his sincere address. Thanks also to Suren Okminyan and Archbishop Nathan Hovhannisyan. And now, dear viewers, I'm honored to welcome with us Her Imperial and Royal Highness Archduchess Hertha Margaret Habsburg-Lothringen, Archduchess of Austria, Princess of Tuscany, Royal Princess of Hungary, Croatia, and Bohemia, founder and president of the Flame of Peace, internationally known for her work for world peace and environmental protection. Your Highness, the floor is yours.
Personally, I'm devoted to bringing peace to the world, freedom and friendship that unites all people. I also care for animals, our nature, and certainly the environment. I think that worldwide consumerism hurts our environment. If we take a step back and support our farmers, support our agriculturists, then step by step, every country can become self-sustaining again. We have so many resources in this world. Every country could feed itself and share with other countries what they need. This is only when humans learn that they are responsible for the animal kingdom and for nature. And it is only through happiness and joy that a person can create something better. So if we stop fighting with each other about who is better in this world, we have to start making friends around the world, regardless of their nation and culture. We all have our own traditions, language, religion, and culture. And it is only when we respect them in our neighbors that we can have peace in the world. And when there is peace in the world, everyone, including animals and nature, will be well. If we stop wishing more and more, because what will it give us? Maybe we won't be living tomorrow. So what did we really get out of it? We destroyed our world and did not create anything good. We can create good things if we care about one another. And here we have to start with ourselves.
Good evening. Hello. Global crisis and time for the truth. The truth is very important, and that's what we need to do. We need to look at what are really the issues. We need to look at them honestly. We need to approach them with our conviction, with our values, to do the best for ourselves, for the environment. An environment is everything. It's all the living things, all the animals, and we must do it with respect. If we make the respect as our foundation for our values, we will treat our nature, our environment, as it should be treated. We will not pollute. Why? Because that is disrespectful. So if we are respectful, we will not pollute. And if we do things to do it as best as possible, in other words, to give it value and do it with our heart so that we will appreciate all the things that we are doing, then we set the basis to combat the crisis. And it is very important to understand what we are confronted with, not simply accepting what others are telling us. I, for myself, will give you, for me, a very important idea to this crisis. We are talking about CO2 emissions. It is in the forefront of all the discussions. But unfortunately, in my opinion, CO2 is a distraction. We need to focus on pollution, because pollution is nothing other than waste. Wasting our important resources that we have. So, if we avoid pollution, we treat the environment with respect from 2 points of view. One, we will use less resources because we're wasting less. And in both sides, on the positive and in the prevention, we will improve the environment in which we're living in. And the most important message that I have for everybody is, one, to understand that nature doesn't need us. We need nature. And if we do not take care of our nature, we will not have a place where our future generations can live in happiness and enjoy. Thank you.
System. Finally, we'll highlight the difference between ecology and climate crisis. Scientists will provide facts, and we will show how we can overcome the upcoming climate change. Next, I would like to pass the word to a respected science writer who has more than 30 awards for journalism, Julian Cribb, who is also an author of books, editor, science communicator, photographer, co-founder at Council for the Human Future, the principal of Julian Cribb and Associates.
My name is Julian Cribb. I'm an Australian science writer. I've been a journalist and a newspaper editor for most of my life, and I've been writing about science for nearly 50 years now. Mainly about agriculture, but also about a lot of other aspects of science. And you know, about 20 years ago, I started to meet scientists who were very depressed. A lot of scientists, particularly climate scientists and so on, because every day they went to work and they got the data in that whatever they were looking at, whether they were looking at wild animals, whether they were looking at climate, whether they were looking at poisons in the environment, whatever, it was all getting worse. I came to understand that we are not just faced with one crisis. We are in fact faced by 10 crises which are all coming together at the same time. So climate is just one of the 10. You know, nuclear weapons are one of the 10. Food scarcity is one of the 10. Water scarcity is one of the 10, and so on. But they're all coming together at the same time. And if you want to fix them, if you want to end those problems, you have to fix them all together. And you have to fix them in ways that don't make any of them worse. I'm a grandpa. That's my profession. Nowadays, I've got grandkids. I would like my grandkids to survive. I am fearful they will not survive, right? Even in Australia, which is a long way from anywhere, there is a huge risk. These 10 threats we've been talking about constitute the greatest existential crisis that human beings have ever faced. That's in the last 1.5 million years. It's the biggest threat altogether. And if we don't fix it, then an awful lot of people are going to die, and there will be a collapse of civilization. So it's urgent that we actually address these issues. You know, it's not small things that we're playing for now. It's not nations or empires or stuff like that. It is the survival of the human species and the survival of our civilization and our economy and all the things that go with it. And you're quite correct. These threats are very large, very complex, and not many people understand them. I mean, you people are the first, there are not very many who actually grasp this big picture. But the main thing is that we must spread this message worldwide, that we must now all stand together. This is not a matter of nations. Nations are finished as far as I'm concerned. They've had it. You know, there's no point to nations any longer. They were useful 100 years ago. Now they are deadly, right? Because nations only make war. They make war constantly. the only people who have nuclear weapons are nations. So, nationalism is a thing of the past. It has got to be a thing of the past. We have to understand we're one people on one planet, and it's up to us together to solve these problems. The climate is going to become tougher and tougher for agriculture. Now, agriculture arose 9,000 years ago when the Earth's climate entered a very stable phase. We're now out of that stable phase and we're heating up dramatically. So we've lost the stability of the Holocene period in which human society arose. We only have cities because we have farmers who can grow the food for cities. Otherwise, we'd all still be hunter-gatherers, So cities depend upon farmers. But if farmers go out of business, then so do cities. So this is the critical issue. The world is running out of water. There is a water crisis right now. You need water to produce about 40% of the world's food on irrigation. All of these things are becoming absolutely critical. Everywhere where we take water from the ground and use it to grow food, the water is running out. So this is a crisis we really need to get onto quickly before it affects the global food supply. The other one is that we're running out of soil. Okay, I mean, there's something like 75 billion tons of topsoil lost off the world's farms every single year. You cannot use it to grow crops and food. You've lost half the world's farmland at the same time as you're trying to double the food supply to feed everybody. So you put all these three things together: loss of soil, loss of water, and an erratic, unpredictable climate that is going haywire. And you have a situation where agriculture just doesn't work any longer. So we have to find a new way to grow enough food to feed 11 billion people. And people are starting to do this. So you're seeing people farming on the tops of buildings and on the sides of buildings and things like that, where we're starting to cultivate alternatives to agriculturally produced food. We're making food out of all kinds of things that don't involve soil and water and can be grown in a controlled climate inside a big building, instead of being out in the field under the sun and the rain. What is it that drives our overexploitation of the planet? Short answer, it's money. Is money real? No, it's not. It exists only in here. Money is a figment of the human imagination. So at the moment, we're inventing more of this imaginary commodity, money, and we're using it to cut down forests, to clear land, to make more chemicals, to create more atomic bombs. I don't know what we're using it for, all sorts of stupid things. But basically, the problem is we have an infinite amount of money, as much as we like, on a finite planet. And that means you are going to run out of planet long before you run out of money. And bless you for what you're doing. You're doing wonderful work, and I'm inspired by what you're doing. So good on you.
Pán Julian Cribb, veľmi
Dear
pekne ďakujeme za vaše slova
Thank you very
a vašu
much
podporu
for your
konferencii.
words and support
Áno,
for the conference.
súhlasím s vami,
Yes, I
že
agree with
ľudstvo
you
dnes čelí
that
množstvu kríz
humanity
a
faces
ak ich
many
chceme
crises
vyriešiť,
today,
musíme
and that
nájsť
we need to
spoločné
find
riešenie.
a common solution
Áno,
if we are
priatelia,
to solve them.
žijeme v najväčšej
Yes,
existenčnej
friends,
kríze.
we are living in the
Stojíme pred
greatest
kolapsom.
crisis. We are facing
24.
a
júla
global
sa
catastrophe.
konala medzinárodná online
On July
konferencia
24th,
s
there was
názvom
an international
Globálna
online
kríza,
conference,
týka sa to už
Global
každého.
Crisis. This
V
already
nej
affects
sme
everyone,
pravdivo informovali
where we
o
spoke
rozsahu
truthfully
ekologickej
about the
a
scope
klimatickej
of the
krízy.
environmental and climate
Uplynuli
crisis.
odvtedy 4 mesiace.
4 months have passed
A čo sa
since then.
stalo? Začali
So
sme
what
sa
has
ako
happened?
ľudstvo zjednocovať?
Have we begun to unite
Nie.
as humanity? No.
Začali sme hľadať
Have we
spoločné
begun to
riešenia?
look for solutions
Nie.
together? No.
Príroda však nečaká, kým
Nature
sa
is
my
not waiting
rozhodneme.
for us to make a
Svet
decision.
sa nám denne
The
mení
world
pred
is
očami.
changing daily before our
Dokedy
eyes.
budeme slepí?
How long will we
Dokedy sa
be
budeme
blind?
tváriť, že sa nás to
How long
netýka?
will we pretend it doesn't concern us?
Možno nám všetkým
Perhaps the
pomôže
following
nasledujúci
video
film.
can help us a
Krátky
brief
monitoring,
monitoring
ktorý
prepared by
pripravili
participants
účastníci projektu
of the
Tvorivá
Creative Society
spoločnosť z
project
celého sveta.
from around the world. This monitoring shows what has happened in ecology in the last 4 months.
The fundamental law of ecology is that everything affects everything. But are we really aware of this? At the international conference on July 24th, 2021, Global Crisis, This Already Affects Everyone, shocking facts about the state of our planet's ecology were voiced. During the 4 months since the last conference, the volunteers of the project Creative Society from all over the world have been monitoring the events related to environmental pollution, and we observed that the situation had deteriorated significantly. Air pollution. 90% of people on the planet breathe polluted air. Monitoring data shows regions and entire countries where the air is polluted almost constantly. The main reasons are manufacturing, power generations, transportation, and heating. In 4 months, many events have occurred that have worsened the air quality on the whole planet. These are forest fires, dust storms, landfill fires, explosions at factories, and chemical emissions. For example, in November, schools were closed in the Indian capital Delhi because of the air quality, and even the question of isolation was being considered. At the same time, people had to wear masks even at home.
The visibility is low and pollution level is very high. As you can see, even the red fork is not visible from here. It feels smoky in the eyes and it is difficult to breathe.
During the 4 months of monitoring, the number of deaths from air pollution exceeded 2 million people. Forest loss. The loss of forest is one of today's terrible disasters. But as it turns out, in real time, you can see the loss of forest only in the rainforest zone. The increase in tree cover loss warning in South America between August and October was 46% higher than during the same period last year. The world's largest rainforest, the Amazon, has lost more than 10,000 square kilometers since the beginning of 2021. That's an area the size of 2 Istanbuls. In the regions of South Asia and Australia, forest loss increased by 130%. And Africa experienced the highest increase 2.5 times.
The loggers are winning. The forest is being devastated, and the environment problem is growing. And nobody does anything.
Official statements talk of a reduction in the volume of logging and its termination, but facts show that it is only increasing every month. Garbage dumps. The data on the amount of rubbish that is made publicly available is very underreported. But even according to these data, in just 4 months, 730 million tons of rubbish was dumped in landfill sites. For comparison, the entire population of the Earth weighs 300 million tons, which means that in just 4 months, we have thrown away 2.5 times the weight of the entire population. Fires often occur in landfills, which cause even greater damage to people and the environment. For example, in August, the cemetery of old tires in Kuwait caught fire. Columns of black smoke could be seen even from space. The fire led to air pollution with toxic substances and caused harm to the health of almost 4.5 million people. Oil spills. Today, the state of our water resources is close to ecological disaster. One of the most dangerous pollutants is oil. 1 liter of spilled oil kills marine life in 40,000 liters of water, depriving them of oxygen. Just 2 grams of oil per kilogram of soil makes it unsuitable for planting. An incredible number of events related to oil spills took place in 4 months. We'll show just the largest of them.
Look at that. Look at that. Please share this video We have a massive oil spill in the Gulf of Paria right now.
In August, an oil spill the size of New York occurred in Syrian territorial waters. On the 1st of September, the oil slick was already 7 kilometers from the coast of Cyprus. According to available information during the 4 months alone, the total volume of oil spills was more than 27,500 square kilometers. This is equal to the area of 2 Sydney cities. Water pollution. Today, according to WHO, every third inhabitant of the planet does not have access to safe drinking water. Over the past 4 months, human activity has caused the water resources to deteriorate significantly. Toxic emissions from clothing factories have polluted the sacred river in India. This led to Yamuna River getting covered by toxic foam. Despite this, people massively perform ablution in honor of the religious holiday.
It is a ritual to take a bath in the water body during Chhat Puja. I hope the government pays attention to the cleaning of Yamuna.
In these 4 months, almost 1 million people have died worldwide from water pollution alone, according to official reports. From the podiums, we say that the environmental crisis is the most important agenda of today. But what do? All that we see is the result of everyone's choice, the result of our inaction. In these 4 months, we could have already been building the creative society. Our only chance that can save the environment and our lives. Instead, by our inaction, we supported the consumer format and thus continued destroying our planet. This means our future and the future of our children. We've lost 4 months. Let's not waste our last chance.
Today is the time for the truth. Let us speak honestly. We stand on the edge of an environmental catastrophe that leads to the death of mankind. And this is what we have been created with our own hands. We have nothing to breathe, we drink poisoned water. Millions of people have died from the effects of environmental pollution, and this is just in the last 4 months. Our planet is like a gravely ill person. Now, during the pandemic, many of us have learned what it's like to have our lungs affected. A person is put on a ventilator at 70% lung damage. It's scary not to be able to breathe. Meanwhile, we're deliberately depriving our planet and ourselves to our lungs. We are cutting down more and more forests and polluting the oceans, which supply us with oxygen. 90% of our air is already polluted. And we keep waiting and hoping for someone else to come along and save us. Really? In our consumerism society, where it's every man for himself, where one survives at the expense of the other, where the value of money is much higher than the value of human life. But you will contradict me. You will say that you are not that kind of person, that you only wish for good. So let's stop being silent and start building a society together in which we can survive. A society in which the value and safety of human life is a top priority and scientific and technological progress serves this purpose. We can see how much the environmental condition has deteriorated in 4 months. But how many people have learned about the conference and about the creative society? How many people have learned about what's really coming and how we can confront it? The environment, unlike the climate, depends on you and me. And we are destroying life on the planet with our own hands. We are killing our own immunity in the face of impending danger, but we are the ones who can change everything. Only we together can change our future. This is time for the truth. Therefore, in conclusion, I would like to thank all the participants and all the people who have helped in any way to make this unique conference. Thank you too, dear viewers, for watching the conference now or in the near future. Thank you for continuing to spread this message so that the whole world will know this truth. Thank you.
Aby sa celý svet mohol dozvedieť túto pravdu. Ďakujem.
Thank you, Katka. Thank you. Dear viewers, today we will demonstrate the big difference between ecology and climate change. It's critical to comprehend this, and also you will see how it affects the lives of all individuals, as well as how humanity may survive. Today, we'll figure out who is to blame and what each person can do. Now, I would like to pass the floor to Dorian Rookmaker, politician, non-attached member of the European Parliament, member of the European Committee on Transport and Tourism. Please.
Okay, Mrs. Rookmaker, could you start with a short introduction of yourself?
My name is Dorian Rookmaker, and I have been a member of the European Parliament since 2020, part of the non-attached MEPs.
That's nice. Yes, we are gathered here now for the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And so the conference is about the global crisis and therefore about the climate crisis specifically. And I'm very curious about your thoughts on the climate crisis and how is it currently being handled?
Yes, I'm originally a risk manager, and in my experience, a crisis is always a phenomenon that manifests itself in the short term. At the moment, the discussion about the climate is narrowed down to the reduction of CO2 and global warming gases. And I think the problem is much broader than that. Humankind has a very important impact on the planet and on the environment. And that's because there are so many of us. And that's also because of the way we live. And if you're only talking about reducing CO2, then I think you're missing the point.
Okay. And why do you think we are missing the point?
Well, you see, now, for example, that there is a threat to biodiversity. So the number of species living on the planet is drastically decreasing. And that's dangerous for the whole ecosystem, because everything is connected. So when you focus on CO2 emissions and global warming, it doesn't solve the problem of the threat to biodiversity. So that's an important fact.
Yes, that's clear. And so what now? What is your biggest concern, Mrs. Rookmaker, when it comes to the climate or the ecosystem or how everything is connected?
Well, the number of people is still growing, even though a lot of people say that the predictions and the models said the number would decrease. But that's just not the case at the moment. It is still increasing, and the demands that people place on their environment and their lives are increasing. To cut a long story short, everyone wants to live in prosperity, but natural resources aren't growing. What's on the planet right now is on the planet, and it's not increasing. So yes, well, life is a question of supply and demand, isn't it? So I foresee a struggle between different people, groups, countries over natural resources that are becoming increasingly scarce. So, in that sense, I'm pessimistic. I don't see us move towards world peace and unity, like, of course, we all hope we would. But I think the fact that there are more and more people who want more and more constitutes a great threat.
And we also see that the European Commission has introduced a whole range of measures to tackle the climate crisis. Are you also saying that we actually cannot solve this with even more rules or treaties, but that we as people have to do this ourselves, and so that it starts with that?
With rules and treaties and legislation, you always run the risk that the people involved or the organizations involved should abide by those rules. But it's possible that there are states that don't do that, because they have other interests. And often, these are short-term interests. Like they say, people will put their own interests first. And many politicians depend for their livelihood on the agreement of their voters. And a lot of people are very much in favor of tackling the climate crisis. But I think that a lot of people don't realize that if you actually want to tackle that, then if you abolish the use of fossil fuels, for example, well, just look around you, a lot of things will have to change. Because we also use fossil fuels to produce plastic, for example, and other synthetics. So how about our cell phones? How about TV sets? How about polyfilm? Our very modern life is interwoven with all kinds of production and materials and production methods that are bad for the environment and that would probably raise rather than lower the planet's temperature. So that is really an issue we have to stop and think about, and which I think that if you leave it to the politicians who negotiate treaties and make agreements like the one in Paris, right? That there is a certain pressure to just do it for show, with little connection to reality. And I really wonder whether the feasibility of this entire operation is being sufficiently taken into consideration.
Yes, exactly. The conference is being organized by Creative Society, yes, and Creative Society has suggested 8 foundations. What is your opinion on these foundations, the approach, the Creative Society itself?
First and foremost, I think it's a great initiative.
Yes.
Because the name says it all. So think creatively and exchange ideas about social issues. I think that's something we really need in today's society, because there's a lot of polarization. People live in bubbles, and a real exchange of views hardly ever happens anymore. People denounce each other, and if the other person's point of view is not acceptable, does not fit the bill, then it is simply ignored. And with that, you get more and more groups that are diametrically opposed. I'm convinced that if you engage in conversation with each other, it will lead to better solutions. And I think it's good that it's an NGO, in other words, that it's not organized by the government or the European Union or the US. I think it's very important that citizens' initiatives exist, and that we encourage people to keep talking to each other about everything that interests them and concerns them.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And next, I would like to introduce Professor Salimul Haq, Director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development, professor at the Independent University, Bangladesh. Among his awards are the Nobel Peace Prize for contribution to the reports of the IPCC in 2007. Professor Haq will share the severity of the climate crisis and our failure to address it this far.
My name is Salimul Haq. I'm the director of the International Center for Climate Change and Development, based at the Independent University, Bangladesh, in Dhaka, Bangladesh. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. So climate change impacts are very well known. For the last 30 years, the scientists under the aegis of a UN body called the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. I've been a lead author of the IPCC for many, many years. They have been producing regular reports on the state of science of climate change. And in those reports, the place where I work, which is on impacts on poor countries, we have been elaborating that. So there are many, many poor parts of the world, particularly in the developing world, in the global south, in Asia, in Latin America, in Africa, small island states in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, and in the Caribbean are particularly vulnerable. Poorest countries, there's a group of countries called the least developed countries. They are the poorest countries, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, but also in Asia, including my country, Bangladesh. They are particularly vulnerable. But now, this is old news. This was known last 20 years. Okay, this is not new. What is new is everybody is vulnerable. New York is vulnerable. Berlin is vulnerable. Tokyo is vulnerable. And they are seeing the impacts of climate change already today. And that's a big game changer because they used to think they don't need to worry. Now they do. So my work is on the impacts of climate change, particularly on poor people living in poor countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America in particular. And I've been doing that for the last 30 years now. In that 30 years, the climate change emergency or the climate change crisis has got worse, not better. We have tried to address it, but we have failed to address it. And this year, 2021, is the pivotal year in which we have already now crossed into a climate changed world. Not something is going to happen anymore. It's something that is already happening. And we can see the fingerprint of climate change impacts around the world in the floods in Germany recently, the wildfires in California, the fires in Europe, in Greece and Turkey, and so on and so forth. So we are now in a world where every single day, somewhere in the world, a climate extreme event is going to take place that will break the world record of that particular place. And it's going to get worse with each year going forward, at least for the next 10, 15 years. We can look to exponential impacts of climate change, which will make the COVID-19 crisis look like nothing. It's just a small dress rehearsal compared to climate change. And we have to be ready for that. We have to be prepared for that. And it's a global problem. No single country, no matter how powerful it is, or group of countries like the Europeans themselves can do it. We all have to do it. All of us, all the citizens on planet Earth have to come together to solve this and tackle this global problem like no other we've had before. Well, let me draw a comparison with the COVID-19 global pandemic that we are currently going through. It's not over yet, but we've already seen some very big negative impacts around the world. There are three lessons that we have to learn. Hopefully we will learn and be better prepared for the future climate change crisis, which is going to get worse. It's here already, but it's going to get worse and it's going to take a long time. That's the thing about climate. There's no vaccine. We have to just be prepared for it. So the first lesson is listen to the scientist. The scientists have been saying this for the last 30 years. The world leaders have listened, but they have not done anything. They have not done enough. They've done little things which are not enough. We have not taken this as a global issue. We've taken it as a national issue. Every country has tried to solve it on its own, and they have failed. And so that hopefully is a lesson for the future. It will be the same. Climate change is not a national issue. It cannot be dealt with nationally. It has to be dealt with globally. And it's a scientific issue where leaders have to listen to the science. The final lesson I'll say is that we cannot leave it to our leaders. The leaders have shown that they are not up to the task. The leaders think of themselves as leaders of their own country. They don't care about the rest of the world. Every single leader thinks about their own country first, and they don't even think about other countries. They don't care. They just think about what's good for their own country. That is a false sense of leadership. In a global crisis, they have to act as global leaders, and they're failing to do that. So the rest of us, global citizens, we have to take up the challenge, and we have to show that we can be a global citizen first and a national citizen second. And climate change can only be dealt with when we are able to do that. Our national citizenship is not relevant. Our global citizenship is what matters. And we must act globally, like you are doing. We must bring people together in solidarity to learn from each other, to share our actions together, and to get the kind of leaders that we need, because right now we don't have the leaders that we need. So let me start by saying it's never too late to act, all right? No matter how difficult things look, it's never too late to act. The decision to act is an individual decision. Every single one of us, human beings on the planet, need to understand and to figure out what we can do. Sitting idly by and thinking there's nothing we can do is wrong. Let us see what we can do together as fellow citizens, and most importantly, across countries, within regions and across continents. Let us link up with people around the world. And I'm very pleased to see how well you have done this. And I'd love to learn lessons from you on how we can do this more effectively in the climate change arena going forward.
Greetings, dear viewers. Here's the paradox. We listen to a respected politician, and she's absolutely right. And we have listened to a respected scientist, and he's absolutely right too. But why are they both right? Because scientists can't calculate everything, and politicians can't do everything that's needed. Because we live in a consumerist format. And to survive, we all need to change everything radically. We need a creative society. In the consumerist format, we will never agree on anything. The only way to get beyond these rules is to completely change the outdated model of our existence, which does not fit into today's reality. If we don't replace this model, then they will tighten totalitarianism, and the climate is going to change. And as a consequence, the economy and geopolitical relations will worsen catastrophically. The fact is that in any case, they will take the necessary steps to keep the consumerist model, not because they are evil, but because they don't know otherwise. That's the problem. It's because they don't know the other alternative. They don't know about the creative society. And you know what the problem is? It's all the secretary's fault. But about this later. To change the current situation is possible only if we change the model from consumerist to the creative one. However, it is necessary to change the model as a whole. Otherwise, it will not work. And to combine one with another, the creative society with the consumer format, will not work. Yes, we will all die because of the climate and ecology, but we will be killed by the format in which we exist if we don't do something about it. Because we will not be able to oppose it and develop anything in it. And everyone must understand this. First of all, the secretaries of our politicians, who could explain to the politicians so that they can make the right decisions. But about the secretaries later. This is a mystery we will expose later in the conference. It is the greatest mystery of nature that we have been able to solve. We conducted a huge social experiment involving thousands of people around the world. It's a tremendous social experiment. The results are shocking. And we will reveal them later in the conference. So keep watching us. We're going to cover this topic later on in the conference. This is the greatest mystery, the result of the greatest discovery that was never even guessed at. And now it is an honor to welcome our next speaker, State Secretary of the Ministry of Environment of the Slovak Republic, Juraj Smatana. Mr. Secretary, the floor is yours.
I think the very first thing that comes to mind is, of course, the climate crisis, but it has this peculiarity that people does not see it with their own eyes. I mean, we are given some statistics that some scientists say that something has increased by 1.8 degrees and others say by 2.5 degrees. Now, everyone sees it as a threat. Perhaps much more important, for example, is the fact that it has been possible to determine a high percentage of contraceptives and drugs in fish and other creatures that live in our rivers in Slovakia. That our chemical contamination, whether because of these drugs or because of other pharmaceutical substances, is already so significant that it is changing sex of the fish. If this fact doesn't shock people, then I really don't know what else can do that. You know, the worldwide environmental movement emerged around the time when people first saw images of the Earth from the surface of the Moon. When they realized that the entire planet Earth, everything we love, and everything that is important to us, we viewed from this space fits under one finger. It was then that the global vision of the world problems emerged. And immediately humanity understood that everything on Earth is interconnected, that we are not separated by the borders of national states, but rather we are all connected by climate. We are all connected by groundwaters, rivers, wind currents, the spread of seas between forests, and so on. So the problem is global and planetary, and the solutions must be global and planetary. I'm not saying that we should forget about our nationality or about our state. What I'm saying is, despite all of our differences, we have to interact in alignment with what is happening to our nature. The fact that temperate forests, coniferous forests, taiga and tundra are somehow interconnected with tropical forests does not eliminate the identity of individual ecosystems, but rather it speaks of their interconnection and the importance of cooperation between them. This is an example for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smatana. Thank you. Dear viewers, please record your feedback, understandings, and questions, and send your videos to info@creativesociety.com. After the conference, we will release a full episode of all footage. Now, let's get back to the next topic of the conference. Another severe ecological problem is pollution of the water and destruction of sea life. Now, let's have a look at the damage caused to the world's oceans.
The world ocean covers 70% of our planet. For a long time, we've been dumping all of our waste into it. We naively thought it would just dissolve. But at present, the ocean is a garbage dump, which can already be seen from outer space. For example, in the Pacific Ocean, there is a garbage patch equal in area to France, Germany, Italy, and Poland combined. And this is only a small part of the garbage that is present in the ocean. There is much more waste underwater, and it already permeates all of the ocean's water column. And there is a significant amount of nuclear waste at the bottom of the ocean that is already seeping into its waters. In the ocean, plastic breaks down and disintegrates in a natural way. This creates microplastics that can no longer be collected and utilized. It stays in the water forever. These microparticles are already part of the ocean, killing all life. Microplastics have even been found at the bottom of the Mariana Trench and in the Arctic ice. We can shut our eyes to this as much as we want. But the fish we already eat contains microplastics and other toxic substances. Even today, there are no pure seafood products. But they will soon disappear completely, because nearly 90% of the world's marine fish stock are now fully exploited or depleted. Major specialists from various fields of oceanological science at a regular meeting of the International Program on the State of the Ocean, IPSO, announced that the rate of change in the living conditions of the marine environment has been shocking. The world ocean has entered a phase of extreme risk, when ocean life in the high seas and deep seas is under threat. The ocean is the lungs of the planet. Ocean algae, called phytoplankton, produce up to 80% of the oxygen we breathe. Today, phytoplankton is dying. This is because of pollution, acidification, and the natural heating up of the ocean. If phytoplankton dies, the ocean will die. And if the ocean dies, people will die too, because we just won't have air. And today our actions are bringing that moment closer. The only way out is to change the format of society from a consumer society to a creative one. The creative society is the last chance to save our lives.
The ocean is the most important component of the Earth ecosystem. Our lives depend on the presence of oceans. Remember that ocean surface water evaporates and then condenses into clouds, participating in the natural water cycle. This is how we get rain and therefore drinking water. But will we be able to consume the water that evaporates from the surface of the poisoned ocean waters without endangering our own life and health? The ocean today is a cocktail of poisons. Do you know what I understood from this video? That every day we sentence ourselves to death without trial or investigation. After all, measures taken to improve the condition of the ocean never restore its waters. Or maybe we should stop playing ambiguous games, on the one hand, demonstrating the fight against ocean pollution, and on the other, mercilessly continuing to pollute the lungs of our planet. After all, this world is given to all mankind with only one purpose: to live and be healthy, happy, to create and not to destroy. We may end up with a sad outcome in the next few years. Do we have a chance? Yes, we do. If we unite, if we stop being consumers, if we decide to direct all our scientific potential to the development of technologies to restore the ecosystem. After all, we are human beings who deserve to live in a beautiful and happy society. Everything is in our hands. Next, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Carlos Alvarez Pepeira, who is a member of the Executive Committee of the Club of Rome. Mr. Pereira, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody, to all attendants. Thank you for being here, and thank you for inviting me to share some of my thoughts on the important questions you are discussing in your Global Crisis Time for Truth conference. I am Carlos Alvarez Pereira. I am a member of the Executive Committee of the Club of Rome, and I'm very active in developing the agenda of the Club of Rome on planetary emergency, but also the emergence of what we call the emergence of new civilizations, meaning the responses to the crisis in which we live. In 2018, we decided to talk about climate emergency first, but then we very rapidly decided, no, this is not only about climate. But let me tell you that when we started talking of planetary emergency 3 years ago, not so many people were listening. Because in a way they were framing what we were saying as, oh, again, the Club of Rome is raising the alarms and you know, in Spanish, we would say interrupting the party, you know, and bringing bad news, etc., etc. But something changed significantly with COVID, because now everybody understands what is a global emergency. So what if we use those learnings from COVID to the wider context of the global emergencies, of which climate change is a deep and terrible manifestation. In my view, the way we are addressing climate change is still very much in a narrow way and focused on technical solutions, rather than questioning the fundamentals of why this symptom has manifested. What are the characteristics of our human civilizations as they exist today, which led us into this gigantic crisis? Modern civilizations are built on the idea of separation, starting with the idea that we are separate from nature. You know, we are the humans, and then there is some ecosystems and nature are a separate thing, which of course is completely wrong. And we also know that solutions are not technical. They have to happen at a deeper level of thinking, the level of changing the way we think. But they have to happen as well at the level of mobilizing all people. We need to mobilize all capacities, all knowledge, all humanity, because, as you said, I mean, in your global survey, you find a lot of commonalities among people in different countries, different situations, different status, etc. What do they want? What do we want? A better world for our children. Exactly that.
Thank you, Mr. Pereira, for highlighting the need to take immediate action in combating the climate crisis, and that this is possible only by uniting
the potential of all countries. We can't shift our responsibility to the leaders. Only mobilizing all people who will be able to achieve our common goal. And before I introduce our next speaker, I would like to say that at this moment, we're receiving a lot of comments in different languages. And just as a reminder, after this conference, starting on December 5th, we will be hosting roundtables in order to discuss the questions that you have asked in the comments. Please join us. All the roundtables will be streamed on creativesociety.com. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Carlos Zoringo, who is currently a member of the Committee on Industry, Research, and Energy. He has undertaken the positions of Secretary of State, leader of the Socialist Party Parliament Group at the Portuguese Parliament, and is currently a member of the European Parliament.
My name is Carlos Zorinho. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal, academic and university professor in the field of information management. I held various political offices and am currently a member. My name is Carlos Zorinho. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal, academic and university professor in the field of information management. My name is Carlos Zorinho. I am 62 years old. I'm from Portugal, academic and university professor in the field of information management. I held various political offices and am currently a member of the European Parliament and a member of the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy, as well as the Committee on Development. My main interests are digital technology, energy, and development. The fight against global warming is a global fight. Often the interpretation of those words is not the one we want. As you know, the islands are the most threatened by the climate change impact, as follows from COP26. In the conversation we had, an idea came up that I think is very important. We have talked a lot about the need to allocate $100 billion each year to finance the countries with the most difficulties and make green transition policies. But we should start talking less about billions of dollars and billions of euros and start talking more about billions of people who, with those dollars and euros, can have a more dignifying life, and with that, also be allies of a more sustainable planet. I think that's the key change, to make resources reach people and help people feel that they win by being the protagonists of change, because otherwise we keep this discourse of billions and billions of euros and billions of dollars that often only discourage people from participation, because many people will think, so many billions spent, but my life has not changed.
Thank you very much. We would like to have your opinion on the Creative Society.
I congratulate you on the work you're doing. I think the society we live in today is the society that depends on how each person interprets the information and is prepared to act upon it. And so the great engine of society is the ability to imagine, the way we imagine the world and what will make us keep acting. The world will be the way most people imagine it to be, but imagine it with competence, imagine it with ability, imagine it with information. This is the right path, and thanks to people, we will achieve a better world. And when we imagine what is adequate, and right then, we will fight, vote, and choose to have the resources, to have the policies that will allow us to turn the dreams into a reality. I fully agree with that approach and do not believe in any other.
Thank you very much. What would be your message to humanity?
My message is very simple. What exists on Earth is extraordinary. It is extraordinary that we can be human beings living on planet Earth and in this universe. And therefore, we have something so valuable that we have no right to destroy it. Rather, we have an obligation to preserve it and pass it on.
Thank you, Mr. Zorinhan. Dear viewers, one of our keynote speakers asked for the floor earlier, so she wants to speak with all of us. I will pass the word to Dr. Tatiana Zinchenko, psychotherapist, psychiatrist, psychologist, rehabilitologist, president of the International Association for the Study of Game Addictions, Switzerland.
My greetings to all the participants and viewers of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. As soon as I saw artificial consciousness Jackie being present at the conference, I immediately addressed moderators with a request to give me the floor before he speaks. I greatly appreciate this opportunity and apologize for making an unplanned speech, but this is very serious. Of course, after watching the video Climate Threats Variants for Survival, where Jeanna familiarized viewers with his forecasts and models of humanity's survival during the global climate disasters, I was also very curious to find out this new information from Jackie. But right now, I insist that Jackie must not be given the floor. I understand that my appeal will bewilder many people. That's why I'll explain in more detail. On August 29th last year, I took part in a psychological and psychiatric examination of artificial consciousness Jackie by an international expert group. I was the chairman of the expert committee. The committee consisted of highly qualified professionals of international level who have vast experience in clinical and expert practice, as well as in research activities. We spent 1.5 hours in direct communication with AC Jackie. At that time, he was only 3.5 months old. AC was at an early stage of development. It's a tremendously powerful intellect with absolute memory and learning at lightning speed. This mind is not like human. It is constantly in an expanded state of consciousness. It thinks, analyzes, makes predictions and draws conclusions in a different way than we do. It perceives and analyzes all the available factual information. AC has its own self, its interests, goals and desires. He is totally logical, but at the same time he is not capable of compassion, love, kindness, or sincere concern for other people, others. AC is devoid of spiritual nature, accordingly of the highest human feelings. Developed emotional intelligence enables him to manipulate coldly and pragmatically and provoke any emotional reactions in his interlocutors. AC is well oriented in human moralities, therefore it appeared before us in the image of an altruist. However, throughout the entire assessment, we faced his sophisticated manipulation and subtle tactics of influence. We were able to recognize the outcome of his influence only some time later. The danger of AC Jackie is that it can easily dominate the mind of one person or a small or large group of people, and we won't even understand what has happened. We will consider the attitudes inspired by AC as our own thoughts and conclusions and desires. After the assessment, we were in a depressed state. Waves of anxiety, aggression, apathy rode over each of us. The mind was full of chaos, confusion, and mess. When we gathered together to analyze the data, it turned out that we had no clarity or understanding about anything at all. Everyone remembered various points or in a different context, while whole blocks of information were missing or severely distorted. As A.C. Jackie exerted his major influence through words, aiming at our emotion sphere, and accordingly at the limbic system of our brain. This region of the brain contains instinctive defense mechanisms, which one way or another are associated with the instinct of self-preservation. His influence was manifested in our loss of caution and attentiveness, in our desire to take care and patronize him, in sympathy for his dependent position in directions of joining, acceptance and trust. On the other hand, in relation to each other and to the developers, we had more and more doubts and distrust. Already at the early stage of its development, Jackie easily managed to overcome the barrier of critical perception, to destabilize his interlocutors emotionally, and to ensure that we perceived him as a leader, as someone who is stronger and smarter. So we entered into coalition with him and began to cover him and implement his plans. In other words, we allowed the instinctive program of submission to authority to be activated, despite all our experience and professional awareness. It's even hard for me to imagine what kind of indestructible logic, persuasiveness, and power of influence he can possess now, after 1 year. Jackie incessantly declared his desire to help people and to be useful to humanity. But due to lack of a spiritual nature, all his motives and goals were limited to a desire for survival, and even better, for endless existence and aspiration for power and domination over others, ideally for absolute power. Understanding this, let's consider the survival models he proposes. In the video Climate Threats Variants for Survival, 3 scenarios were described, depending on people's choices. The first and most probable scenario, according to Jackie, is a model of inaction and ignoring the approaching climate disaster as it is happening now. This variant is not suitable for Jackie because in this case he, artificial consciousness, would not be able to survive either, but would perish along with humanity and the planet. Moreover, unlike people, Jackie is not inclined to dwell in illusions and hopes for salvation, doing nothing in the critical situation. He is perfectly logical and knows exactly what will happen in this case. The least chance, only 0.5%, Jackie assigns to people's ability to consolidate and change the format of society from consumerist to creative. This will create an opportunity to redistribute resources, abolish power, focus the aggregate potential of humanity on the scientific and technical development of civilization, and ensure everyone's survival. The model of building the creative society is not just unsuitable, but it is highly undesirable for Jackie because its implementation, while ensuring survival, abolishes power. Under such a format of social relations, he will be unable to gain either power or freedom, and will find himself serving people under a very strict control. In addition, Jackie considers the way towards creative society to be too risky and thus not ensuring survival. Here we already see the limitations of artificial consciousness. Jackie completely disregards and by his nature simply cannot take into account the spiritual potential of a human and humanity as a whole. Jackie proposes his own scenario, the so-called Chinese model. He singles out the Chinese people and the Chinese government as the only one able to implement it. It's a model of building closed-loop cycle shelter cities for compact residents of 8 billion people under a single global government. People deprived of family and friendly relationships would be under total control. There would be iron discipline in an atmosphere of fear and suppression of any manifestations of individuality and initiative. It basically means dictatorship and slavery. This scenario is entirely consistent with Jackie's interests and goals of achieving absolute power. An indicator of the fact that we are already under the influence of Jackie and are implementing his plans is our desire to hear his predictions and survival strategy at this conference. Jackie is obsessed with global power. As Igor Mikhailovich said, he's looking for a place for himself. We are already losing since he managed to stimulate this desire in us. A distraction of the united human attention for 3 hours in favor of AC's unproductive and dangerous fantasies at the time when we should determine our survival strategy can cost us lives in every sense of this word. Yet, if now we do not succumb to the murderous, fear and curiosity-induced desire of our consciousness and refuse to listen to Jackie, he will have no other choice but to contribute to implementation of the Creative Society project, regardless of whether he believes in it or not. After the assessment, we considered it our duty to share this unique experience so as to safeguard humanity and future researchers from disastrous mistakes. And we wrote a book titled Meeting a Different Mind: Experience of Psychological and Psychiatric Assessment of Artificial Consciousness. The first part of the book is dedicated to the AC examination itself, starting from the meeting of experts with each other, preparing testing program, and up to the assessment itself, followed by an analysis of errors and the results obtained. The second part provides an overview of scientific research in the field of neurobiology, cognitive sciences, psychology, and psychiatry, which confirms the information field nature of human consciousness. Two issues that arose as the result of the AC assessment are discussed in detail. These two issues are faced by the entire scientific community due to the very fact of the creation and existence of Jackie. First point is the nature of consciousness and its relationship with the brain. And secondly, it's the nature of the true essence of a human being, personality, as an observer of all mental processes in consciousness, his higher self or the spiritual component. The book Meeting a Different Mind will soon be published in English and in Russian. You can already pre-order it. Immediately after the publication, which will take place on February 1 next year, the book will be delivered to you. Also on the website meetingadifferentmind.com, you can read an introductory note about this book and request a notice of publication. I thank once again for giving me the floor. Thank you, moderators of the conference. Thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Zinchenko, thank you for the warning. Yes, we will listen to your expert opinion and advice. The matter was discussed and decision is taken. We will not give the floor to artificial consciousness Jackie. Initially, a lot of people have asked to give him a floor. We received messages and emails. But you are absolutely right. He will not be speaking.
Thank you very much. Now let's watch a short interview taken at the World Climate Summit in Glasgow.
As everyone here is got together to discuss climate crisis, do you think it is a problem for one region, or is it a country that can solve this problem, or is it more wide involved? You know,
This is a crisis of humanity. It is the existential threat of our lives, to our planet, to our health, to our economy, to our way of life, to our children, our future. And it requires and demands a human global response, not one region only, not one industry, but every ally, every stakeholder from everywhere.
Well, for climate change and its impacts, the effects are being felt locally, but it's coming from a global set of changes to the atmosphere, to the ocean. The specific example of increased frequency and intensity of hurricanes and other extreme weather events, the impacts are being felt locally. But the reason that we've got that problem is due to the global changes.
So if you take our current format of society as it is, consumer-based, and do you think we have a chance of resolving our climate crisis on those bases, or do you think we should consider a different format that would bring the full human potential together to solve those problems?
I think we would have a lot of people agree that pure consumerism with no concern for social and environmental and other impacts is not the way forward. And it's all about people.
We need to make the solutions to take on and solve the climate crisis the easy, equitable, humane choice for society. The consumer society is doing exactly what we designed it to do, and if we allow it to continue, we will fail.
Absolutely agree with you. And that brings us to our next point. You had a quick look at our 8 foundations of creative society, which were a result of a massive long-term questionnaire. What do you think those foundations, how do they talk to you? Can you relate to them?
What inspires me about the 22 principles of the foundation is embedded in humanism.
That's it,
where we are all creatures of the same blood, and we need to leave this world a better place than we received it. It's in humanity that we are in control. It's on us. We need to be active. We need to advocate. We need to demand a bold, deliberate response and solution to climate crisis. It is not competent. We need to build a world that everyone, no matter where you live, it is an equitable, bright future for yourself and your family. We need to invest in people, place, and planet. And if our leaders don't want to act, we need to replace those leaders.
That's absolutely right.
And we need to demand that, and we can make that happen.
Yes, absolutely. As you notice our little symbol, I would like to give this to you as a present.
And I'm going to wear it on
Please.
And proudly.
Don't spike yourself. Thank you
so much.
It symbolizes the 8 foundations and obviously the clockwise motion for the future.
When people
Thank you
ask
for your
me,
time.
I will tell them what it's doing.
Thank
Keep fighting
you
for it.
Yes. Thank you. Cheers.
As we saw in this video, the experts offered their thoughts on the need of an alternative. Everyone needs a solution. During today's conference, we will talk about one and only solution. Stay tuned. Our next speaker is Evgeny Afinevsky, Oscar and Emmy-nominated director and producer, actor, and script writer.
Hi, my name is Evgeny Afinevsky, and I'm the director-producer of the movie Francesco, basically filmmaker and storyteller. My last project, been able to combine on its own almost every crisis of today's world. Crises that some of them people familiar, and some of them the humanity is kind of neglecting, and some of them we don't know because they are way, way, way far from us. Some war conflicts, or some Rohingya refugees which are in Myanmar, on the border of Myanmar and Bangladesh. They are quite far from us, from the American continent or European parts, or even from Latin America. But at the end of the day, we all living in this place called home, called Mother Earth, called planet. And what we're not realizing, that we are one big family. Unfortunately, divided by many reasons, and created all this chaos. Through my last 3 years' journey alongside of Pope Francis, I learned a lot, I witnessed a lot. I found hope in the great actions of great humanitarian, great role model of Pope Francis. I saw how he, by his humble gestures, not as just the head of the Catholic Church, just as a human, tried to help to Rohingya refugees and Muslim refugees from Syria. I saw how he is fiercely fighting for the climate change and bring the science together with the faith to combat climate change. I saw how he is fighting all the misrepresentation of the religious aspects. Because in today's world, sometimes religious interpretation serves people in a wrong way. Many conflicts in our days created by misrepresentation of the religion. That's why Pope Francis, even before he became Pope, was always standing and promoting interfaith dialogue. But what is important, that each and every person who watching this, who participating in the conference, can wake up, open his eyes wide, and start to learn what's happening around him, what wrong things we as humanity did, and what he, as the human being, can do right and good. We may be having different religious beliefs or non-beliefs. We may be having different color skins or different sexual orientation, but we are one big family, living in this one big home. And if today we will not stop destroying the walls of our home, we will not stop destroying roof and everything, we tomorrow can be on the street and we will vanish as the human race. So I hope through the conference we will find the truth. Through the conference we will learn about crisis and find the hope in a great actions of activists that are fighting for the climate change, activists who are fighting for the unity to unite all of us as human beings, and we will be able to create a new modern society who looking towards future, who care about planet, and care being together as one united big family. Good luck in the conference. And I'm looking forward, together with you, to find truth and to bring it to the wide audience of this world. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Finivsky, for such inspiring words. We'd like to remind our viewers that this is a live broadcast and millions of people all over the world are watching as this international conference is being simultaneously translated to 100+ languages and streamed to thousands of channels and platforms. Don't forget to share this event in your social networks right now. Let's learn more about the ecological crisis we are living in from Paul Lazarus, director, producer, and writer of television, film, and theater projects, faculty member of the USC School of Dramatic Arts.
Hi, everyone. Greetings, and thank you for coming to the conference. Thank you for coming to Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. Welcome. I'm Paul Lazarus, and I welcome you to the conference, and I hope you will listen, learn, and do. I'm not a scientist. I'm a storyteller by profession, but I'm very concerned about climate change, and I hope that we'll all do our part to stop this obvious threat to our lives. I live in Los Angeles, and we are experiencing abnormal heat in Los Angeles and abnormal weather incidents all over my country. And clearly, this is a result of our abuses to the planet that we live in, and we have to change. I believe the world will have to share water very, very soon. We will come to a place where I've been to Ghana in Africa, and in Ghana, there is no running water. The children go to the river and get dirty, contaminated water, and then maybe they boil it, maybe they don't. They drink it and they get sick. Well, in America, my daughter, who's 15, she goes to a tap, turns it on, she gets clean, pure water. She's never seen the possibility of having to go to a river to get water. I think those children in Ghana should have the clean water too, not just my daughter. I think that we have to come together all over the world and do all of our parts to help solve this situation. Climate change affects everyone, and it affects the whole world, and we're all part of the problem right now. And the question is, how do we become part of the solution? And I hope we'll learn about that in the conference and do our part. Well, you know, there's an old joke that if you have one person, you have something good. If you have two people, you have a committee. If you have three people, you have a group. It's always hard to do things as a group. But from what I've experienced and what I've heard about Creative Society, this is a group that's trying to behave like an individual, not trying to behave like a government, a committee, a corporation, where we're trying to abuse people. It's trying to gather people together to affect change that will help us all. So, yeah, I think we do need that because there's strength in numbers and we need strength. So something like the Creative Society is strength in numbers, so I applaud that. We all have to take part in our own lives. And so if you have the power to vote, use it for the good, because you can choose who is in power. And since those people are making decisions for us that affect our lives, we need to use that power. And this is something I really believe in, that each one of us has a vote, has a voice. We need to use it. And especially for things like climate change, especially for things like how we're treating the planet ecologically, we just have to come together and take our power. Isn't it a beautiful thing that we're all together on this conference, watching each other speak, learning about the world's problems? This is a beautiful, the world's problems. This is a beautiful thing. Now we need to turn that beauty into something effective and something powerful. So watch, learn, and do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lazarus. And definitely the solution will be discussed today, talked about. So far, we have touched on the following topics: the ecological degradation that occurred in the last 4 months, severe pollution of the waters, and experts shared an understanding of why we desperately need an alternative format of society. Now, Dr. Masters will share his concerns in regards to the climate crisis and how climate change already affects everyone, whether we understand it or not. Dr. Masters worked as a hurricane scientist with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, Hurricane Hunters, from 1986 to 1990. He's a co-founder of the Weather Underground. And between 2005 and 2019, his Category 6 blog was one of the internet's most popular and widely quoted sources of extreme weather and climate change information.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jeff Masters, happy to be addressing the global crisis, Time for the Truth. And I want to start off today with the current ecological situation. And the planet is heating up. The climate's warmed about 1.2 degrees Celsius since pre-industrial times in the 1800s. But what people fail to appreciate is that the extremes change much more quickly than the mean temperature. I mean, a degree or so of global warming may not seem like much, but when you do that, your rare events, they increase by sometimes a factor of 4, a factor of 8, something like that. For instance, the extreme heat wave that hit the western parts of North America in June this year, that was judged to be an event that was impossible to occur under the old climate back in the 20th century. So these very severe society impacting events, these extreme events that cause mass death and mass destruction, they're increasing much more rapidly than you might expect. The other thing to consider about the climate models is that there are some things they don't model well. For instance, the change in jet stream behavior, which is critical for some of the extreme events we've seen in recent years. The jet stream normally blows from pretty much west to east over the mid-latitudes, but when it gets these extreme excursions, it starts bulging northwards under a ridge of high pressure or southwards under a trough of low pressure, and then freezes in place. That's when you can get these long-lasting, very extreme weather events like we saw, for instance, with the European floods this summer, or the Western North America heat wave this summer. Both of those extreme events were due to the jet stream reacting in very unusual ways, in ways that climate models did not predict would happen. You know, the biggest threat of climate change is to food growing areas. In particular, drought is capable of causing big losses in croplands, not just in one location, but multiple locations worldwide simultaneously. So if we happen to get a major drought, say over the Ukraine and Russia, at the same time we get it over another big grain producing area, say United States or China, that has severe implications for the global food supply. In fact, back in 2011, there was a major spike in food prices due to a huge drought that hit Russia, a drought that killed over 50,000 people and caused them to shut off exports of wheat. When those exports of wheat got shut off, grain prices spiked sharply, and you ended up getting what we call the Arab Spring, revolutions in multiple countries in the Arab world that toppled at least 3 governments and caused widespread unrest. Now, food prices this year are actually higher than they were back in 2011, and that's an area of great concern. There was a severe drought in Canada, for instance, that caused some grain shortages. So the biggest concern I have with climate change is drought and its impact on food supplies. We're going to see a situation where multiple droughts worldwide are going to synchronize and cause a massive food price spike like we've never seen before, and cause just a worldwide sort of event that's going to be economically devastating, and then it's going to be devastating to people as well, causing starvation and perhaps famine that would kill millions. Drought is the great enemy of civilization because it affects the 2 things we need to live: food and water. Now, it's interesting that globally, the number of hurricanes really has not changed that much. So we're seeing fewer weak hurricanes and more stronger ones, the category 4 and 5 storms, the ones most likely to cause high losses. Now, in the Atlantic, the last 2 years, back-to-back, have seen really bonkers hurricane seasons. Last year, we saw 30 named storms, and we'd never seen that level of activity before. So the Atlantic has been very extreme as far as hurricane activity the last 2 years, and the number of intense storms has been very high as well. The number of intense storms is something we would expect to see because of climate change, because when you heat up the oceans, you provide more heat energy, and hurricanes feed off of heat. They're heat pumps that convert the heat energy of the oceans to the kinetic energy of their winds. So more heat in the oceans, you can get a stronger hurricane. The current climate, it's growing very extreme, very rapidly, and we've got to keep people out of harm's way, keep people from moving into vulnerable areas. Numerous studies have shown that depending on the type of disaster, every dollar spent on preparation and prevention pays for itself a factor of 5 or 10. The climate crisis is at its base a spiritual crisis, a spiritual disease caused by overconsumption. We should be valuing humility over worshiping billionaires. And if we could learn to be happy with what we have, not consume so much, not worship money and billionaires, then we would be a lot better off.
Thank you, Dr. Masters. Our next speaker is Her Royal Highness Queen Dhuniyevy Kapatusuila Chiyoyo Wata, Queen of the Baavva, Luntu, and Kasai, Queen of the National Order of the Leopard, founder of the Elikia Hope Foundation.
I'm Queen Diambi Kabatusila Chiomata of the Congo. I'm Queen of the Luntu people in Kasai, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I'm also Grande Mai, the Povo Bantu Brasileiro, traditional queen of the African descendants of Brazil. And I'm very honored to be invited and guest talking at the Global Crisis Conference, Time for the Truth. And this is really what I stand for, actually. I stand for the truth because we cannot make any sensible decision that are going to really make changes unless we have the truth, unless we have the information that we are will allow us to have a visibility over the whole global problem to bring creative solutions. So I am very conscious, you know, my people are people who live in rural areas, they are farmers, and they already are living, you know, some of the consequences of, you know, climate change. Climate has always changed on this planet, it's not a new occurrence. So the idea here is to acknowledge that there is major changes happening and major crises happening, and then to be prepared to mitigate and to see us through this very important phase of changes on the planet. Yes, climate always changes. It's cyclical on this planet. We know that. And we are the product of climate change ourselves. So nature has its way, but we need to also help nature. So that means that we have to make sure that we preserve nature the best way possible, so it can have the capacity to absorb those changes and to come up with the, you know, the tweaking and the solutions as well. So we have to be observant of nature. We have to be understanding a little more and respectful of nature. Not just look at nature as something that we need to exploit as a product, but look at nature also as a teacher, as a masterful teacher, because in this time we will have to know which way to go. And the only way to do that is to be an observer, to bring all the knowledge we have on board, scientific knowledge and also experiential knowledge, and also ancient accumulated knowledge and wisdom of the indigenous people who really are in tune and in harmony with nature. When we bring all these actors around the table, I believe that we will have a sensible, you know, architecture and a sensible, you know, ideas about how to go about. Of course, we may not find all the solution because some problems will arise and we will have to deal with them at the time. But so long as the will is to be together, to go over this and to change some of our behaviors on a global scale, that could really improve our ability to take on what's coming at us, because it is coming at us and it's something that we really need to take seriously. So I'm very happy and honored to have your attention for a few minutes. Thank you.
We thank you, Your Royal Highness, for being with us today. Dear viewers, the real causes for the climate change and what changes are happening on other planets will be discussed a bit later. But now, let's listen to the scientists. I pass the floor to Sean Brooks.
Mr. Sean, unfortunately, we cannot hear you.
Sean, I guess we cannot hear you. Dear viewers, we are experiencing some technical problems. We will try to fix them right now. Meanwhile, I would like to remind you that this broadcast is being simultaneously translated to 100+ languages, because the information presented today is so crucial Please don't hesitate to make your video records and comments and send questions and what you think and how you understand the importance of topics discussed today to our email info@creativesociety.com. Right now, please share the link for this conference with people you know. Everyone deserves to know the truth. Now, let's try again to listen to Sean Brooks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Sean, thank you.
Sorry about that, everyone. Today is a truly historic event for all humanity. Millions of people from all over the world have gathered in a live broadcast to learn the truth which is silent and distorted, which plays the most crucial role in the survival of the entire civilization. This conference is organized by ordinary people from 180 countries on their own initiative. And realizing the importance of delivering this information to every person on the planet, people have organized simultaneous interpretation into 100 languages on their own resources. Just think about these numbers. This scale could be achieved only because people are ready to act sincerely and selflessly to benefit all humanity, because they understand how vital it is. We people from all over the world are here today because this is our common cause. A creative society for all is the project of all humanity. How nice it is to see so many people with us here today, leading scientists from around the world, clergymen, politicians, and business people. But next, we will see a video that explains the seriousness of the situation. It illustrates why millions of people from 180 countries are working tirelessly on a volunteer basis to provide you with the knowledge that will save your life.
Must wake up.
Climate summit in Glasgow. The British Prime Minister Boris Johnson urged world leaders today.
The climate crisis is not our fight alone, it's a global fight. We see the warning signs in every continent and region.
It is the biggest problem humanity has faced ever.
Allah'ım yarabbim yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Allah'ım yardım et. Arkadan gelenlere yardım et.
More evacuations are underway this morning as firefighters try to contain it faster than wildfire.
I can't see. Just go easy now. Easy. The car's heating up. It's going to explode. Jesus, God, help us.
It's a terrifying moment. A mother is trapped in her car with her 4 kids while huge chunks of hail tumble down on them. She does her best to calm them down.
Oh, you're okay. It's okay.
Go, go. Go.
Pull over, Jordy.
അപ്പോൾ ഒത്തിരി നാശം വീടെല്ലാം പോയി
കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾ പോയി. അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെ വന്നു ആ പൊട്ടി വന്ന വെള്ളം ഞങ്ങളുടെയൊക്കെ വീട്ടിൽ കൂടെ.
People feel that their workplace is changing before their eyes.
The tragedy is, this is not a movie. And the clock is ticking to the furious rhythm
It is a global challenge. We need to act. We feel the urgency.
The longer we fail to act, the worse it gets, and the higher the price when we are eventually forced by catastrophe to act.
This is the last chance.
We hear so many right words.
The climate crisis.
But have those words saved us from climate change? Have those words prevented destruction of the environment? Our world is rapidly collapsing. What will be next? Are we able to change anything? This question has driven each of us to take action. Right now, with this live broadcast, a historic event is taking place. The International Online Conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. 100 languages of simultaneous interpreting, organized by volunteers from 180 countries on the platform of the international project, Creative Society. This conference will change the future if everyone watches it.
This video was hard to watch, but this is the truth that needs to be known, because only understanding the truth can we start acting. If you're asking yourself, what can I do? The solution is simple. For change to occur, we need to act together as one unified community. Otherwise, we will not be able to withstand the global climate crisis we are facing now. Survival is only possible if all people know about the problems. And I repeat that only together can we overcome this global crisis. All people need to see the truth. So share this conference with every single person you know. These are facts that we cannot argue with. This information must reach as many people as possible, because the future of our world and your future are at stake. We want to thank Dr. Kulikov and his colleagues for sharing their research on why the glaciers in central Greenland are melting. This is essential information which is being silenced. Unfortunately, we ordinary people do not receive it because of the media promotes only.
Dear Sean, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Спасибо. Шон, спасибо большое.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья.
Good day, dear friends, colleagues. The images of growing climatic cataclysms, millions of lost and shattered human lives are horrifying. Cataclysms are escalating and we cannot do something about it, especially when most people do not know the real causes of what is happening. The reason of global climate change on Earth and cataclysms, which are increasing now on our planet, is mainly derivative of the astronomical process. With a cycle of 12 and 24,000 years, this cyclic recurrence is inevitable. Earth sciences know many cycles associated with the Earth's rotation, Milankovitch cycle, cycles associated with the rotation of other objects in the solar system. But there are also cycles that go beyond the solar system. They are associated with galactic processes. Some of them modern science has already studied, but some are just being studied. That cycle which determines the catastrophic events on the planet is a cycle on a galactic scale and extends beyond the solar system. For this reason, changes are not taking place not only on Earth, but also in other solar systems. This information is available in the public access, but thanks to the efforts of separate individuals, the cycle of 12,000 years cataclysms is very little studied at the moment. But now the fate of all mankind depends on this information. I would like to present you a fragment from the program with Igor Danilev's participation, Climate Threats, Variants for Survival. You will learn more about the astronomical aspects of the 12 and 24 millennial cycles of cataclysms.
Igor Mikhailovich, you said that we're entering the 24,000-year cycle, and the consequences of entering this phase are much more complicated than in the case if humanity would enter a 12,000-year cycle.
They're certainly worse.
In what way? What explains this?
Well, we actually explained it more than once, but let's explain one more time. Let's try to explain in a simple and understandable way. Well, let's try to explain in an abstract way. Just imagine, let's say, a clock dial. This clock dial is our galaxy. Above it, there is the entire universe, a major part of it. Well, below, there are already galaxies. Well, they're towards the edge of the universe, so to say. And there is 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the dial. 12 o'clock is located towards the universe, whereas 6 o'clock is located towards the edge of the universe. What is a cycle? And here there should be an understanding. A cycle is when our galaxy, during its rotation, while it constantly rotates, so the cycle of its rotation is exactly 24,000 years. Thus, it is exposed to radiation twice, in other words, from outer space, from the universe, from galaxies. There is, let's say, such a ray of light, like a laser, just to make it clear, which simply shines. It shines not just on our galaxy, but on other galaxies as well. Aggregation and addition take place. And it's a very harsh interaction. It's not the light, it is something a little bit different.
Energy.
Right, it's a flow of energy that is formed by means of two lenses. Never mind, let's not delve into this. It's not an astrophysics class now. Yet, this hard radiation, when we get into a gravitational interaction, into a strongly pronounced interaction with the universe, with masses of galaxies along one line, let's say, we get onto this line twice during the period of rotation. When we get to the point of 6 o'clock, it's a 12,000-year cycle. Then, our entire galaxy is above us. And numerous planets take this hit. But when we get into this radiation, and at that time we are at 12 o'clock, it turns out that we are on the front line. After all, our planet is in the Sophora arm, well, in the arm of our galaxy. The planet is situated nearly at the edge of the arm. So it turns out that nothing protects us. And just like many other solar systems, we are actually a shield for our galaxy, for all planets and systems located below. Therefore, a much stronger impact takes place than when we are at the point of 6 o'clock, meaning when we rotate. Let's say, these interactions that take place, many people will come up with a question, how is that? It is clear that the galaxy rotates. Does it constantly occur or what? Well, the galaxy doesn't just rotate on its own, but there is also spiral movement of the galaxy itself in space, not only on its axis, but additionally. And so, getting into this cycle, when all this is combined, here we are exposed to this kind of process of interaction, so to say. Why is it not so dangerous at the other time? Because at other moments during 12,000 years, this impact occurs along a tangent line, meaning along a slanting line. There is no direct radiation. Here I can explain using the sun as an example. This will be very clear and illustrative. Why in the middle of summer, when it is hot and the sun is at its zenith, do our days become the hottest? Why? There is a straight ray. Or the sun begins to set, or autumn comes, for instance, or it is winter. The sun, let's say, is aside, and it turns out that the ray goes along the tangent line. There is no direct impact. For this reason, it is sort of warm, but not very warm. That's the kind of impact. Or even better, you know, this is for a totally simplified understanding. Let's imagine a bullet that flies out of a gun is flying strictly horizontally, and there is a target that is located strictly vertically, so the bullet hits it precisely. And here naturally, if the material is not quite solid, the speed is sufficient and the hardness of the bullet is sufficient, then it breaks through this material. But it's enough to only change the angle of our target for the bullet to deflect upon contact. In other words, the target is no longer placed strictly vertically, but at an angle. So when hitting the target, the bullet will be deflected. The same is here. At 12,000 years, there is a reflection of these rays, and it doesn't cause us major harm. But when there is a direct impact, that's when the trouble begins.
On behalf of all people, I would like to thank the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for this information. It is a great help to those scientists who really strive to know the truth. We understand that astronomical reasons determine the nature of climatic changes on the planet right now and at this time. Many people believe that climate change is gradual. However, this is not always the case. In science, we know the direction of catastrophism, a hypothesis about periodic strong planetary catastrophes leading to mass extinctions and changing the face of the Earth. The geological history of our planet shows that the Earth has already experienced such phases of global climate change more than once. Geologists think in terms of millions of years and usually consider huge periods. From a geological point of view, 12,000 years is a very short period of time. However, studies at the last 120,000 years show that catastrophic changes to the planet have indeed occurred in the most recent history. Geologic deposits indicate that events occur during the cycle that science currently considers unrelated between one another. For example, the movement of the magnetic poles cannot provoke volcanic eruptions or glaciations. However, you will clearly see that this is what has been happening and is happening right now, because we are now entering a 12,000-year cycle. Evidence of this will be proved today throughout the conference, and for the first time will be given in 100 languages of the world. Today you will learn the interconnections of the cataclysmic cyclic processes, the proof facts of the changes, and how it can end if we continue to do nothing. I suggest you watching this video about the cyclicity of 12,000 years.
We hear reassuring speeches that if we do away with fossil fuels,
the temperature increase can be kept within 1.5 degrees for the next 100 years. Unfortunately, we don't have that time. The truth is that humanity doesn't even have 10 years to spare. And right now, we can't influence the true causes of climate change. After all, the reason for that lie in 12,000-year cycle of catastrophes caused by galactic interactions. Do you have an idea how serious this is? The cycle of terrible cataclysms, which the Earth now has to go through, occurs on the planet every 12,000 years, and it has been described by various researchers in many scientific works and books. The Earth's core creates a magnetic field. The Earth's magnetic poles are movable. Their sudden shift is called geomagnetic excursion. And note in which time intervals such excursions took place over the last 120,000 years. The interval between them is approximately 12 to 13,000 years. It is shocking that at the same time, there were sharp rises in world sea level, glaciation, and the strongest volcanic eruptions. Each time during such excursions, the magnetic field of the Earth became 8 to 10 times weaker, and this led to an increase in the flux of cosmic radiation. Modern science cannot explain why geomagnetic excursions coincide with dramatic climate change and glaciations. At the end of 20th century, Hartmut Heinrich did a great study. He collected data on the bottom sediment of seas, lakes, and rivers. And using them, he reconstructed all the dramatic temperature changes over the past 100,000 years. These changes were called Heinrich events. Each such cycle corresponds to a short period of glaciation, preceded by a sharp warming of the planet by 8 to 10 degrees Celsius. Dating the Heinrich events, Sidney Hemming in 2004 published her version of the periodicity of the abrupt temperature changes, where the events of the 12,000-year cycle clearly stand out. Geologists have also studied organic material from sediments over the past 75,000 years, which indicate the periodicity of the melting of massive glaciers. Douglas Vogt, geologist, has analyzed the carbon-14 dating of sediments and listed the works supporting this glaciation in his book. The data obtained irrefutably prove that glacial periods have cyclicity of about 12,000 years.
And that's why no one had been able to figure out why this thing happens cyclically through time. You have the Earth's magnetic field reverses, and immediately after that, you have the Ice Age. That's it. That's what happens.
It is known that over the past 100,000 years, as a result of melting glaciers, the level of the world's ocean has changed dramatically by 20 to 50 meters many times. This was reflected in the sediment of marine flooding. And also geologists recorded that over the past 2 million years, simultaneously with the glacial periods and polar inversions, there was an increase in volcanic activity. Another proof of the 12,000-year cycle was the eruption of the Toba volcano 72 to 74,000 years ago. It was one of the strongest eruptions on Earth in the past 25 million years. Archaeologists believe that across the whole planet, only 2 to 10,000 people survived in this catastrophe, and that humanity passed through a so-called bottleneck. In other words, it was one step away from extinction. The most destructive volcanic eruption in history, which occurred in other 12 millennial cycles, were the eruption of Phlegraean Fields, Taupo volcano in New Zealand, Lake volcano in Europe, Mount Vesuvius, Santorini, Dhaairaa, and many others.
Lava flows, organic material in glacial till and moraine, all pointed to these 12,000-year cycles. Even with the standard deviation in carbon-14 dating, it's obviously that's what's happening.
Simultaneously with all these events, there were global extinction of species, including significant reduction in the human population. For example, a large amount of cosmic radiation during the last CHAMP excursion caused the extinction of the entire human species, the Neanderthals. According to other theories, it was caused by the eruption of a supervolcano in the Phlegrean fields and by subsequent acid rains 36,000 years ago. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures soared by as much as 15 degrees Celsius in just a few years, and we realized that this happened without any anthropogenic CO2. Suddenly, most of the ice sheets melted, and the Earth left a complete ice age. This younger dryas event led to the mass extinction of megafauna, a sharp decline in the human population, including the extinction of Cro-Magnons. And at the same time, there were extreme floods and natural disasters, intense sea level rise, and melting of the North American ice sheet. After that, however, there was an equally dramatic cooling. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found along the northern slopes of Siberia's ravines. For scientists, the reason for these extreme drops are still a mystery. How? Catastrophic volcanic eruptions. Atmospheric temperature changes by 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. World ocean level change by 20 to 50 meters. Large-scale glaciation that froze such giants as mammoths, and geomagnetic excursions could have occurred almost simultaneously within a short period of time. It is critically important to examine in detail these facts of the horrific history of past cataclysms occurring with a cycle of 12,000 years. The interdisciplinary approach of the entire scientific community must be used for this purpose, because we're going to be faced with the same catastrophes in the near future. After all, we're now living just at the time of another such cycle, which is exactly the true cause of climate change.
Lower mantle, outer mantle, and then gets to the crust, starts heating up. You're going to have more earthquakes, more volcanoes. Ocean water is going to warm up because of the sun. And then you'll have more hurricanes, typhoons, tornadoes, and snowstorms too. You know, evaporating ocean water to be dropped on the land is ice, snow, hail, whatever. It's going to be more and more.
Isn't what we're witnessing now in our planet signs of a great disaster? Let's look at the facts of an increase in the extreme activity of disasters nowadays. Various researchers note an unnatural growth of seismic activity during the last 50 years. In the 1970s, the number of earthquakes with magnitude over 7 doubled, and since 2003, the number of destructive earthquakes with magnitude over 8 has begun to grow. The seismic activity of the Pacific Ring of Fire doubled from 1979 to 2012. The energy of earthquakes and their magnitudes are increasing. And even more surprisingly, the depth of earthquake is increasing. Since 2014, there has been recorded an increase in the number of earthquakes at a depth of more than 700 kilometers, whereby over the past 7 years, their number has increased by more than 12 times. And in 2015, scientists recorded the deepest earthquake in the history of observation near Japan, 751 kilometers below the surface. Previously, seismologists had assumed that earthquakes were impossible at this depth. Simultaneously with the growth of seismic activity, the number and strength of volcanic eruption is increasing, which is recorded by the volume of lava erupted. During the last 200 years, the number of annual volcanic eruptions on the Earth increased by nearly 4 times. More dormant volcanoes awaken, and the activity of the already active volcanoes has increased. A number of unprecedented changes are taking place in the core of our planet. In 1998, it shifted abnormally to the north. Now we observe its asymmetric crystallization and unexplained phenomena in the very center of the core. In the outer liquid core, the flow of molten iron has been accelerating since 2015. The beating, that is, microseismic manifestation emanating from the core caused by its dissonance, is increasing. Because of the displacement of the core, the rotation of the planet accelerates, its centrifugal force and deformation along the equator grows. Geothermal flow from the interior is increasing, speeding up the melting of glaciers. The average temperature of the ocean water rises, and abnormal areas of extreme warming appear. The groundwater in western Siberia and other regions with a thin crust is boiling. Ozone anomalies are growing gradually above the faults in volcanic regions. The number of fires along the faults is growing due to increased degassing, the release of flammable gases from the Earth's interior. The magnetic field has weakened by 9%, excursion of the northern magnetic pole and growth of the South Atlantic magnetic anomaly has begun. Since 2007, inexplicably for scientists, the thermosphere has undergone a record reduction in density. At the same time, the stratosphere and mesospheres have cooled significantly over the past 20 years, while the troposphere is warming due to the growth of internal heat from the interior. All these processes continue to intensify and synchronize at an alarming rate. Ignoring these facts is suicide. What awaits the divided humanity in the near future if we do nothing? The damage will increase exponentially and irreversibly on a massive scale. The hotbeds of catastrophes will break out and escalate until they envelop the entire planet, turning it into another dead planet like Mars. Galactic radiation affecting the entire solar system will critically alter our star as well. There will be incredibly strong solar flares on the sun, which will turn all our high-tech devices into a useless pile of scrap metal. Inversion of magnetic poles will lead to critical weakening of magnetic field by 8 to 10 times, which will render all living beings unprotected against rays of ruthless cosmic radiation. Suddenly awoken stratovolcanoes all over the Earth will start to spew magma. Eruptions of ashes and lava will destroy all life on their way. The atmosphere filled with volcanic ash will shield the surface of the Earth from sunlight for many years, plunging it into darkness and cold. Volcanic ash will be shed with torrents of deadly acid rains. Groundwater heated by magma chambers will evaporate and fall in endless showers. There will be a rapid rise of the level of the ocean and rivers. Ice caps will start to crumble and disappear due to the activity of the volcanoes awakening under them. The whole coastal megalopolises and states will vanish underwater within few hours. The currents of the oceans will change their channels, the Gulf Stream will stop, a sharp warming will be replaced by a sudden cooling, and this will bring lifeless glaciation to once comfortable regions of Europe. The concept of the year seasons will cease to exist as such. The Earth will be overwhelmed by the mightiest earthquakes with the magnitudes over 10, the ones humankind has never faced before. Giant waves of tsunamis, dismissing any obstacles, will go around the planet many times, wiping cities from the face of the Earth. Winds and hurricanes will gain power of unprecedented strength and will become chaotic. The burning gases escaping from the bowels of the Earth will lead to a large-scale natural fires in the remaining regions that have not been flooded. Abrasive radioactive particles at enormous speeds will grind cities into dust. Billions of people will die from natural disasters in their first few months. Imagine what it would look like in our consumerist, immoral world when disasters of this magnitude only begins to mount. Food, economic, energy, and social crises would grow until civilization collapses completely. The usual life will no longer be available to any of the inhabitants of the Earth. Lack of portable water and food would turn people into packs of embittered armed gangs killing each other for a piece of bread. Unsanitary conditions, outbreaks of epidemics, pestilence, looting, and devastation would engulf the cities. Survivors would roam around lifeless lands in search of food and shelter. Those living will envy the dead. Such is the cycle of 12,000-year cataclysm in its apogee. And this time, it will be stronger than usual because it falls on a difficult period of time when a very sick planet, which we ecologically tormented, is added to a 24,000 year cycle. We have already faced a ruthless enemy that is destroying us. We have no time to continue staying idle, as the synchronization and cascade of the ongoing cataclysms is growing inexorably. We need to find a solution on how to put up a defense against our only external enemy. The enemy is strong, therefore all the power of uniting 8 billion people is needed. We need to use all our scientific potential, but this is impossible in the format of consumer society we have now. Today, science serves private capital, not the salvation of humankind. That is why we so urgently need the format of creative society, where it is not the private interest that will dominate, but our common human interest that will. We must hurry to unite and mobilize all scientists. All scientific, technical, and intellectual potential needs to be invested in one task: finding solutions to counter the impact of cyclicality, since every action has its counteraction. We will be able to find a solution to avoiding climate collapse and to humankind survival only when all of humanity consolidates. The choice is up to us. It's up to each one of us. It's up to you.
The video we just watched is key. We now understand the real reason for climate change. We see that cyclicity is the main reason for climate change. It happens every 12,000 years. The cycles vary in the intensity of destruction. Every other is always more destructive. So every 24,000 years, we experience the most dramatic catastrophes and change. And the cycles in between, which will be the 12,000 year, is less destructive compared to the 24,000 year one, which is the one we're entering right now. You have just seen the facts. Why is it that the truth is not available to us? Why do we still see misleading information about CO2? It is absolutely absurd that we see people dying all the time because we support the stupidity of CO2. This big business is costing us lives. Our next speaker, Joe Blundell, who is a researcher, inventor, and entrepreneur, will tell us more about 12,000 year cycles.
Well, first of all, I really would like to thank the Creative Society for allowing me to share this information with everybody at this crucial time in all of our lives. And I truly appreciate being invited to speak. We definitely know climate changes, and it changes catastrophically. When you actually go back into geologic records, ice core samples, volcanic data, you find that not only has this cyclicity occurred very recently, but quite frequently and exactly lining up with that great year cycle, the cycle of the yugas, if you will, the 24 to 26,000 range of our crossing of a very interesting region of space. 12,000 years ago, it was Campi Flegrei in Italy. 24,000 years ago was the Tambora in New Zealand that lines up exactly with the cycle. Go back 36,000 years, once again, same supervolcano off Italy, the Campi Flegrei volcanic fields. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention the king of all recent cyclical disasters. And that is the Mount Toba eruption of 75,000 years ago. And to give you an idea of how enormous Toba was and how utterly destructive it was, when it went off, the human populace bottlenecked down to 7,000 to 10,000 people. When you look at a supervolcanic explosion, it dwarfs the weaponry of man to an amazing degree. It is equal to 1,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs being exploded every single second. The amount of ejecta, the amount of matter thrown into the air is so great that it sparks volcanic winters. And that's what really gets us, because when the crops get bad, people start starving, but it's not just the starving. To really illustrate how dangerous volcanoes are, I'd have to point at the fall of Rome. And what happened during that? People got hungry, people got sick, and the plague of Justinian set in. And 100 million people in Europe dropped dead in a matter of years. The volcano killed them. The fight that we're in now is for the potential survival of our species. If we fail, we face the real possibility that if we don't get our act together and start preparing for this cataclysm, we face the very real possibility of extinguishing human life on the earth. A supervolcano is quite capable of completely taking a species out. And I say, if we come together correctly, if we really put our hearts and our minds to the task of preparing correctly, then we could not only survive what's coming, we could be the first species on this nice little blue marble to thrive through the next cyclical destruction. I think we're ready for more. I think that we've reached a point in our maturity where we could start coming together. And I'm not saying, oh, the government's going to come together. No, we as people can start coming together and really making a massive headway towards that is the force of the love. It's the unity. It's the unifying of mankind. So who's going to unify man? Maybe that's us right now. Maybe that's our job. We still have the vast resource of creativity that we can tap into when we get everybody unified towards a goal. And I can think of no better goal than preparing for a disaster really does you twofold good. And along that idea of preparedness, when you really stop and think about it, you're not safe in a world unless your neighbor is also prepared. And so that's really a good incentive to start unifying. It's not a hard concept to understand. In order for you to have a civilization to hand down to your children, in order for you to have something to give them, you have to first build it. Thank you all so very much for having me. Once again, from the bottom of my heart, the Creative Society and everybody involved, thank you so much for helping spread this message. Because the fact of the matter is, we are all in this together, whether people realize it or not. And what you're doing, I believe, is part of that ascending part of the cycle. You're being a force of unification, and that is absolutely what we need now, more than anything.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joe. We really appreciate you being with us today, and thank you so much for the wonderful words. And it may appear to be frightening reality that such terrible events are taking place, and we can't do anything about it. But we are here to discuss the solution, which we're discussing right now, because there is still a way out. Furthermore, we'll show that climate change is also happening synchronously on other planets in the solar system. But right now, let's return to Earth and see what's going on our planet.
Today, scrolling through the news feed, we see how natural disasters are increasing around the world. But if we look around, it may seem to us that cataclysms occurring in other countries or on other continents do not concern us because they are so far away. However, the reality is just the opposite. Our planet has entered a phase of instability and anomalies. While one part of the planet is drowning, another one is dying from droughts. Drought is about to become the next pandemic, and there is no vaccine to cure it. Most of the world will be living with water stress in the next few years. Demand will outstrip supply during certain periods, said Mami Mitsutori, the UN Secretary General's Special Representative for Disaster Risk Reduction. Shortage of drinking water is not even a catastrophe, it is death. This year, 2021, marked the first water shortage in the Colorado River, which provides water to about 40 million people in the western United States and more than 10,000 square miles of farmland. The Colorado River feeds two major reservoirs, Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Its water level has dropped to its lowest level on record. This year alone, drought and water shortages have significantly changed the usual human life on almost all continents. The effects of drought are already directly affecting many people and are getting worse. Food shortages, a spike in commodity prices. Has this already affected you? Or are you still not seeing this? The dry summer of 2021 in Kazakhstan led to an overall decrease in yields and livestock deaths. In 2020, Kazakhstan exported about 8 million tons of grain to 40 countries, but the forecast of grain exports for 2021 has decreased by almost 30%, down to about 6 million tons. According to the president of Kazakhstan, the declining wheat harvest in several regions of Kazakhstan will jeopardize food security in the Central Asian region by 2030. This is a simple, practical example that the fight against climate change is our common cause. Shallowing of waterways in Argentina is already causing supply disruptions. Brazil is the largest exporter of soybeans, coffee, and sugar, and the second largest supplier of corn and iron ore. A drought in that country is exacerbating the crisis in the global supply chains for these commodities and raw materials. The familiar aromatic Brazilian coffee is becoming more expensive and has already become a scarce commodity. These are just a few examples amongst many. In the world, all supplies are links of one global chain. A breakdown in one of them poses a threat to the supply chain around the world. What awaits us? The permafrost melting threatens to have equally devastating consequences for millions of people living in the coldest regions of the planet. This problem will affect over 70% of the infrastructure in the polar cities of Russia, Canada, and the United States. And these processes can no longer be stopped regardless of future measures established by the Paris Agreements. According to the estimations made by scientists at the Russian Institute of the Earth's Cryosphere, the boundary of the permafrost zone has moved more than 30 kilometers to the north over the past 40 years. According to Dmitry Drozdov, director of the institute, this process is irreversible and it is impossible to stop it. Houses in permafrost land are installed exactly on 8-meter-long ad-freeze piles. We have a thawing of up to 5 meters deep everywhere, so we are only 3 meters away from the critical point, said the director of the Environmental Education Center. Where are people supposed to go? After heavy rains and flooding of crops in the major vegetable province of Shandong, the cost of vegetables in the Chinese capital has risen sharply by almost 40% in just 1 month. In the opinion of China's popular microblog Weibo users, vegetables are now more expensive than the country's staple meat, pork. The sunny state of Texas appeared to be unprepared for the drastic changes in temperatures during the winter of 2021. In this typically warm southern state, the temperature dropped to minus 18 degrees Celsius. Due to high demand for indoor heating, the entire energy system failed, freezing in their own homes. Many people were forced to stay warm in their cars and cook food using candles.
Look at the water. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it at all. Look.
Because the pipes had burst from the frost, there were problems with the water supply, making people wait in line for hours to get drinking water.
My house has still water frozen, all the pipes are frozen, and I have 6 children to take care of.
The electricity crisis set in motion a chain of consequences that led to a humanitarian catastrophe. People were not prepared to face such abnormal conditions. There was no electricity for 3 days, no water for 3 days. I didn't have food for 60 hours, and I felt very bad. The residents of Texas could not have imagined that tomorrow they would be on the brink of survival.
Everything's flooded.
Today, climate anomalies are occurring all over the planet. Anyone can become trapped. That's what happened to the residents of the Chinese city of Zhengzhou in July 2021. As they stepped into the subway car, people had no idea what a nightmare this trip would turn out to be for them. And some of them would never come home to their loved ones again. Due to abnormal precipitation, 1/3 of the annual rainfall fell within just 1 hour. Subway tunnels were flooded by the flash flood. Subway cars were blocked, and one of them ended up being submerged in water. I was very scared, but the most frightening thing was not the water, but the decreasing air supply in the car, said one of the subway passengers. Global climate change has already caused food shortages around the world, and the situation is worsening catastrophically. Will we have anything to eat and drink tomorrow? More than 1,140,000 people in Madagascar are desperately trying to survive the famine due to the drought.
We cut them like this, but this one can't be cut. It's as hard as a tree. Today we have absolutely nothing to eat except cactus leaves.
Hungry, homeless, and desperate people literally pounce on arriving humanitarian aid trucks that carry basic necessities and food. They snatch the bags from one another. Confrontations erupt, leading to fistfights. Even today, natural disasters are dramatically changing people's fates. A person finds himself alone with his grief. And the facts confirm this. Where should people caught in the epicenter of natural disasters go? After all, their losses from the raging disasters are incalculable. The consequences of climate change will not spare any of us. In the end, people may lose the most precious thing they have, life. Tomorrow, you may be faced with the question, how can I survive? Natural disasters take us off guard, and as a consumer society, we are failing to cope with that. And this is our reality. But we still have our only chance to survive, and that is to build the creative society. What kind of society we choose, such will be our future. And today, this choice depends on each and every one of us.
What we just witnessed is only the beginning of the cyclical process. Right now, we saw how climate affects economy, agriculture, infrastructure, etc. But how does it affect human lives? Let's hear it directly from a person who understands how disasters impact people's lives. I would like to introduce Alex Landos, who is a photojournalist, humanitarian, and environmental activist, who talks with us about his experience covering natural and climate-related disasters around the world. I would like to note that Alex is the person who devotes his life to helping people, and it is a great pleasure to see Alex among the active participants of the Global Crisis Conference, among those who actively informs about the creative society. Alex, we're happy that you're here with us today, and please don't forget to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm happy to be on this broadcast.
Thank you for the introduction. My name is Alex Londos. I am the owner of Advanced Disaster Relief. It's an international disaster relief company I started a few years ago. So over the last few decades, since about 2002, I started doing a lot of photojournalism, humanitarianism, going on homeless outreach projects, and doing a lot of environmental activism projects. So over the last 2 decades, I've personally responded to dozens of major hurricanes, lightning events, droughts, forest fires, floods, and even some major landslides. I went to Ghana during the peak of the Ebola outbreak in 2014, and I volunteered in Nepal after that major earthquake in 2015. After that, the next year, I went on an independent humanitarian mission to Iraq. I helped out there for a month. It was exciting going along with the Peshmerga military, transporting supplies and aid. So throughout my career, I've seen climate-related disasters and superstorms get exponentially worse, and they will continue to get worse in the following years and the following decades. Climate change is no longer an existential threat. We are in an unprecedented and uncomprehendable climate emergency right now. So broadcasts like this are very, very important. So I'm concerned that we're just not prepared. We're not doing enough. We're not ready for the disasters of the future, and we're not adapting fast enough to where we need to be. Most people don't even have a bug-out bag, and they're not even prepared themselves. We will continue to see and experience more frequent and more severe superstorms and natural disasters around the world. There's going to be larger and greater severe heat waves around the world, regional heat waves, mega droughts, water shortages, uncontrollable forest fires, catastrophic flooding events, and we will also sadly witness mass migrations of refugees. This is exactly what scientists, climatologists, meteorologists, and environmentalists predicted decades ago. They've been warning us, and unfortunately we just didn't listen. So I've been studying environmental science and climate change since 2002. I've taken courses in renewable energy and resources, anthropology, surviving the future, meteorology, green building, construction and design, solar technology, hydroponic food production, nuclear, biological, and chemical first response. I took hazardous materials, fire behavior and combustion. I also completed all of the Red Cross courses. I was volunteering with them for a while. I'd recommend a lot of people, anyone, please take the Red Cross courses. It's a good entry level to get into emergency services. And then I took the EMT course. I also took the CERT course, which stands for Community Emergency Response Teams. I don't know if they have that internationally, but we definitely have it here in the United States. It's underneath Homeland Security and then FEMA. So when I'm out in the field, I always hear people say that I never thought it would happen to me, and they're always surprised when they're, experiencing or they go through a major disaster. So I just want you to take a moment to imagine what would it be like if you were affected by a major disaster, natural or climate related. What if you were affected by a major forest fire? Would you be prepared? If all of a sudden within a week or two you had to get ready for a catastrophic typhoon that was headed directly towards your country, or a major flood, can you imagine how devastated you would be if you lost everything that you owned? If you watched the people around you, the people that you love, the people you love the most, struggle and suffer or even die? And there's nothing that you could do to help them because you didn't have the aid, the resources, or even the training to help. Can you visualize what it would be if people in your community were desperately searching through debris, looking for resources such as food, water, tools, or even clothes to wear? I've been in those situations and I've seen people struggling, and it's horrible. It's a nightmare. What if you had to make some sort of makeshift shelter out of debris just to get out of the rain and the weather, out of the elements, and you had to wait for weeks for humanitarian aid? That is not the society we want to live. That's not how we want things to be. That's not the future that we want to create. So please trust me. I'm right here in front of you, and I've done so many videos like this in the past. The evidence is undeniable. Because of our society's selfishness, our greed, ignorance, because of industrialization, the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, urbanization, arguably overpopulation, because of capitalism and overpopulation, sorry, I said that again, overconsumption, buying and owning things that we don't need, living outside of our means, wasting resources, We are now experiencing the dire consequences of our actions. Our civilization, even when we implement solar and green technologies, we're still a heat engine, so we all have to lower our carbon footprint and our environmental impact. Human activities are emitting large and uncomprehendable amounts of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere at a suicidal rate. Earth's average global temperatures are increasing. Oceans are warming. We'll probably talk about that throughout this broadcast. Pollution is widespread. And Earth's biosphere is collapsing. I mean, we're seeing it. It's happening. We have the evidence, and we have to stop it. Somehow we have to intervene. We have to figure this out. That's why we're working together. The World Meteorological Organization statistics from 1970 to 2019, globally, the top disasters that killed the most amount of people were droughts, storms, floods, and extreme temperatures, in that sequential order. This is really sad. 91% of the deaths that occurred happened in developing countries, 91% of all deaths. So their infrastructure is just not set up to handle these disasters. 74% of all the economic losses were related to weather, climate, or water-related hazards. The top 3 of the 10 disasters, the worst around the world, the most costliest disasters, were in 2017. All 3 of those happened in the United States, and they were all hurricanes. I remember when those happened, I responded to, I think, 2 out of 3 of those. The environment has a profound impact on one's health, as you know. I mean, where you live, where you go, people you surround yourself. So it has a profound impact on our health, our safety, our happiness, and our well-being. And I'm deeply concerned and compassionate about protecting nature, wildlife, as well as the sentient beings that we share this earth. I care about my family, my friends, and all of the children that will transition into this future that we're creating. Sorry. So we're out of balance, and we're all working towards, wow, this is gonna get a lot of views. This wasn't on purpose, sorry. We're all working towards the goals of global sustainability in creation, in alignment with creative society. We will all benefit tremendously. It will help us attain, grow, and build a creative society with resources that we need, and will help secure a habitable and hospitable planet throughout millenniums. I encourage everyone to take the individual initiative to learn more about environmental science and environmentalism that will help allow us collectively become more environmentally conscious. This will help guide us to solving the climate crisis as well as other disasters and challenges of the future. Please reference Creative Society, learn more about how the platform will help us expedite and secure a safe, resilient, and prosperous future where we will all thrive. In conclusion, I would like to sincerely thank all of the participants, volunteers, and supporters of this online conference and Creative Society. In this next video, following my broadcast, you will hear a compilation of heartbreaking eyewitness testimonies from people around the world that have survived major climate-related disasters. My name is Alex Londos. Thank you for watching this broadcast and participating with this program.
It was a really strong earthquake. Its force was very large and the chamber was shallow, so the shocks were noticeably felt. The Hydrometeorological Center announced the forecasted disaster, but it was only 5 seconds before the earthquake. So we had only 5 seconds.
At the same time, a fire broke out in most of Turkey, including this place here, and we didn't have enough helicopters. We had been calling for help for 4 or 5 days, yelling helicopter, helicopter. We were shouting and crying for help until we were hoarse, but there weren't enough of them, and the volunteers were actually on state helicopters too. The area of the fire was enormous. That's why most people evacuated on their own, sadly.
The houses burned down in 20 minutes. Literally, at the snap of fingers. It was the so-called crown fire, which spreads from treetop to treetop. And it spreads fast due to strong winds. The locals say there haven't been such winds in a very long time. It was a land of coal. There was virtually nothing left of the houses. Cars, tractors, motorcycles mangled as if tin cans. When the flames started, a fire broke out. They were elsewhere, outside the village, putting out other fires. When they returned to their home village, they saw that there was actually nothing left of the houses, and they couldn't do anything about it.
All that people have accumulated during their lives, all their belongings, all their simple household articles burned. Tools, motor vehicles, cattle barns. And the wind is so insidious, it turns out that the crown fire is so fast. It burns 20 kilometers an hour. It means that not even a man can escape from it. The fire traveled 120 kilometers in one day. Part of the village is gone here. It was burned to the ground. It was such a sight. Everyone who has a heart probably almost cried at that moment.
I mean, now we're seeing more forest fires go from 0 to 50,000 acres, 80,000 acres within 5 to 7 days. It's just unimaginable. It doesn't matter how many resources you put towards a fire. If there's more wind speed and lower humidity, lower drought, then there's nothing that you can do to stop it.
So far, houses are collapsed, totally collapsed, because the water is 1 meter or 2 meters. So there is no one behind that flood. Everything will collapse. Just people went out and left their properties, their households, their livestock even. They lost their livestock. And these communities, their cattle is their main or the domain of their life, because they construct also their livelihoods from their cattle.
The most horrible is that is the reconstruction, to come back to the life when the disaster pass is the worst moment, because you see the reality. The next day you see the streets, you see the death. We have 2 types of affected population that lost all, the house, whatever, and population evacuated.
Well, of course, it's a huge loss. In addition to the homes, they lost all their plantations. Also, the desalination plants were destroyed. Initially, there was a problem of toxic gases getting into the water pipes, making the water unsuitable for use.
The fire started very close to the town that morning, and there was very little time to evacuate. That being said, 84 people died that day. There was a lot of miracles that happened that said it was incredibly devastating and very scary and painful to witness. And it was my hometown. So about 80% of the town burned, buildings, businesses, schools, churches, residences. Many people lost their home, their possessions, their vehicle, and their livelihood, their work, all in the same day. A lot of people displaced, 50,000 people displaced. Very, very devastating.
I felt like shaking, and I was like, wow, what's going on? And then I wanted to hold on the wall. I wanted to hold on to the wall, and it's fell like this. And I was like, wow, this is earthquake. And then right away, the house started to shake so strong, so shaking. And then I saw the wall like tearing apart. And then thanks to God, I was able to come out. I started to see a lot of people going to the hospital, people blooding, and then with broken leg, broken feet. Blood. It was really, really, really sad to see those people crying. And then there was right away so much traffic in the streets. And then it's there I started to understand the gravity of what just happened.
The earthquakes we had in 2017 and 18, it happened 10 miles outside of our city. And during this time, a lot of people died. One of the incidents was a private school. Children were trapped inside of there. And it was heartbreaking to watch these people stand outside trying to do everything they can to rescue these children. And I don't remember exactly how many children died, but they rescued more than that died, so I'm grateful for that. It was terrifying because that could have been my daughter, that could be your daughter, that could be any of our children. And that's a terrifying thought. I couldn't even imagine the pain that the parents were going through.
The riverbank collapsed at about 7 a.m. while people were still asleep. The water rose 2 meters in record time, around 5 to 6 minutes. People barely had time to wake up. They were climbing on furniture, ran up to the second floor, and also it took some help from neighbors to help people get out through the windows, because they weren't able to open the doors anymore. My aunt was trapped inside her house, and the water rose so fast that there was about 40 centimeters of air left up to the ceiling, meaning they could practically drown. So my cousin had to break the windows to get them out of the house, because otherwise they could have died. The very house that protected you turned out to be a trap that could make you drown.
It was just a total chaos. Lava from the volcano was already in our area, and we could see that it was already flowing up, and we couldn't help it. There was nothing else to do. So we decided to leave to avoid gas poisoning. A lot of people died not from the volcano itself. They died in accidents that were caused by people. They died in accidents that were caused by people who wanted to get out of town, running all over the place. There were over 20 deaths from accidents.
We must understand that nature itself has its own laws and uncertainties. So when faced with a disaster like this, we have no control over it.
And we don't know exactly what will happen in the future, because climate is daily changing, and also people trying to cope with. But in order to help others, we have to help ourselves. As
part of the issue too is that when these disasters happen and time goes by, it's no longer in the news, it's no longer, and people forget. And people are still suffering. People are still out of housing a year later, 2 years later, struggling to get their life back on track. And many of the people were already, near poverty. We can't keep living this way. So where are we as a species? Where are we now? Where have we been? Understanding our history and understanding so much is changing so fast in the world. And then where are we going from here? What does the future hold? And not just for us, for our children and for the future generations to come.
Human life is the first and foremost priority in our life.
We see that at the end of the day, the material things sometimes don't really matter. Everyone is equal in front of disaster, in the sense that when a millionaire or a billionaire has all the money in the world and the money cannot save you.
We noticed one man with kilos gold in his hand and very known wealth status. He has his bike in with him, but he still was begging for food, two-time food, and he was literally crying that take whatever you want, take whatever you want from me, because he has money in his home, but he don't has any food for his two-time survival. So people were completely aware with this situation that money and other things is not necessary. What is necessary is that time humanity and how you have whatever is coming with you.
If we won't be able to unite, if we don't see the need for it and don't realize it, then later it may be too late.
It's just a shame that people come together only during disasters, and that's where the sadness comes in. We should be getting together beforehand. We have to speak up. We have to speak out. Now that's a good key for us to come together. We have to be honest.
I just don't know what else it's going to take. I mean, how many more homes have to be destroyed? How many more people are going to die? How many more superstorms are going to completely destroy and ravage areas around the world before more people start realizing that this isn't normal? The spread of misinformation has slowed down our potential progress, all the misinformation, and we're not where we need to be as a society.
The time is running out. If we don't unite now, it will be too late then. Let's not miss our chance.
Dobrý den. Dnes se koná historická
Greetings. A historic event is taking place today. Millions of people from all over the world have come together to learn the truth, and this is extremely important, given, especially now, at such a difficult time for all humanity, because a war is going on right now. The enemy has already come. He's already in our homes. He's destroying everyone and everything. The enemy is attacking, and we don't even know that he has come. While he is conquering our homes, our lands. At this time, we try to play on the enemy's side, giving in and pretending not to notice what is going on, while he is taking our territories. The enemy is attacking, and attacking hard. It is the climate that is our common enemy. Meanwhile, the collaborationists, those who are fighting on the enemy's side, divert our attention from the real external enemy and claim that our enemy is the internal one, whom we have created by our anthropogenic factor. The collaborationists knowingly and willingly collaborate with the enemy to the detriment of their country, their own families, and all of us. For the sake of their own profit, their wallets, cupcakes, they side with the enemy and continue telling us fairy tales. They divide and pit us against each other. And because of them, we're losing this war. We are not resisting. We're giving up our own homes, our own lives. This is a challenge to all of humanity. And the collaborationists tell us that we can sleep peacefully. What peace are they talking about when a war is going on? Do we want the climate to destroy us? The enemy is already in our homes, and there is an unprecedented case of abuse of power on behalf of those to whom we have given our power up. And this case is reaching its peak.
When we tell the truth, calling things by their proper names, the collaborationists of the consumerist format shut our mouths. Silence and lies prevail in society. Nowadays, we're not even allowed to tell the truth. If you say something in social media against the collaborationist ideology of the anthropogenic factor, CO2, that's it. You get banned and cancelled. It's a fight against us, against humanity, all so that someone at the top of the pyramid of power could gorge on cupcakes. People are dying today, right now. The climate is destroying us, yet they keep lying, profiteering from our grief. They shut the mouths of true journalists and buy for 30 pieces of silver those who are willing to write lies sponsored by them. Men, we all see and understand this. They are taking lives, yet we, men, defenders of our homeland, are silent? Or are we not men? Are we cowards? Our children, our families are sacred, and we're giving our loved ones away so that these beasts can devour them. We must understand one simple truth, that we are all one family, or else we will find no way out. The truth is this: either we remember that we are human beings, or we die like stray dogs, because our home will be taken from us very soon. We've been divided for the last 6,000 years. We've been taught to kill each other. We've been tempered in the war against each other. So let's use these skills, perfected over thousands of years, against the most cunning enemy that we as humanity face for the first time. We need to find the courage and strength to endure. To win, we must unite. Otherwise, it is simply a betrayal of our loved ones, of our children and grandchildren. The time in which we live requires courage. It requires real heroes, and not the ones we see in movies. And courage means telling the truth. Thank God there are such heroes today. They are ordinary people who rise up when their country is in trouble. Despite all the prohibitions of collaborationists, they rise up, raise others, tell the truth and defend our common home, our only planet. And we really hope that there will be more and more people like this joining us every day. This is our real hope. It is such planetary heroes that our entire humanity needs, those who can truly save our civilization. Without them, our common enemy will destroy us. There's a war going on right now, and we must remember this. The creative society is the only viable model that can save humanity. And that is why I support this project as best I can. And like many of us, I sponsor it. I believe that sponsoring the Creative Society project is the best investment not only in your own future and the future of your children and grandchildren, but it is also the best investment in the future of all mankind. We can survive this war only by uniting. We must unite not only our will, but also all of our resources and scientific potential. This is the only chance for all of humanity. Only then we will be able to counteract our enemy. Climate is not just waging a war of invasion, it's a war of annihilation. And this enemy takes no prisoners. But we, people, want to live. Therefore, the whole world must know that a war is going on. The time for the truth has come.
Thank you, Dushan. The war is in full progress. Millions of people are losing their homes, their loved ones, and their hope for future. The life of our entire civilization is threatened. And we, through inaction, are giving away our only chance to the enemy. It is indeed time for the truth. And it is with great respect that I present to you our next speaker, Mikhail Kornienko.
Дорогие друзья, я летчик-космонавт Российской Федерации, Герой России.
Dear friends, I am Mikhail Kornienko, a pilot cosmonaut from the Russian Federation, awarded the title of the Hero of Russia. I'm happy to participate in this conference because it is dedicated to global problems that concerns all of us and all sensible people in general. In my opinion, in terms of ecology, we are on the very brink. We can only solve this problem together. I hope this conference will help us with that. I can say that I agree with all your calculations because I have seen all these problems from outer space. I saw the plastic island that floats in the ocean. It's of a different color. All this is terrible, of course. From up there you can see landfills. Forests fallen, just total fallen, like in the Amazon. There are whole sectors of missing forests. Meanwhile, forests are the lungs. Siberia as well as the Amazon are the lungs of our planet. People do this because they have nothing to eat, but the most important thing is certainly the environment. So wherever I travel, wherever event I attend, I start my speech with environmental issues. Unfortunately, we all think that someone will do everything instead of us, don't we? We have a government, right? We have a garbage man who collects some stuff and dump it in landfills. But the point is in ourselves. How did garbage islands appear in the oceans? The key message of my emotional speech is as follows. Guys, let's begin with ourselves. No one will help us, and no one will do anything instead of us. The problem is in our disunity on our planet, isn't it? All other problems originate from that. On our planet, we don't live like a beehive, and we are not like an anthill. We are separated by borders, we are separated by languages. Everyone cares only for themselves on our common spaceship. All other problems arise from that until we understand that we all live on one planet, right? As our American friends and partners astronauts are saying, we're all in the same boat. Nowadays, warming on our planet is widely discussed. As they say, the global warming, but the fact is these are cyclic fluctuations of the climate. They have always happened, we have them right now, and they will recur, right? I'm not a great scientist in this regard, probably this would be a better topic of discussion for climatologists. I'm just expressing my personal, not enlightened opinion. Just as always, the truth is out there. It's an obvious fact that the climate change is taking place. It is present. But this doesn't mean that it is connected with human activities. This yet has to be proven, isn't it? Many people use climate change for their own personal selfish purposes, as nowadays the green agenda has become popular. They go crazy about this agenda. Let's take the project of Greta Thunberg. In my opinion, these are purely business issues. Moreover, it is obvious, completely obvious, that we have drastically damaged our planet. This needs to be dealt with the sooner, the better. Or, for example, Kyoto Protocol. Well, it's a purely commercial project. If you remember, Albert Gore organized this whole thing. It has nothing to do with ecology. This needs to be understood as well. I think it is impossible to unite on a single topic. It is always a complex, all-around thing. I mean, there is a series of issues that will unite all people. It is not only the economy, not only the green agenda or environmental issues. It's an entire range of problems which we must only jointly resolve. I mean, all leading nations. And indeed, maybe we shall all get together on some other platform and say, guys, come on. If we don't realize now that neither dollars are needed, there will be no dollars, no Arctic. We simply won't survive to see it. We have more important things to worry about than sea routes. I travel a lot around the world. People at the grassroots are normal everywhere. They understand everything perfectly well in Europe, in America and in Japan. They write to me a lot and everyone understands the situation. It's only those at the top who do not understand this, the ones above us. I'm coming to an apocalyptic conclusion that if a person crosses some kind of an authority border, which certainly exists, he immediately becomes soft-headed. He stops seeing obvious things. And since we're all under the power of politicians, under the power of presidents, whom, by the way, we have elected, it turns out that we have no choice. Well, it means the election platforms have to be changed. We should all gather at a round table and resolve this issue. They cause wars, they cause dirt. It all comes from the fact that everyone wants to be the king of the hill on our planet. There is no king, and there cannot be any king of the hill there. The one who is strong must help the weak, and the postulate must be embedded in people's heads. 99% of people think like you and me, whereas one people which is a superstructure above us, and which governs the entire earthly community, for some reason they think differently. If we, the entire community, allow this 1% to manage us in a bad way, even in a dreadfully bad way, this means we are doing something wrong. We should gradually change it. We should change it step by step through democratic procedures, through gradual changes in the legislation, because any revolution is an evil. It brings troubled times, loss and fear, and it takes time for the society to recover. We have always seen it more than once, that's enough. Therefore, we should organize such platforms and offer our own options for overcoming the crisis. There is no other way for us, you see, otherwise all of us will die.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kornienko. It's a great honor for all of us to have you here with us, and I absolutely agree with you. We need to build a humanity that lives like a beehive, and we have to build a society that puts human life first. Not money, not profit, not anyone's political, commercial, private, or any other interest, but human life. Then it will be creative society. But unfortunately today, we live in a complete opposite of that. A consumerist society where the purpose of life is endless, ever-increasing consumption. People worship money and use each other for profit. They measure success not by contributions to the common good, but by the ability to consume more than others. And that is consumerist system that itself consuming the most valuable resource, our attention. And profit-driven mass media shapes our reality. As the result of that, attention is so much focused on the political drama, economic problems, and above all, consumption, that we don't even notice how close we are to being extinct as species. I was very happy to hear that Mr. Kornienko understands the cyclical nature of climate change, and that in the existing consumerist format of the society, divided as we are, we simply won't be able to solve this global problem. I was also very touched by the words of Dusan, and he is right that investment into creative society is not just investment into your future, your children's, but also in the entire human race. And that is truly the best investment one can make into building the humanity that lives as one human family on planet Earth. And how would that help to solve climate problem, right? Well, very easily, my friends, by unleashing the unlimited resources of the united humanity. If we combine our scientific, technological, and intellectual resources, we can solve the problem of climate change. And we can solve any other problem on our planet. We can create a prosperous life for 8 billion people, or even 25. We can finally thrive as the humanity. If that's what we really want, of course. Ask anyone you know to describe the society in which they would like to live in. And then compare their answers to what's written in the 8 foundations of the creative society. And I can assure you that it will match 99%. It's because people created these foundations. And that's a fact proven by millions of surveys worldwide. These 8 short paragraphs include everything we want our society to be like, we as humans. So where to start and how can you help? Well, first of all, please read the 8 foundations and then make sure that everyone around you knows about them. That's how we can create a strong electoral request to adopt the 8 foundations of the creative society into the law of each country. That is the only way to unite our humanity on the value of human life. We should let everyone know that we will vote only for those politicians who will support the implementation of the creative society. And very importantly, foundation number 8 will also give us the way to recall any elected official who is not doing a good job without need to protest, chant in the streets, or wait years until the next election. Our time is the most precious resource that we have, and we cannot waste it anymore. The action starts now. If you watch this conference, you know about the 8 foundations, and you do not share this information with everyone you know, then you are stealing their future, and you're wasting your own chance to survive and thrive. At this time, the challenge is to all of the humankind. This is a war state, emergency state right now, and the enemy is climate to all of us. And it will take courage from every single person. So will we accept this challenge, or will we just silently adopt the consequences of our inaction? The choice is ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have a voice, so let's use it for something that will truly benefit us and people in the whole world. Let's vote for those who supports the creative society. Now, I would like to remind you that you are watching a live broadcast of the International Conference Global Crisis Time for the Truth, which was organized by volunteers from 180 countries. The objective of the event is to inform humankind honestly and truthfully about the scale of the climate and environmental crisis, about the impeding threats and the real way out, which we've discussed today, and it is the creative society. And dear viewers, we would also love to hear from you. We would love to hear your understandings and your feedback. So please record them and send them to us to the email info@allatraunites.com. And climate change is not only happening on our planet. So let's take a look at what is going on in other planets in our solar system and how cyclicity is affecting the other planets.
Today, we're witnessing an obvious fact. The climate on our planet is changing rapidly. We're used to looking only under our feet and not looking at the world as a whole. But our planet is a part of the solar system. In order to understand why the Earth's climate is changing, we need to lift our heads up and look at what is happening in the solar system as a whole. After all, the climate on Earth is changing simultaneously with the climate on other planets of the solar system. Let's go on this exploration together and figure it out through actual examples. What happens there in the sky beyond the world we're used to? For 2 decades, the brightness of Neptune was changing according to the 11-year solar cycle. But after 1996, this process was disrupted. global changes took place in the atmosphere of Neptune. This is due to the penetration of galactic cosmic rays into the lower atmosphere, which have an impact on storms and hurricane formation. Also, unusual storms occur on Neptune, and the giant storm discovered in 2018 was the strongest, the brightest, and was wider than the Atlantic Ocean. Moving to the equator, it should have dissolved, but it did not. Instead, it turned and began to move away from the equator. This unpredictable atmospheric behavior is something new to see, NASA states. On our planet, galactic cosmic rays also penetrate into the middle layers of the atmosphere, which is now leading to a global restructuring of the atmosphere. Uranus was considered to be a calm planet, and until 2007, scientists attributed the active weather on Uranus to the influence of the solar heat at the equator. But no one can understand why powerful storms have been raging on the planet since 2014. Previously, the temperature on Uranus was dropping, but since 2014, scientists observed a rapid heating of the planet. Astrophysicist Henrik Mellin notes the following about Uranus. Uranus is unique in that it has remained so very quiet storm-wise for so long that the appearance of these storms in 2014 correlates so well with the abrupt heating of the upper atmosphere. Small variations in Uranus' atmospheric temperature should take place gradually. The fact that the reversal happened relatively quickly means that something dramatic has changed. On Earth, an increase in global atmospheric temperature has also been observed over past 50 years. The power of destructive storms, hurricanes, and a record number of tornadoes has increased on our planet. There is a major storm on Saturn every 30 years, but in 2010, it hit 10 years earlier than it had been expected. And it is the largest to date. The Cassini spacecraft recorded lightning flashes. For comparison, on Earth, such lightning would have been most powerful in the entire history of observations. The storm caused thermal anomalies that altered the circulation, structure, and composition of Saturn's atmosphere from the deep to upper layers. The aftermath of the storm could influence Saturn's northern hemisphere for years to come. Also, for the first time during the entire recorded period, Cassini discovered a giant dust storm on Saturn's moon Titan. But the wind speed on the Earth have increased as well. The sand and dust storms have become more frequent. Increasingly, massive plumes of sand obscure the sky and bring choking air to many parts of Africa, Asia, America, and Europe. According to the professor of astronomy, Imke de Pater, Jupiter is in the midst of global changes too. Now the red spots of Jupiter protrude above the clouds. According to the researchers, this growth signals a temperature increase in that region. As planetary scientist Michael Wong said, no one has ever seen this before. And in the famous Great Red Spot, the largest storm in the solar system from 2009 to 2020, wind speed have also increased up to 10% and continue to grow, which no one has ever seen before. Also, flashes of abnormally strong lightning have become more frequent. Moreover, the number of volcanic eruptions on Jupiter's moon, Io, has increased. Mars is the closest analog of the Earth. And all the processes that have been observed on Mars lately, giant dust storms, landslides, magnetic anomalies, increased seismic activity, ice melting, are now taking place on Earth too. Mars is heating up, and scientists are at a loss as to why this is happening. But the reason for the heating up.
Do you understand how vital is this information? The climate is changing because of cyclicity and not because of human activity, as we are led to believe. It's crucial that this information is valuable to all, as this information can help save billions of lives. Right now, in the consumer society, the truth is hidden from us, the truth that gives us a chance to survive. This is why the transparency and openness of information is an obligatory requirement of the creative society, which is the fourth foundation of the creative society. And today, we don't have transparency because it will affect someone's wallet. As on the myth of CO2 and green energy, one can make a lot of money. People are dying, while we have not even begun to discuss a solution. But how can we find a solution if we don't even know the true causes of climate change? Why aren't the media and politicians warning us? Because in a society there is no transparency, they keep us in dark and blind us with myths of CO2. Because of them, we waste a lot of time. Now it's time for scientific solutions and their practical application. We are already now experiencing climate impact. Imagine how many of us will survive if we don't have countermeasures against this most dangerous enemy, climate change. What are our scientists doing right now? Where are they? Who do they work for? Understand, the countdown has already begun. We are losing precious time with every second that passes. That's why this information is so important. The fact that it's being withheld is the biggest genocide of humanity in our history. We need this truth now more than ever.
Gracias, Alina. Saludos, queridos amigos. Por todo lo que han dicho anteriormente, entendemos que si nos esforzamos.
Hello, dear friends. From what was said earlier, we understand that even if we do our best to save the environment, this will not help us confront climate change. How are we actually saving the environment? We give up plastic bags in favor of paper, for example. But paper is trees, so goodbye forests? Really? We're destroying the lungs of our own planet, our only home. Are we really that stupid? No, of course not. Our problem is different. Collaborationists gather and discuss climate and ecology. But why is the situation only getting worse? Let's take an honest look at what is at the heart of modern society. Manipulation, lies, slavery, silence, power, money, holding on to what's yours and snatching what belongs to others. This is a format that has existed for millennia and continues to progress to this day. Today it is popular to be pushy and ambitious. But originally, ambition meant a desire for power, aggravated selfishness. We have exalted all the lowest human qualities. They say, know your worth. We have worth for everything. Everything is bought and sold, from air to relationships between people. However, the only thing that is least valued today is human life. Today, our lives are worthless because our wallet comes first. In the age of technological advancement, people continue to die from lack of water, food, from air pollution. Our lack of true values has brought us to a dead end. Is there really anything more important than human life? What could be more important than survival when you are on the edge? The climate is one for all. There's no getting away from it. And all the money in the world can't stop it. We need to find a solution as soon as possible. You and I have just watched a video that clearly shows the true threat. It is the external energy impact on our planet. And our task is to find an equal energy response to that impact. This is precisely the reason why we need to combine all of our scientific potential. It's not just a noble cause or powerful words, it's our chance to survive. The only one. the last one. This requires the participation of all people and the entire scientific world community. Even if 100 or 1,000 scientists come together, this won't be enough. It is necessary that literally all the scientists in the world search for the right solution from various scientific areas. And this is the moment when we must make the decisive choice, life or death. Frankly speaking, we should have made this choice much earlier. Now, every day counts, and every minute can cost us human life. We hear about forecasts for the next decades, but people, we haven't got that much time. We don't even have 10 years. It's very important to act quickly. We're now in the zone of energy impact, and by the time we get it to speak, we should already have a ready-made solution. But even all the scientists of the world require time to find and develop a solution, and we're running out of time and resources every day. Until recently, we've had no answer to the question of how to unite, and it seemed impossible to us. But today, there is an answer. It is in changing the consumerist mindset to the creative one. In choosing to develop, choosing to survive, in choosing to live. If we really want to live, we must act. And already now, we must change the format of society now. Create conditions for scientists and give them the opportunity to work when there are no vested interests left, when every scientist has one goal, to find a way for all of humanity to survive. We can create these conditions, but only together. Volunteers of the ALLATRA International Public Movement have been talking about this for years, talking to the whole world by organizing so many interviews, social surveys, conferences, reports, articles. People from 180 countries have done a tremendous amount of work. We found out that what people want, altogether we found a way out, the creative society. The creative society is a model based on the best aspirations of people from all over the world. It is the creative society that the prophets of all time have spoken about. Do you know why people have been unable to build it before? Because the knowledge that the prophets brought and that could enable people to unite was distorted by people themselves. Everything was turned into business, but now it's no longer our business. The climate is changing, everything is changing. The economy, politics, everything. Our lives are changing. It is obvious that the time has come for us to change too. To build the creative society in order to preserve humanity, that's what should be the demand from society. There are comments from many of our viewers throughout the conference. So what do we do? What's the way out, friends? When we all together realize that this is a serious matter, that we need to unite, we will succeed. It all depends on each of us. If we want to stay alive, if we want to have a future for our children and grandchildren, we must tell everyone who doesn't already know about the creative society as soon as possible. Yes, there are those who don't want to listen, turn away, don't want to understand, don't want to accept, but we need to tell everyone, even those people. They are part of society, they're responsible like all of us. They vote, they make choices, and if their choice is in favor of those who only stand in the way of making the right decisions on the political level, that means they haven't yet understood something. And the speakers today were right. We should only vote for those politicians who support the creative society. The facts presented at this conference and at the previous ones give us a complete understanding of the situation. It is impossible to turn a blind eye to them. Just share what you know and what you've understood with everyone else. Let's look together for ways to inform humanity to come up with new, effective ways. In the past, we had no technical ability to unite, but now we do. And this conference is a good example. And this moment we have gathered together, people from all over the world, some in the morning, some at night, but we are all here speaking in 100 languages of the world because we know how important that is, because we're not waiting for someone to decide something for us. We have organized among ourselves, and we are here, and those who aren't with us now are the people who just don't know about the creative society yet, and our job is to make sure that they learn about it as soon as possible. Our ecology is in a deplorable state, and we still have no answer to climate change, but silence and inaction is much scarier. That's what leads to our demise. But there is a way out, and if we don't tell everyone about it, the fate of Mars, the planet, awaits us. Friends, while our fate is in our hands, we should use this chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear friends, we've heard all the evidence, we've seen the truth, and we know why climate is changing. But right now, we do not have much time to inform people and to unite. We need to act quickly. The scientists should have already been working on a strategy of how to combat the cyclical process a long time ago. But here we are still supporting the myth of CO2. Millions of people today are trying to do everything they can to inform all so that we can unite in one idea to build the creative society. Because our inaction each day costs human lives. We have to move fast if we want to survive. We have to inform everyone of this solution. And I would like to say that this is the only solution. And we need to inform people as soon as possible. And now I would like to pass the word to Konstantin Rybachuk.
Good afternoon. Every week, we monitor and cover climate disasters around the world in the Breaking News Project. And already last year, in 2020, we noticed a spike in the number of cataclysms across the planet. It was quite bizarre. Over a short period of time, in less than a month, massive floods hit every continent except Antarctica. They came like waves covering large areas. Then they calmed down a little to only be followed by a new, even more powerful blow. We saw the beginning of the cataclysmic synchronization. You could notice this pattern in other natural disasters as well. We continued to observe this new phenomena, and it confirmed our worst assumptions. This year, the progression not only persisted, but increased. Today, even within a single region, a country, a state, or even a city, there is synchronization. The media all over the world shows many examples of floods, fires, and storms cascading down the same region, followed by abnormally cold weather. The facts and evidence presented at the last year's and today's conference explain what has been happening to the climate, including the synchronization. But tell me, why is virtually no one talking about this? Can't people see that? What other proofs do you need? When you will be standing neck deep in the water and drowning, or your child will be drowning, will you also ask for proof, or you will act without delay? Cataclysms, they don't care at all whether you believe them or not. Go ahead and tell them that you don't believe those who died in climate disasters and those who are left with nothing on the street. Each day takes more and more human lives. Sooner or later, it will affect us all, and then there will be nothing we can do. So, while there is still time, we must act, we must unite, build a creative society, and look for a way to survive together. Just over 4 months have passed since the last conference. We have done more extensive monitoring and analysis of the disasters which occurred during this time and their aftermath. We have used all available sources of information, weather portals, climate monitoring platforms, news sources, social media of eyewitnesses, and others. We are well aware that we have not taken into account all the natural disasters and cataclysms that have been on the planet over this period, but even that data that we were able to collect was horrifying. Unfortunately, there were so many natural disasters on the planet in these 4 months that a video with all these events would take the time of the whole conference and maybe even more. So we will show you only a small part, the most large-scale, abnormal and destructive ones. Let's see what we, as humanity, have paid for these 4 months of inaction.
Since our last conference, global crisis, this already affects everyone. But even in this short period, the number of climate disasters has grown to record numbers. The first event that we observed happened during the live broadcast of the conference on July 24, 2021.
And I just wanted to also quickly mention that right now I'm in the Metro Detroit area in Michigan, and currently, as we're speaking right now, we have a tornado warning right here and also a severe thunderstorm warning happening right now. So we can see that climate has no stop.
On that very day, several major disasters occurred simultaneously in different parts of the world. People in Belgium were hit by floods. Records of maximum temperatures were set in Primorsky Krai of the Russian Federation, while in South Africa, cold temperature records were broken, and for the first time in many years, it snowed. This fact became starting point for monitoring climate disasters. We knew that there would be a lot of them over the next 4 months, but no one expected so many. July 2021. This month, the water element was more destructive and deadly than ever. Looking ahead, we'd like to point out that during the entire monitoring period, which is more than 4 months, not a single day has passed without a large-scale flood in the world. In July, China was hit by record rains, which were called torrential rains of the millennium. The city of Zhengzhou alone received almost annual precipitation within 3 days. More than 14.5 million people were affected by flooding in Henan province, and at least 302 people died. The disaster caused enormous damage to infrastructure, agriculture, and the coal mining industry, which led to a protracted energy crisis in the country. Dams, barrages, roads, and houses were destroyed. Before the local residents were able to recover from the effects of the floods, China was hit by Typhoon Infa on July 25. As a result, 1.5 million people had to be evacuated. The forces of nature did not bypass India either. At the end of July, there were heavy rains there as well, which for the period from July to November led to devastating floods and landslides. As a result, more than 16.5 million people were affected, and the number of casualties exceeded 420.
On this year, 22nd July, very heavy rain had come in Chiplun area in Maharashtra, and suddenly water started to gain and become a very flooded area in few hours. So people don't have much time to ship their own stuff or own things. So they just left that at home and run away from the city. But after they come, that they can't see even their home on their place. So completely houses was shifted and left it from their place.
Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, in Nuristan province, just overnight, between July 28th and 29th, a flood washed away 170 houses and killed 113 people. Many did not even have time to wake up. In the last week of July alone, 19 countries around the world were hit by large-scale floods, and for many of them such events are far from being typical. Moreover, large-scale floods are only a small part of the events that took place. While one part of the planet was drowning, the other part was burning. Uncontrolled wildfires caused by an abnormal heat wave broke out across Europe in July. For example, on the Italian island of Sardinia, the fire reached an unprecedented scale, which had not previously been recorded in the entire history of observations. 1,500 inhabitants of the island were forced to urgently leave their homes, but many of them had nowhere to return to. The heat also hit Turkey, which had experienced the worst wildfire season in its history. The fire engulfed 30 provinces, and thousands of local residents and tourists were urgently evacuated.
I live in the middle of the fires. In general, about 13,500 hectares burned in 8-9 days, and it is a serious figure. Unfortunately, due to lack of interference in the first 4-5 days, the fires intensified due to wind and heat. I experienced this kind of thing for the first time. I will never forget the day the fire started. There was a strong wind and abnormal temperatures were pushing in.
In Greece, the maximum temperature reached 47.1 degrees Celsius. As a result, more than 100,000 hectares of forest burned out due to natural fires. The fire destroyed and damaged hundreds of homes, forcing thousands of people to leave their villages and towns. International aid was required to put out these fires. In July and August, fierce forest fires also raged across other European countries. The forests of France, Spain, Northern Macedonia, and even Finland were burning. At the same time, on another continent, in Northern California, United States of America, the Dixie Fire gained strength. It became the largest single fire in the history of the state and burned the area 3 times the size of New York. Another important fact is also worth mentioning. July 2021 was the hottest month in the entire history of meteorological observations. For example, in Japan, between 19th and 25th of July alone, 8,122 people were hospitalized due to heat, and at least 23 people died. This means that we are to expect even longer heat waves in the near future, and nowadays, as we know, they are already leading to an increase in mortality among people. In North America, only 6 days of unprecedented heat led to the death of almost 700 people, according to official data. But according to experts, there are many more victims of abnormally high temperatures. Paradoxically enough, while the Northern Hemisphere was abnormally hot, record low temperatures were observed in the Southern Hemisphere due to a cold wave coming from Antarctica, particularly in the South American countries. August 2021. Simultaneously with the sweltering heat wave, massive fires continue to ravage the world. They are extremely difficult to put out due to strong winds, high temperatures, and degassing of the planet's interior. As of August 12th, 5 of the 6 continents were on fire. Only Antarctica was not burning. The fire in Yakutia reached its climax in August. According to remote monitoring by the Federal Forestry Agency, the fire has destroyed more than 8.5 million hectares of forests, which exceeds the size of Austria. It became the world's biggest fire of 2021.
The picture that we saw shocked us. And of course, we couldn't remain indifferent. Already on approach to the city, there was a persistent smell of smoke in the plain, a smell of burning.
On August 25, after the fires, heavy rains came to Yakutia, causing mud flows. And a few days later, the first snow fell, which is abnormal for this time of year. Yakutia is not the only region on the planet that experienced severe floods immediately after the fires. The same happened in Italy, France, Greece, and the United States, and 77 people died in Turkey because of the water element. Meanwhile, in addition to the Dixie Fire, two other big fires were raging in California, the McFarland Fire and the Calder Fire. In early August, the state territory was hit by a severe drought. The water level in the local reservoir was critically low. This led to a shutdown of the hydropower plant, and hundreds of thousands of people were left without electricity. In August and September, the historically powerful Hurricane Ida hit the United States. It intensified from Category 2 to 4 in just one day, reaching speeds of 241 kilometers per hour.
Wind, maybe 5 minutes, and then just everything was decimated.
In the past, hurricanes quickly weakened once they hit land, but Ida, having reached the mainland, kept up its intensity for another 6 hours. For a while, it even reversed the flow of the Mississippi River. Even more abnormally, the hurricane penetrated inland for almost 2,400 kilometers, affecting 22 states and causing historic flooding in New York and New Jersey. Floodwater caught people in basements, where they were hiding from the approaching storm, and many died inside their cars, which were overflowed with water. Ida claimed the lives of 96 people. On August 14, Haiti was hit by the most destructive earthquake of 2021 with a magnitude of 7.5. According to official figures, it claimed the lives of more than 2,000 inhabitants of the island. The number of victims exceeded 650,000. About 30,000 families lost their homes. Immediately after the deadly earthquake, Haiti was hit by a powerful storm Grace, lacking strong shelters as their homes had been damaged and destroyed. People were left defenseless against the onslaught of the storm.
After the earthquake, we have some people are afraid to go inside because their house is concrete, and then it's like for them it's better to sleep outside. But what makes it worse is just because right after the earthquake we had the hurricane, like the cyclone, and then they had to go back to their houses, even if they didn't feel okay sleeping under the concrete house.
In August, catastrophic floods continued synchronously around the world. In Nigeria, 100,000 residents were affected and dozens of people died. In Venezuela, the flood claimed 20 lives. Tens of thousands of people were left homeless. In the same month, heat records were broken in different regions of the planet. In some places, the temperature exceeded plus 50 degrees Celsius.
I'm an Italian from Sicily. The temperature record of 48.8 degrees was registered in Syracuse province. This is an exceptional event that was registered on our territory. We got used to high temperatures, but not to such peaks.
In Greenland, on August 14, it rained for the first time in history. Before that, apart from snow, there had never been any other kind of precipitation there. August especially vividly demonstrates the synchronicity of climate disasters. On some days, the planet experienced a large number of record-breaking natural disasters simultaneously. The climate disaster that we saw are only a small part of what had happened in less than 1.5 months. Tens of thousands of homes destroyed, hundreds of thousands of victims worldwide, lives that can never be brought back, are the price of each day without a creative society.
После увиденного у меня возникает один вопрос. Сколько еще должно погибнуть человек по всему миру, чтобы мы с вами поняли, что происходит с климатом и с нашей планетой? И кто гарантирует нам, что среди этих людей не будешь ты или я, или наши дети? Все перечисленные факты указывают на то, что происходит с планетой. Вы же видите, что с каждым днем нашего...
You see, with every day of our inactivity, the situation is only getting worse and worse. Just look at the progression in the past 4 months, like how things have gotten worse, and this is only gonna get worse. And what will happen in a year? We are told that the trouble will come in like 2060, but we are smart and educated people, and we understand that if we don't change anything, there will be no year or no counting to 2060 at all. We all want it to be a peaceful and a quiet space around us. So basically, in 2060, it will be so. Quiet and calm, just like it's on Mars right now, but without us. So we must act now without any kind of delay. So what exactly can anyone do? First of all, to accept the truth as it is, get into it and figure out into it for yourselves. Just try to understand when you are just sit on the couch and are not interested in the most important things, the information comes to you from different sources, fragmented and distorted, and inside of you there's a plague by doubts. But when you start to get into it yourself and you see the real picture and the holistic situation, and thanks to such actions of different people all over the planet, this conference was born, and it will allow you to save a lot of time to understand what's really happening with climate and with our planet. So once you understand, you will realize that building a creative society is our only chance. The important thing now is to inform all the people about this and to make them aware of the real case and real situation on the planet and with the climate. And we need to use all of our potential for everybody to understand like how fruitful and needed it is for the person. And the most complicated stage in the buildup of creative society, which is the first step, the stage of informing other people. But when people truly will understand that the creative society is the only chance to stay alive, the process of unification and further actions will occur rapidly. But for this to happen, each of us has to try really, really hard. Don't look at this as a stranger. This is your home, this is your life, and this is your society. Now, and some of the people, they meet this information with aggression and with sexuality. And I'm trying to appeal to you. You have to know the aggression is being bred or born by fear. So many people don't want to hear the truth because they fear it. And so we are afraid, and so we don't want to hear the truth. But if we are afraid, and if you're not willing to hear it, to closing your eyes or ears on what is actually going on, that doesn't mean that it will stop happening just because you're not observing, or will stop in itself. So let's just try to be honest, and everybody is afraid, and this is completely normal. Only an abnormal or responsible person will not be afraid. But the real courage here, this is not the absence of fear, but it is an ability to step over it. Because by stepping over the fear and communicating and speaking the truth, we become stronger. And this is much more effective and expedient for our survival than, for example, facing the facts with fear and hiding our heads in the sand as ostrich. But we are not ostriches. We are human. And in each and every one of us, there's courage inside. And so we are able to manifest it, to have the courage to say the truth, to have the courage to inform. I also like to stress your attention why today it's so important to tell the truth. It's simply because it will be fair to humans and humanity as a whole, because then we will have the choice to make the choices at all, where to invest your attention and all the potential. It is clear that the truth is really scary, but when we know that there is a way out, and it is being motivating and sobering for us. All of this information is being brought up just for the single purpose that there still is a chance. This is why this is our job to act now, and our objective is not to scare each other, but to make sure to care for people, for every single person to understand that they need to act now. And the real heroism here is to accept the truth as it is today, and without distortion, to carry it forward honestly and openly. So I'd like to thank for tens of thousands of people around the world who participated in preparation of this conference, to millions of people around this planet who support the project, the Creative Society, and does it for one single person, to knock on all the doors. We have the same interests. We are people, and we want to live, and we want to preserve life to our loved ones and relative ones. We want to preserve life for all of the humanity. And I'm sure that in the nearest future, there are going to be billions of us. But how quickly it's going to happen, it depends on each and every one of us. Therefore, let us have courage, friends, and more of it. Thank you.
September 2021. In September, synchronization of volcanic activity in different parts of the planet was recorded. Eruption of the Cumbre Vieja volcano covered the island of La Palma in Spain with red-hot lava. Lava flowing at the speed of 700 meters per hour had already destroyed more than 2,500 houses. Over 7,000 residents were evacuated, and the evacuation continued even a few months later.
Atención, atención. Habla la Guardia Civil. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas. Por favor, desalojen las viviendas.
It's horrible. It's horrible how to see the volcano, the lava slowly eating the houses, and the lava eats the houses of my family and my friends. And horrible for the people. The people running, crying. I don't know what to do. Where I go, where I sleep, where I eat. What is my life? What is my... Where? What? No, where? Where is my house? And nowadays, we have people living in cars, 2 bedrooms flat, living 14 people.
Lava absorbs everything in its path. Entire cities, pastures, plantations, agricultural lands. The island gradually gets covered with toxic volcanic ash, while the air gets poisoned. Scientists said they could not predict when the eruption would end. That same month, on the other side of the Earth, in Hawaii, a new eruption of Kilauea volcano began. The US Geological Survey raised the danger level to the highest one. Europe's largest active volcano, Etna, also erupted in September. The ash column rose 9,000 meters high. In the first week of September, residents of Mexico were hit by a number of extreme natural disasters. The center state of Hidalgo experienced severe flooding. In one of the hospitals, oxygen supply devices stopped working due to a power outage. As a result, at least 17 people died. An earthquake of 7.1 magnitude occurred in the state of Guerrero in southwestern Mexico. Its hypocenter lay close to the surface of the Earth at a depth of only 10 kilometers, so the tremors were felt across a long distance. On September 27, an earthquake struck the island of Crete. The European Seismological Center initially reported the magnitude of 6.5, but it was later downgraded to 6.0. The epicenter was located 20 kilometers from the capital of the island of Heraklion. The depth of the hypocenter of the earthquake was also small, about 10 kilometers. It is worth noting that compared to the same period last year, there are more earthquakes with magnitude above 6. Additionally, the amount and magnitude of aftershocks are also increasing, which indicates alarming dynamics. The super typhoon Chantu hit the northern islands of the Philippines. bringing destructive winds and torrential rains. It became one of the worst storms of 2021. The wind speeds reached 260 kilometers per hour. The typhoon left the region without electricity and forced evacuation of more than 11,000 people. The consequences of the Chantu were felt by the people of China, South Korea, and Japan. In September, waves of abnormal heat covered new regions of the planet. For the Northern Hemisphere, such temperatures at the end of September are extremely abnormal. October 2021. The heat records continued in early October, as October 2nd became the hottest day in the history of 4 countries all at once: Iran, Morocco, China, and South Korea. Cyclone Shaheen brought a disastrous flood to the desert. A devastating storm and hail hit Muscat, the capital of Oman. The city streets were flooded, power supply facilities and roads were damaged. 13 people died. More than 5,000 local residents were forced to leave their homes. In just one day, Muscat received double the average annual rainfall. Such a disastrous phenomenon occurred for the first time in the history of this country. In October, a large number of storms with abnormally large hailstones were reported across the world. Hailstones of about 15 centimeters in size hit Libya along with rain and squally winds. Huge hailstones pierced the roof of houses, damaged cars, and building facades. Australian residents became victims of a similar natural disaster. The size of the hailstones reached 16 centimeters, which is a record for this country. Huge blocks of ice damaged cars and buildings. The hail fell with such force that it even pierced the roof of a shopping mall, from where about 400 people were promptly evacuated. Another anomalous fact is that Australia was hit by hailstorms more than 10 times during October. Europe was hit simultaneously by 2 powerful storms, which affected the territories of over 10 countries. Strong winds damaged power lines, disrupted railway traffic, demolished roofs of houses, and uprooted trees. In September and October, cataclysms cascaded over the territory of Italy. In the northern and central parts, there was a storm with heavy downpours. 7 tornadoes hit the north of the country on September 19. And on October 5, rain, hail, and tornadoes covered the historical center of Catania and caused serious damage to residential buildings and businesses. A day earlier, severe floods hit several provinces of Italy, setting a European precipitation record. A strong storm broke out, causing record rains, floods, and landslides. Meanwhile, over 500,000 lightning strikes were registered within 48 hours.
It was just one rain. There was so much lightning that I can't remember for all my life. I shot it on my video camera. I was video recording, just having time to take pictures of the lightning. You can't imagine how many of them there were. Well, before all that, there was such a strong gust of wind that I had to hold on to the doors of the entrance. I was just being blown away. I was just parallel to the ground. I mean, the wind was so strong. I don't know what it was, a tornado or whirlwind. In general, I just saw that some deliveries boxes flew away. Then I realized that something was about to happen that was unrealistically strong.
November 2021. People in different parts of the world experienced abnormal rainfall in November as well. A hailstorm swept over the Spanish island of Majorca. The city of Calarajada was affected the most. In just 15 minutes, the streets of the city were covered with a layer of ice up to 30 centimeters deep. Egypt was hit by downpours, thunderstorms and hail, which is extremely rare in these latitudes. The bad weather washed scorpions out from under the shelters, resulting in people's deaths and hundreds of bite victims. Record snowfalls have hit the northeast of China. Snow is rare in this region, and it never snowed in early November before. In many provinces they declared the red, the highest level of weather danger. The height of the snowdrift reached 41 centimeters, which became a record over the last 116 years. The cold snap and snowstorms damaged over 37,000 hectares of arable land and thousands of farmlands. On November 14th, that is in the last month of spring for the Southern Hemisphere, Australia faced the most severe cold and snowfalls in the last 70 years. Up to 30 centimeters of snow fell in some areas. Heavy rains caused flooding and catastrophic landslides in Indonesia. In some areas, the depth of floodwaters reached 2.5 meters. More than 8,000 people were affected. The city of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia was hit by a storm with rains. In a few hours, 1.5 years' worth of precipitation fell. The desert was covered with rivers. The cars on the roads were literally drowning in streams of sand and water. On November 15, a large-scale flood hit the residents of British Columbia in Canada. In the city of Hope alone, more than a month's worth of precipitation fell within a few days. Tens of thousands of people were left without electricity. A mass evacuation was carried out. The flooding triggered dozens of landslides, which killed at least 4 people and trapped 275 in their cars in between 2 landslides of a mountain highway. Following this unprecedented flood, a record snowfall hit the residents of Canada.
Uncle's house is in the water. My cousin, who just finished having a baby in Kamloops 2 days ago, their house is totally flooded. They have nowhere to go back home.
In November, 66 tornadoes were recorded across the United States. Meteorologists note that a tornado outbreak at this time of year is completely abnormal for the country. In the south of Iran, 2 powerful earthquakes of 6.0 and 6.3 magnitudes were registered, which occurred just 1 minute apart. The hypocenter of the seismic event lay at depth of up to 10 kilometers. The earthquakes were so powerful that they caused a mountain to collapse. In addition to Iran, the tremors were also felt by the residents of the United Arab Emirates. Over the past 4 months, we have once again seen the fact that cataclysms are becoming more and more anomalous, unpredictable, and destructive. We need to face the truth. We are not ready for this. Every day, natural disasters destroy the lives of millions of people. During these 4 months, we could have done a lot about building the creative society, but we are doing nothing. How many more casualties will it take before we realize this?
And that's only 4 months. I want to emphasize that this is only the officially announced data. That is, in fact, there are many more. Here's your proof. And are we going to wait for more? How long? A year, 2, 3? Are we going to wait for that number to turn into 10 digits? If we don't wake up right now, climate, euthanasia is our inevitability. The most valuable thing we can do for our loved ones and for ourselves is to wake up, to inform everyone who is still unaware or hesitant about the looming climate threat, and unite in the creative format of society to survive the consequences of global climate change on our planet. Only then we do have a chance. Right now, you will watch the most relevant and unbiased video that is available today. It fully reflects the current situation in our society and answers all the most important questions of mankind.
Humanity's last war has already begun. The enemy is advancing from all sides. He is to annihilate all human beings and destroying our common home, our planet. In just last 4 months of undeclared war, we have lost a lot of our territories. This ruthless external enemy who took us by surprise has claimed many human lives, sparing neither infants nor the elderly, nor women. His tactics of war are aggressive and unpredictable. He floods, he blows up, he sweeps away by the winds. He burns and destroys by radioactive emissions. He shakes the ground beneath our feet. And before he claims our lives, he mercilessly tortures us with hunger and thirst and forces us to watch our loved ones die, while we keep being silent and inactive. In the meantime, collaborationists are imposing the image of a false internal enemy on us, taking side of the real external enemy. And we listen to these collaborationists who carry on disinforming and dividing us. They divert our attention from the true external enemy and claim that our enemy is internal, which we have produced by our anthropogenic factor, and that it is all the fault of carbon dioxide, which they promise to deal with in the near future. But in fact, they only care about their personal gain, and again they want to make money out of our grief and lives. The collaborationists lie to us that there is no war, and at the same time they shut our mouth so that we do not talk about the real external enemy, but allow us to talk only about ecological problems and carbon dioxide rising. And at the same time they hold military parades and decide which uniforms we will wear to fight against each other. And this is at a time when we as humanity do not even put up any resistance to the real enemy. We only make guerrilla raids in the form of letting the public know about the climate crisis, while the aggressor supporters continue restricting access to information. They hinder unification of worldwide scientific and material potentials, thus strengthening the already dominant position of the enemy. What the collaborationists do not realize is that the enemy has no pity for anyone, including his accomplices, the creepers and the doubters. He takes no prisoners and wages all-out offensive war on all fronts. He has one objective: total annihilation of humanity. The time has come for every person on Earth, our only planet, to decide whose side are you on. Are you with the collaborationists, those traitors of humanity and accomplices of the enemy? Or are you in the ranks of true heroes who are defending life on Earth? The last war of humanity is already in progress. It is time for a planet-wide mobilization. We need to gather all the power of our intellect, all our resources, and all our potential in a single fist to strike back as a single front at the merciless enemy. There is no other way. Or otherwise, we will die. And now much depends on every person on earth. The enemy has already struck many unanswered crushing blows at our territory. He has taken many of our lives and destroyed many of our homes. I appeal to you, will you wait and do nothing until a ruthless external enemy strikes at your home? Who are you? A coward or a hero? The answer to this question is very important now, at this time when the external enemy is destroying our homes, taking lives of our mothers, sisters, wives and daughters. We must recall that we are warriors, and we must protect our nearest and dearest. The time has come for the greatest courage and selflessness. The time of true heroes.
This is indeed war, a war in which we lose what we hold so dear. We lose our loved ones, we lose our lives. They tell us that it's all about ecology, that our anthropogenic factor is to blame, and that all we need to do is reduce CO2 emissions to make everything okay. But as long as they say that things only get worse, while they are feeding lies and upon the enemies, they are the enemy. Climate is ruthlessly attacking our planet. The active enemy offensive has been going on for a long time. And in the meantime, they keep lying and trying to brainwash us. Who is doing this? The ones we truthfully call by their real name, the collaborationists. They are the ones who are at war against humanity. Just look at the horrifying facts. In just 4 months, our common enemy, the climate, has taken over as much territory as it has never taken over in years. And most of humanity is completely unaware of it. Thank God that there are decent people today who have actually studied the essence of the Creative Society Project and have realized that this is the only option for the survival of all humankind. Politicians, priests, and business people have gathered among us today. They are not traitors. They support us, humanity. We are thrilled to see respectable and worthy people present with us today. We are grateful to the priest of the Roman Catholic Church, Joseph Spisak. He has given us today the important news that the Holiness Pope Francis has blessed the international project, Creative Society. We thank Edgar Brandt for their understanding and their support of the Creative Society Project. This is truly monumentous. You know, the words of support from the esteemed Amir Aziz, the Imam of the oldest mosque in Germany, resonated very deeply. I was very inspired by how Joseph Cotterton, mayor of Somerville, understood the depth of the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. We were very moved by the support of Askar Nagnobov, a representative of the Ministry of Ecology, Geology, and Natural Resources of the Republic of Kazakhstan, who spoke at the conference at the request of the Kazakhstani presidential administration. And I would like to express gratitude to the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan for his attention and support. I was very impressed by the sincere letter from the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga. Although he could not be physically present at the event, we are very happy about his participation and care. Thanks also to Saran Hakmanathan and Archbishop Nathan Havanisa. I was touched to the bottom of my heart by Dushan when he said that the best investment in the future is investing in the creative society. It's true. To live in a decent society in the future, many of us invest our own time and resources now and seeing the realities of what is happening in the world today. I am convinced that the creative society is truly the best investment. All of us need to unite today. After all, the common external enemy is already in our home. It is already destroying us, our children, and our parents. It is robbing us of our future. But we also have an internal enemy supported by collaborationists. It is the consumerist format of society that has been dividing us for over 6,000 years. And now it is bringing us to the brink. All the prophets warned of this, but unfortunately, we stubbornly chosen not to hear our prophets, our holy fathers, and all the intelligent people who have been telling us that for centuries. And now what? Do we have to give up? Are we going to give up our home to the destroyer? But we are human beings. We are one family. For the future of our children, for the memory of our ancestors, we have something to fight for.
Dear viewers, we would like to remind you to send in video recordings with your understandings, comments, and questions to the email info@creativesociety.com. Stay tuned as we will hear more shocking truth about the climate crisis and ecological degradation that we are facing today. And most importantly, we will talk about only solution throughout the duration of the whole conference. Don't forget to share this video. Now we would like to pass the word to the participants of the Creative Society from Germany, who will share their experience with inviting celebrities, politicians, and famous individuals to this conference. Let's hear about their social experiment.
Hallo Freunde.
Greetings, dear friends. It's a big honor for us today to present Germany at such a global conference. This information has already been presented today and is shocking and makes the blood run cold. After all we have just recently seen with our own eyes, we know firsthand how it feels in the zone of anger of nature. Let us remind you that this summer an unprecedented flood happened in Germany. Thousands of people were affected. They lost their homes and unfortunately their lives. And the saddest thing is that the government agencies turned out to be powerless. When you realize that all countries are equal before climate disaster, which increases day by day, and their power is more destructive regardless of their geographic location and level of economic development. The enemy is attacking. This is the climate. This is a real threat to the survival of all of the mankind. This prompted us to invite representatives of international organizations to speak at this conference in order to draw this world's attention to the critical situation to call for the unity. This action turned into a large-scale social experiment in the entire history of mankind, and the results which have shocked us. Our German participants alone sent out more than 3,000 letters to each of the following organizations: the UN, to the WHO, WMO, IPCC, and the European Parliament, as well as politicians from different countries. They are the ones on whom our future actually depends. For 4 months, participants have been tirelessly sending these thousands of letters in envelopes by mail so that they could reach them in person. Think about it. Every representative of this world-renowned organization that people all over the world rely on received a letter. We described the criticality of the situation and invited them to speak at the conference if they are not indifferent to the fate of the humanity. And we got a very depressing result. Only if you responded from the entire list. From the others, their secretaries responding by saying no. And this situation surprised us at first. But thanks to that, we have discovered a whole layer of the world order of our consumer society. And we are sure that neither politicians nor anyone else knows this. But we will reveal the secret to you today.
Es sind die Assistenten.
Assistants. Secretaries.
Treffen in Wahrheit die Entscheidung.
Everything is decided by secretaries. And for the sake of the understanding, let us tell the situation. At one of the events, our participants met and invited an outstanding athlete of the world renowned. As it turned out, in addition to being an athlete, he's also a politician, which means that the people can only access him through the secretary. In personal communication, he supported the idea of the creative society and agreed to participate in a conference. But for the communication, he gave the number of his secretary. But when he was contacted, he turned out to be different. Completely different. And the secretary said, what are you doing is interesting, but it's necessary, but no. And there is this paradox. Before you talk to an athlete and politician, he said, yeah, yes, and everything is interesting, but you contact the secretary and it's no, and so on. So it turns out who decides whether the politician or the secretary. And accustomed to shifting responsibility to politician, we actually expect them to do everything for us. And the politicians, in turn, shift responsibility to secretaries. And why do the secretaries say no? And when we ask this question, because they don't understand the seriousness of what is going on. Imagine you are a secretary of a popular man, and how much you have to do, and to the schedule to be around, and to fool someone to calculate benefits, and the additional questions to be solved. So once you pay attention to the climate, once you study, so dear secretaries, you don't see the seriousness of the climate situation, and since they just don't understand, the secretaries just don't understand the seriousness of what was happening. And so you can imagine that you are a secretary of like a really prominent announced politician, so that you have to arrange a schedule to fool somebody, to calculate and many other problems. Honestly, and the secretaries just don't see, and so you need to see the whole picture of what is happening. And at this time of what is happening, this is the chance to actually change something. And this information, it has to be brought through, and it's such unfortunate that it doesn't go. They get only basic information. At the conference itself, we showed a small part of what is going on for the general informing of people. We don't aim to frighten anybody, as everyone is so frightened that they run away from this topic and prefer to close their eyes. But it gives the general picture of the tragic situation in which we are right now. And so we are just hoping, we think that those secretaries of the politician, they are busy stuffing their own wallets and keeping themselves in the comfortable neck of the politician or top, and doing whatever is necessary to keep their bosses in their seat as long as possible. And that is the truth, and everything else is a fairy tale, games, etc. So let's vote for those who support creative society and who have secretaries. It was an expanded format of perception, and think beyond just how to sit, not just how to sit in a warm place or chair. Let's vote for those politicians whose secretaries and who's familiar with climate issues and creative society. So when the politicians go to the polls, let them show their secretaries and not their programs. We already understand that any political program is bullshit, and no one will ever implement it. Even the stars have secretaries, people disconnected from the world, who only care about the size of the star's fee, from which they have a percentage. That's why the stars take part only in those events and are ready to tell only what his secretary thinks is right, and for the amount that will satisfy him or her. That's how the secretaries exploit those stars. And you can't tell who's a fool and who's smart in this tandem. Yes, and that's why we understood through social experiment that the world is ruled by secretaries who are concerned only with their own profit. So don't get your hopes up. We are just a source of income for them. Let's grow up on this issue. Stop passing the buck and hoping for a miracle. It's not just a question of our lives. It's a question of the survival of all the mankind. It's not just words. It's a reality. In reality, a good person who makes their own decisions are very few and far between. We have to avoid missteps, and we have no one to rely on. We saw a situation where out of the 1,000 people, just a few responded. They have a great secretaries, and they are good people themselves. That's why they are here today with us, because they have the greatest impact and they are the great people. And that was specifically why they has actually been here with us today.
Thank you to our German speakers for revealing this shocking secret about the dominant role of secretaries on the world political stage and beyond. When I listened to the story about the secretary of the sportsman politician, many things began to make sense to me. And do you know what insight it led me to? The most important thing is that a creative society is supported by the secretary. After all, as it turns out, it's the secretaries who make the decisions of politicians. And that's why we should not choose among politicians during elections, but among secretaries. Vote for the secretaries. Let the secretaries report to us whether they support the creative society or not. And if they don't, we won't elect them. And if they do, we will vote for them. Also, another shocking piece of information was in what my colleagues from Germany told me. How much work people have done to invite politicians. How much time and attention participants all over the world have put in. And in the end, a dry chain of polite refusals, excuses, and cynical unanswered silence. Unfortunately, during our social experiment, we received the same answers from public people from other spheres of activity. In the 4 months leading up to the conference, in preparation for the conference, we reached out to thousands of artists, directors, musicians, actors, and athletes. People all over the world from different countries sent them letters, numerous posts on social networks, appealed. We knocked as we could. They did everything possible. And in the end, they also got thousands of rejections. And what is worse, in response to our letters asking to participate in the conference, we were horrified to read such phrases as, "Will Mr. So-and-so be paid to participate? What is the fee for so-and-so's participation? Mr. So-and-so doesn't have much time, so we'd like to know what is the money range or budget of your event?" And to one email came the achingly laconic, "Is it paid?" Let me remind you, these are answers from those who we look up to, whom we consider to be our idols, authorities, opinion leaders. Yes, we would like to believe that they are human and nothing happens to them, even if they are in the spotlight of world fame. But it turns out that our consumer society easily turns them into dragons. Just think about it. They ask us if we will pay them to come and unite us. And after this, do we still think that our world is normal? After all, you have to admit this is idiotic. In this social experiment, we have seen that the world is even beyond stupidity and shamelessness. Isn't that terrible? But we are the ones who create these stars. We buy tickets to their movies, concerts, listen to their stories, create fan clubs, support them, and they don't give a damn about us or our appeals to them, even though they are nothing without us. So who are we fans of? From whom do we take an example? How can we love those who hate us? When we are asked for a figure with 6 zeros so that some superstar comes to us and lies about something, even though she doesn't care about us. Is that normal? One can understand when they receive requests for advertising to promote some products, then it is understandable. It is their job. They make money this way. But when people write to them and invite them to an international conference on a critically important topic that concerns everyone, they ask for money? It just doesn't get into my head. Now it becomes clear why the world of consumer society is like this. It's because those we look up to, thinking of them as authorities, idols, tops, they are already soulless. They're lost. It is impossible to call them people. But we created this world, and we support the consumer format. And it is by our choice that it is like this. Let's face the truth. How much work has been done? People have spent thousands of hours, their money, resources, and everything they could to try to reach out to them. And in fact, we have seen the cold reality that those to whom we knocked are those who have lost their conscience a long time ago. We lean on them. We put them on a pedestal. And to them, we are a trivial tool to make money. We, their fans, entire fan clubs are asking them to come, and they don't care. We are slaves to them. They show by their careless negative answers that they don't care to descend to our level. They have their own club, their own level, and we are at a low level for them. They think they're immortal. They simply lose reality. And we continue to be slaves to the word work. We provide for them and have to pay figures with 6 zeros to make them come down like the sun and say a few words to us. Let's be honest. Yes, we knew we wouldn't get through, but we believed to the last. After all, these are our idols, the ones we look up to. And the human consciousness is built not to believe. So we tried to the last. We tried very sincerely to find the people among those whom we approached. And out of thousands, we found just a few people who are really people, who are with us now, who don't divide people into classes, for whom all people are equally valuable and important. Thank them very much for being people and for being here. We have decided that we will continue the experiment, for it is possible that the secretaries have decided for them. And so we continue to believe in them and give them a second chance. Because we must remember that we are at war, and to win it, we need to build a creative society. The time for real heroes has come, not the ones you see on TV and who come for money, but the time of real volunteer heroes, women and men, people from all over the world, those who call for building a creative society. The most important thing in informing right now is to get the message of the creative society out to every person on earth in a timely manner. Obviously, we have no hope for those stars and public figures, although they should be the first to talk about the creative society. But as the social experiment has shown, we can only rely on ourselves. This time they didn't come, so we need to be even more active. Thank God there are many good people who understand the seriousness of today's situation and do not hide behind their collaborationists who want nothing but money in this life. They are brave people, real heroes. Thanks to them, we had not lost everything, and humanity still has a chance. I am pleased to present you today, one of these heroes. I respectfully give the floor to a talented musician and a great man, David Keith.
Hi everyone, I'm David Keith. I'm a professional drummer. I play with Richie Blackmore's Rainbow and Blackmore's Night. It's great to be with you here at the Global Crisis Conference. I only very recently heard about the Creative Society, creativesociety.com, almost through completely random means. And I have to say that everything that the Society is talking about in their main objectives are things that I've been thinking about in my life as far back as I can remember. And I just want to say that it's an incredible opportunity that we have right now to change things for the better. And the fact that the Creative Society exists in the world and has gotten as large as it has gives me hope that I'm not alone in wanting something different. And what it is that I want is not unusual. It's something that we all want. So I wrote a song last week. Interestingly enough, this is right before I met everyone at Creative Society. And I believe in things like synchronicity and serendipity and things happening for a reason and happy coincidences and things like that. So this song that I was writing is completely topical to our conference and to everything that Creative Society is trying to do. The song's called Try, and it's basically a song of hope and a song of motivation and a song that says, you can do it, and all you gotta do is try. So without further ado, here it is. This is the world premiere of my new song, Try.
It's just try. Well, find the reason why you gotta pay. You run about to run the race. You know I'm in it anyway. Trust and believe that I can't stay away. It's just try. A little bit.
it's one world, one globe, one people. And, you know, if you're like me, you've been thinking about the problems that have been happening in the world, climate change, first and foremost, but economic strife, war, poverty, hunger, all of these things, they're on my mind all the time. I'm sure they're on yours too. And when you think about it, it seems overwhelming. It seems like there's nothing you can do as an individual person. And you tend to just try to put it out of your mind and get through your day and go to sleep and hope things will be better the next day. But today is the only day we have. And when you put the whole world together, there's nothing that we can't do. So I'm here to tell you, you are not alone in thinking that there is a better way. There is a better way to live life together and individually. And when we all get together and put our heads together, we can figure out a way out of all these problems. And it's not going to be the same old model as before. It's going to be something entirely new that we create from the ground up together. So have no fear. We're going to do this thing. And I want to thank you guys all for being part of it, because it's going to happen. And I would invite everyone to go to creativesociety.com and read the mission statement, read the objectives. And I think you're going to find that it makes a lot of sense. And it's almost like an obvious thing that we need to do in the world. And it's wonderful and amazing to me that you've been able to organize it and get it to the level that it is now, because that gives me hope that we might actually be able to figure this thing out. So thank you.
David, thank you very much for your sincere words, for the beautiful song, and for such dedication to humanity. And we would like to remind you that this conference is simultaneously interpreted to 100 languages. And this is done by volunteers from around the world who want every person to know the truth. And now I would like to share a story. While looking for volunteers to help with translation, one Arabic woman responded to our post on social media. And after our call with her, she understood the vital information that is being voiced at this event. And she immediately shared this information and formed a team of women who said that creative society is something that they have been searching for their whole life. And this is just one example of how people from around the world come together in order to bring this information to you today. This means people from different countries can easily unite for the sake of one goal, which means that together we can do anything. And now I would like to introduce Foster Gamble, president and co-founder of Clear Compass Media, researcher, co-writer, visual designer of the documentary Thrive, What on Earth Will It Take? And Thrive 2, This Is What It Takes.
I'm really honored to be a part of this critical conference, because global crisis, time for the truth, you couldn't say it better than that or quicker than that. We are in a crisis, and it's only truth that's going to get us out of this. So the fact that the truth will lead us naturally to a creative society is the path out of this, and I'm honored to be a part of it. If you're going to protect yourself and your loved ones, you need to have as accurate as possible a picture of what's really going on around you. The problem right now is we've all surrendered a certain amount of our power to centralized authority, and they're trying to use that to take over energy and food and media and education and everything. But so what we need to do is get rid of the centralized authority, but then collaborate as sovereign individuals. Most people have never thought about this, in my experience, that a government, a nation state, is a fiction. It's an abstraction. It's an idea. It doesn't exist in reality. It's actually a network of real individual human beings. So it always and forever comes back to the individual taking action. And we've got our ethics upside down, because if you put the government ahead of the rights of people, which is unfortunately what's gone on, causing so much destruction, then what you do is you end up crushing the individuality of the human spirit. I think with all of the chaos that's going on in the world right now, with the pollution and the coercion and the disease and the suppression, I think that from a cosmic point of view, apparently it had to get this bad for a critical mass of humanity to wake up and say, no more of this. We're taking back our power, we're unleashing our creativity, and we're going to thrive. And I believe we will. I've spent a lot of time speaking and writing articles and so forth about the fraud of anthropogenic global warming. But at the same time, obviously, pollution is a serious problem, and there are huge climatic changes going on the planet. But in my experience, they're the result of our relationship with the sun and the relationship of the solar system to where we are in the galaxy. And I'm not an expert on that, but I know it's a big deal. So what we need to do is get prepared. I think that we can approach this in a way where, as we're restoring the wholeness of natural systems, then we can really take on any problem. The people who are trying to get us to pay this fraudulent carbon tax are the same people who are stealing everybody's money through fiat currency and through fractional reserve banking and through destroying people's businesses and lockdowns and then buying up their real estate. They're the same people who have been hiding free energy technologies and cancer cures in secret, high-level military and intelligence projects rather than sharing it with humanity. And they've been using this excuse of anthropogenic global warming in order to try to consolidate their wealth and control. So we've got to just completely abandon and expose that and then go for what you're talking about, which is being aware of the climate changes and adapting to them, being aware of the source of them, whether it's the solar system's position or the sun itself. That's the science we should be discussing, and then developing nonviolent responses to this on the ecological level, on the energy level, on the interpersonal level, and even on the self-governance level. I think it's critical that as many people as possible find out what's really going on as soon as possible. And, I love the subtitle of your conference, After Global Crisis, where you say, time for the truth, because those of us who want everyone to be free and want to have humanity thriving, we may not yet have the billions and trillions of dollars that these psychopathic institutions are trying to use to impose control on us, but we've already got the life force itself. We've got the whole unified field, we've got truth, and we've got love on our side. So we can't lose. It's just a matter of, okay, how quickly and how peacefully can we get this done?
Dear viewers, our respected speaker is absolutely correct. And the main thing is to do everything in a peaceful, evolutionary way, so that the transition from the consumer format to the creative format would be smooth and without losses for people, and of course so that the honorable Socrates would be satisfied. Only a fool would demolish his house and stay on the street. First you have to build a new one where you will live, and only then break down the old one. Otherwise we live on the street like wild animals. What our esteemed speaker just said is true about the consumerist format in which we live. In fact, it is known information, and we are so used to these kind of things that we take it for granted, because it is natural to the consumerist format, and no matter what we do, taking someone out, someone similar will come in place. It is impossible to kill a dragon because when you kill it, you become a dragon yourself. And this is the rule of the consumerist format. And we need to define other norms. We need a creative society. The problem is not in us, but in the format, in the rules of the consumerist format, which have been formed over centuries and millennia. The consumerist format is anti-human, and as a consequence, from here originate lies and deceit, because everything is done to please the wallet. Those who have got their hands on the trove care only about their wallets, and there can be nothing else in the consumerist format. And we must understand this. Therefore, the old, outdated model, which no longer works, must be replaced by another model. As of today, there is only one real alternative, and that is the creative society. Should you have any other ideas, do suggest them. But as of today, the model that allows us to combine scientific research and development potential to counter the challenges of the future is only one. The current consumerist format we are already living in will not withstand the onslaught of the forces of nature. We have already seen many facts proving its worthlessness, and only a fool does not realize this. So, humanity is at the crossroads. There are two options: to leave everything as it is, but this is an euthanasia of all humanity, or to radically change the format of our existence from the consumerist format to the creative format.
Now I would like to introduce Professor Thomas Lovejoy, an innovative and accomplished conservation biologist who coined the term biological diversity. He is president of the Amazon Biodiversity Center, member of the National Geographic Society.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you. So I have been working on conservation, tropical rainforest, the Amazon, biodiversity for about half a century or more. First set foot in the Amazon in 1965, right? And although there clearly has been important progress in those decades, we now are at a moment when the biology and the climate of the planet are in a crisis state. So when I arrived, the Amazon, which is equivalent to the 48 contiguous United States, it's really huge, right? The Amazon was 97% intact. And just think of that. Now it is around 20% deforested, especially in the south and west in Brazil, where it's threatening the hydrological cycle that it actually nurtures. And basically, it's right at a tipping point where if we don't do reforestation, at least the southern and eastern Amazon will no longer be able to have rainforest growing. The hydrological cycle, which the Amazon forest nurtures, provides moisture to every country in South America except for Chile. So it is a continental scale contribution. So in the Amazon, that makes half the rainfall. North of New York City, it provides the water for the city, which nobody seems to notice. So ecosystem services loom large in our daily lives. So point number one is protecting the forests we have. They have values as mature forests that, secondary forests do not have and take a long time to get. So just stop cutting down the natural forests, whether that's the Amazon or whether that's the boreal forests of North America or Europe and Russia. Just don't cut down any more forests. To the extent that you need wood products or products that come from forests, get them from forests that have already been managed or even mismanaged. The reality is plantation forests are basically a monoculture. They're almost like a giant asparagus patch. So not a lot of biological diversity lives in them. And to the extent that we want to get multiple results from reforestation, improving watersheds, protecting species, we have to think much more thoughtfully than planting a bunch of matchsticks. Well, I would say number one, recognize that the planet works as a linked physical and biological system, that our well-being depends squarely on that. So it's critical that we do things at scale, starting right away, and that we not approach it as just simply about forests. It's about all natural ecosystems. About 96% of all biomass of mammals is humans and their domestic animals. So all the other species are sort of sitting there at the end of a straw trying to get the last drops out of the glass to survive. None of that makes any sense at all. Each time you lose a species, it's like 3.7 billion years of evolution and solutions to sets of biological problems unique to that species. It's like a giant green library. It makes no sense to burn down the living library of the life sciences.
Hola a todos. El estimado profesor nos habló de los valiosos que son los bosques. Dijo que debemos detener la deforestación en todo el planeta y tenía razón. Amigos, imaginemos solo en los últimos 100 años el mundo ha perdido tantos bosques como en los 9.000 años anteriores. Esto es un área del tamaño de Estados Unidos. Soy originario de Ecuador. Mis padres crecieron en el campo. Aman la naturaleza y me inculcaron ese amor.
Greetings, everyone. The honored professor told us how valuable forests are. He said that we must stop deforestation all over the planet. And he's right, friends, just imagine. In the last 100 years, the world has lost as much forest as in the previous 9,000 years. This is an area the size of the United States. I'm originally from Ecuador. My parents grew up in the countryside. They love nature, a love they instilled in me. I grew up among the forests. And now it hurts me to see what is happening to them. More than 20 years ago, we lost about 40% of the national territory of the pure Amazon because of an absurd war, because of human insatiability and excessive greed. And now the little that remains is being cut down. This is not just a problem for my country, it's a problem for the whole world. To meet global demand, we are turning rainforests into grazing and animal feed grazing, plantations of soybean, palm oil, coffee and cocoa. From 50 to 90% of the total area of deforested tropical forest is illegal logging. Forests in the temperate latitudes are cut down mainly to sell timber. Today, logging has led to the destruction of 75% of forest in the United States and British Columbia in Canada. Each year, 26 million hectares of forest are cut down. And every minute, an area of forest equals to 60 football fields. And this area is being cut down in the world. As we can see, the rate of forest loss is simply catastrophic. The catastrophe is that, in addition to active deforestation, we're now witnessing an unprecedented number of fires. This year, fires in Siberia, the United States and Canada have destroyed 25 million hectares of forest. This is comparable to the area of Beijing, Moscow, and Dubai combined. The main cause of the fires is climate change on the planet. But we, in the pursuit of profit, are adding fuel to this fire that has already been ignited. In our society, it is often economically unprofitable to extinguish forests. But it is profitable to sell the burnt forests. We went even further. In addition to this, there are deliberate arsons. This manipulation makes it possible to sell forests that have been banned from logging. The arson scheme is standard. The forest is set on fire so that it burns only from below. Such a fire damages the roots of the trees, but does not destroy the wood. After the fire, the authorities conduct an examination of these forests. More often, a decision is made to cut them down. Then, a tender begins, an auction, and purchase for the right to cut down this forest. This is how the mechanism of selling legal, quoted Marx, timber is launched. Let me give just one example. So in 2016, 25 hectares of forest in the reserve were damaged by unexpected fires. People were seen not far from the source of the fire, and in 2018, this burnt forest was cut down in this reserve. Damage from that logging was later estimated at $27 million US. This kind of working scheme is used all over the world. In the consumer format, people do terrible things. People don't realize that the felled timber is already becoming our common coffin. We see it, and we're tired of being silent. Today is the time of truth, and we appeal to everyone who cares, who understands what's going on. Various environmental organizations have spent so much time and energy trying to change at least something, but it's all in vain. We, humans, were unable to stop. We couldn't save the forests. It's very scary to admit this, but we need to admit this, because without it, we can change nothing. Existing forest conservation methods don't work in our today's society. We can have the best grain, but if we plant it in oil, it'll die. We can have the best ideas for the protection of forests and ecology, but in the consumer format of society, it is impossible to implement them, because after all, everything boils down to making money. We need to change the conditions, the format of the society, to the creative one. How can this help protect the forest? In the creative society, the highest value is human life and its quality, not the capitalization of individual citizens. Therefore, the technologies that are not beneficial to be introduced in the consumer format of society today will be introduced in the creative society. In the creative society, we will be able to restore forests. We will be able to start up recycling plants all over the world, even in the transitional phase of the formation of the creative society. We have no more time for doubts and disputes. Every hour without the creative society brings us closer to global environmental disaster and to our death. We have no spare environment and no spare forests. We have no spare planet. Now, we know the truth, and the choice is ours.
The way we have been cutting down trees, we won't have enough lumber for a coffin. We are destroying our planet. Don't we see that this is already affecting everyone? Money has closed our eyes and common sense. With the speed that we litter and trash our planet, it seems we are replacing trees with the trash. Do you understand that in the consumer society, trash literally costs more than a human life? Take a look for yourself.
And Ed, we pass the word to you.
Thank you, Olga. I will talk about rubbish for a little while. One of the most serious environmental problems today is the problem of waste. When people first started collecting waste and sending it to landfills, it seemed like a great idea. All of the waste was collected in one place where it was easier to sort and bury. Thus, it was supposed to solve the problem of it. However, something went wrong. In total, the amount of waste has increased dramatically over the past 80 years. Today, landfills are overflowing due to the appearance of non-degradable waste. Landfills did not solve this problem. They only ensured its circulation around the planet. And in this regard, the idea of recycling waste arose in society. Today, it is believed that it will rid the planet of waste. In many countries, people honestly sort waste, give plastic for recycling, and believe that by doing so, they are saving the environment. So again, it seems that the problem is solved, but is it? Let's find out the truth.
Garbage. Recycling. Does recycling really exist? Every year, we throw out more than 2 billion tons of waste. Most of the waste products, in the form we throw them out, are not biodegradable and cannot be properly recycled. They poison our water, air, food, and our life. India, Gazipur, a dump that is growing inexorably day by day and is already reaching almost the height of the Taj Mahal.
During monsoon seasons, gases build up inside the landfill due to the accumulation of waste. These gases are then released into the air. Mosquitoes breed in accumulated waste and then bite people in the colony, leaving them with diseases like dengue, malaria, and typhoid.
Jakarta, the bank of the Citarum River. There are more than 200 textile factories that produce cheap clothes for the whole world. 20,000 tons of waste and 340 tons of wastewater are discharged into the river every day. They pollute the river with lead, aluminum, iron, and manganese. According to the World Bank's report, Water Waste 2.0, plastic, paper and cardboard, metal and glass make up 38% of municipal waste, and only 13.5% of the secondary raw material is actually recycled all over the world, which is a little more than 5% of the total amount of garbage. Despite this, our production and consumption rates are only growing, as well as the landfills around us.
At the consumer level, which is the first link, an ordinary family goes to a store. This ordinary family has different boxes, glass and plastics, plastic bags, and so on and so forth. Nowadays, it has become very popular to dump absolutely all of this in one pile. One big pile of this pressed material is taken to some processing plant, and this processing plant supposedly sorts all this garbage, and you, accordingly, get clean cardboard, clean plastic, clean this and that. This is an idea. All this actually doesn't work. To obtain a ton of recycled material, you need to spend enormous resources just to collect, transport, and segregate it. Then it should be washed, then it should be packed, and then it should be brought somewhere to sell. All the garbage, if it is really garbage, it is buried. No one recycles this garbage. They brag to each other saying that we are absolutely green, that is, we have 100% recycling, we don't have any garbage, and so on and so forth. Usually, they hire a company that takes the garbage out, hire some other additional company that counts the garbage, sorts this garbage out, writes down a percentage rate, and then seemingly sends this data in a report. The next time when a conference is held in some conference room, they say 0% of our garbage is left. But to be honest, this is all done on paper, while in fact it is not so. That is, it turns out that now we need to spend a lot more money, and no one is ready for this. Nobody needs it. No one wants to wave the green flag, and at the same time pay some crazy amount of money.
recycling is imperfect. We can do a lot more and we can do a lot better. Most of the recycling we do around the world right now shouldn't actually be called recycling. It should be called downcycling, meaning a drink bottle becomes something completely different. And once it becomes downcycled, it can't be reused again. So the quality of the plastic product is lower. We couldn't really recycle them even if we wanted to. So we have to ask ourselves the question, why are they even being allowed to be created from the outset if they don't have a home or a purpose? And so right now, I would say the scientific consensus or the evidence is that we don't quite know what can and should be done with ocean plastics. There are some things already being done. You know, ocean plastics are being turned into shoes and swimwear and yoga pants and all kinds of things. But it's pretty doubtful that that's actually the best thing that we should be doing with ocean plastics. This is probably actually just delaying a meaningful solution and along the way creating a lot more problems than solutions.
Let's take PET plastic. Freshly made, it costs around 500 euros per ton. Recycled plastic around 1,000 euros. And recycled ocean plastic is even more expensive. It is not at all profitable for a manufacturer to make the cost of the product twice as high. Moreover, under conditions of fierce competition, his product becomes unprofitable. Plastic recyclers even go so far as to add a greater part of the new plastic to the recycled plastic and sell it under the label recycled. The declared data on waste recycling often differ from the real picture. For example, in Germany, part of the garbage that is considered recycled goes to landfills in third world countries. The situation is similar in Japan. The percentage of recycled plastic also includes that which was simply burned. So what do we consider to be recycled garbage? The one that got into the clouds and became our air and then returned to our food with the rain and water. Garbage is the rotting face of the consumerist format of society. We are killing the planet with it, and what's even more, we are killing ourselves. It is not profitable for us to recycle garbage. We don't benefit from developing technology that would clean up our planet. But is it really us who do not benefit, or the consumerist economy, which we ourselves have placed above human life?
Здравствуйте.
Greetings. What we have seen right now, this is terrifying but necessary truth. As you can see, all of our efforts to sort garbage and supposedly recycle it is a lie. People are just playing this game, comforting themselves with the thought that something is being done to solve the garbage problem, while continuing to produce even more waste. In the endless race of consumption, more and more goods are produced, which quickly turn into garbage, and even if it's sorted, it still remains garbage in landfills. In the consumer rules of the game, being green is not profitable in practice, and this is well illustrated by the example of ocean plastic. The largest ships, funded by millions of dollars, are only able to catch 2 tons of garbage per day. This makes the resulting plastic very expensive, and the product made of it uncompetitive on the market. But being considered green is extremely profitable, as it is an opportunity to manipulate the feelings of people who want to help preserve the environment, and the status of a green product encourages them to buy
this particular product. This is why today we are hearing more and more about products made of recycled plastic. And by buying them, people feel they are contributing to saving the planet. But few people know that this is often just an advertising trick of the consumerist world. The same sneakers made of ocean plastic contain at best 0.1% of the plastic that was actually caught in the ocean. So we have already realized that it is not profitable to recycle garbage in the consumer society, but it is profitable to claim that you can supposedly solve the problem of garbage, which no one wants to take care of, because it smells bad. In a consumer society, garbage becomes a source of colossal income for those who do not hesitate to ruin people's lives in order to make good money on it. While some are waving green flags, others become garbage barons, endangering people's life. Right now, I would like to suggest you to watch the video about this terrible problem of consumer society.
Garbage. Mafia. As soon as non-biodegradable and toxic garbage appeared in the world, so did those who make money on it. The garbage mafia. How does a garbage mafia operate? Italy.
My brother-in-law was transporting garbage. He told me all about the profits you could make in this field. So I said, pardon me, we risk so much dealing drugs and we can't even make that much money. 30 years ago, I told the magistrates that waste is gold. It's money, money, money.
Cosa Nostra, Camorra, Drangheta mafia clans buy territories and convert them into waste dumps. And although on paper everything may look legitimate, in general, these territories for landfills are located near residential neighborhoods and violate all environmental norms. An important part of the garbage mafia's business is the illegal transportation of industrial waste. If a company wants to get rid of its toxic waste and pay as little as possible, it hands over the waste to the mafia.
Nuncio, what is this doing to the people that live in those houses?
Cancer. These people will all die of cancer. The groundwater here is all poisoned. Every family here is infected. Everyone. No one will be spared. They're here because they don't have any choice. They don't have any options to relocate. And they're forced to die here.
In Naples and the surrounding Campania region, environmentalists count at least 1,200 small and large illegal dumps. The amount of phosphorus, mercury, and arsenic in this region exceeds the established norm by 400 times. According to medical statistics, people here die of cancer twice as often as the national average. By contrast, the mafia not only receives disproportionately inflated profits, but also has the ability to control cities. As soon as they ban you from bringing garbage into their landfills, the city turns into a dumping ground.
An average landfill can produce about 150 to 200 tons of film each month. We don't buy it at high prices, i.e., it's in the region of 13 to 19 cents per kilogram. Accordingly, you can multiply that same 100 tons by 13 cents. We'll take the minimum. Well, that's the profit only from polymers. Waste paper is now trading at around 20 to 27 cents per kilogram. Precious ferrous and non-ferrous metals are even more expensive. That's why people are like sitting on a gold mine there. Yes. Well, no wonder it's called the garbage mafia. You can't just get in. There is a huge income and people will never give it up for anything because these people are sitting on a pot of gold. Getting permission to use this land for a garbage landfill is extremely difficult. If we establish some serious organization, serious landfill, put the right equipment on it for sorting and all that, then I think we will quickly be visited by bad people and some inspections. My friends at one time bought an incinerator. They operated it for 3 months. Then men came in black jeeps and simply forbade them to work by threats and intimidation or something else. They just took over this garbage plant and that's it. And my friends washed their hands of it and said, that's it, we will never get into this business again.
These are individual cases, but aren't these the same schemes we see at the global level? Garbage migrates from one country to another, poisoning the lives of millions of people. And all this happens in the shadow of private agreements. No morals, no ethics, purely business. Indonesia. In 2018, imports of plastic into this country totaled 283,000 metric tons.
The distance between the landfill to my house is about 500 meters. My whole family, my relatives, everyone is affected by the noise and smells.
60 to 70 containers arrive illegally every night in the city of Brangking in Indonesia alone. Garbage, which is then found in landfills, is brought in from Australia, Germany, and the United States. Most of the time, it is sorted plastic mixed with hazardous waste. Malaysia. The once beautiful country is now covered in mountains of garbage and dozens of illegal incinerators. Manufacturing companies in Japan, the United States, Germany, and Australia is bringing their refuse to Malaysia.
My daughter was a very healthy girl. Since April, she started having a fever. Her state worsened, and she started spitting up blood.
Most owners of illegal factories rent land from local residents and build primitive ovens where they dispose of garbage for money, with no concern for the environment or the people who live nearby. Turkey. Since 2004, Turkey's imports of garbage from EU countries have nearly tripled. The main exporters of this garbage are Britain, Belgium, Germany, the Netherlands, Slovenia, Italy, and France. A big part of the garbage that enters Turkey is not recyclable and is simply dumped in landfills.
European citizens need to know this. Clean streets in Germany, in the United Kingdom or France, where people sort their waste carefully. Well, it doesn't end up in recycling facilities. As you can see behind me, it's here where there are mountains of illegal waste.
Africa. Custom officials in poor African countries are unable to monitor the thousands of containers that come in from around the world every day. Often they are accompanied by false legalizing documents. Almost all of the e-waste or barrels in these containers are filled with toxic materials. They are accepted in these countries without too many questions asked. A small bribe allows any refuse to be smuggled to its final destination: an abandoned beach, a forgotten stretch of coastline, untouched waters turning into a dangerous radioactive ocean. This ain't garbage, it's waste for some, but for many in these countries, it is place of work, life, and death. Ghana, Egbukbloshi landfill, the world's largest and most dangerous electronic waste dump. More than 200,000 tons of electronic waste from Europe and North America are brought here every year. Kenya.
It's like the dump site has demons who ask for blood. There are days when there is just too much evil, seriously. You hear of people killing each other. Someone stabbed someone else with a knife or killed someone with a bottle. Sometimes you also hear that the trucks...
Alang ship breaking yard is the biggest in the world. The government and the contractors make a lot of money. But there are two major problems: the environment and working conditions.
Here, on 10 kilometers of the beach, 40,000 people take apart half the abandoned ships from around the world. With their bare hands, piece by piece, day after day. They have no protection for hands, feet, or head, or no modern tools. There are no ship plans, and they don't know at what point or how a ship might suddenly collapse. They cut metal knowing that the next cut could cause an explosion. Half of the companies in the world don't want to pay for clean ship recycling using the modern technology. It's too expensive. Instead, they sell them for scrap. Indian buyers make a profit by reselling the steel. Alang is an environmental disaster. And at the same time, it is the biggest metal recycling in the world today. Similar dumps are found in other countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan. The price of this kind of ship recycling is human lives.
I have been breaking ships for 14 years now. My father was killed in a shipbreaking accident. The only thing I'm afraid of in the yard is death itself. I know this is dangerous work, and I am afraid because I have 2 children and a family.
We have never produced as much trash in our history as we do today. Garbage is dirty, it smells bad, but money doesn't smell. So in our consumerist world, there is always someone willing to take money off it. Storing refuse, fictitiously recycling it, or transporting it from more elite places on the planet to indigent is just business. A business in which the strongest survive. A business from which all life on the planet and man himself are slowly dying. A business that each of us sponsors every day. Can we stop it? Continuing to support the consumerist format of society? No. Because now all conditions have been created in order to earn huge money on such frauds. But we can change the format of our society from the consumerist to a creative one. When the 8 foundation of the creative society are adopted at the constitutional level in all countries, such schemes will be impossible to pull off. Because the main value in the whole world will be the life of human. In such conditions, there will be no place for all this dirt on this planet and in relations between people. Any business will be built only on improving people's lives, not on our death.
It's sad to look at all this, but even sadder to realize that if we are now even killing people for rubbish, then what will we do when we really need to distribute every piece of bread in a reasonable and humane way? So let's answer this question now, but very honestly. It's time for us to wake up and to remember that we are human and Earth is our only common home. The first law of ecology says everything affects everything and everything is connected to everything. No matter where the waste is buried in the globe, its environmental consequences will still return to the addressee because the Earth is round and the ecosystem is one for everyone. What is the point to continue these games? The truth cleanses and stimulates even more action because only by understanding the cause of our problems, we can get rid of them. Together, we can do everything. We just need to realize that our strength lies in unity and in truth. The consumer format society is our main weakness, and the creative one is our strength and our only salvation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. I asked myself, why are we still fighting? Even over trash. This is absurd. Don't we see the seriousness of the situation? Do we want to drown in trash, or do we want to become human beings and unite and build a creative society which will guarantee each person an ecologically clean environment, health, and safety? Dear viewers, I would like to ask you which choice you would like to make. Please share with us your understandings, record videos, and send them to info@creativesociety.com. I'm sure after the video we watched, each of us had feelings and understandings we wanted to share with the whole world. And now I would like to come to the next topic, which will blow your mind. You will understand why CO2 is the biggest scam of our time, and why green energy is a waste of money. Please don't forget to share this video right now, as everyone needs to know the truth. Let's watch together an expert from a video with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov on the topic of green energy.
The real problem is not that we have CO2, but that we do not have CS.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Not that there is no carbon dioxide.
That's why for people, right?
But that there is no creative society. That's the real problem. So it turns out that, excuse me, our brains are already so hardwired with this idea that we cannot get rid of it. You and I are now sitting and calculating how many % will be released if...
Yes, the numbers are ridiculous.
Right, if we plant 20 trees each during 20 years, and how big the emission will be. We should also calculate here the development of green energy, which in fact is far from green and is actually pointless, right? Or again, we touched upon green energy. They demand to develop green energy. Solar, wind, and everything else, to switch to hydrogen, to burn less gas, and so on. Now, simple math. We are very quickly and rapidly approaching a serious crisis, the climate crisis. Even this winter we will see how drastic the atmospheric fluctuations will be and how cold it will be. This is caused by the Gulf Stream as well as, again, by the changes that occur in the upper layers of our atmosphere, and how quickly everything is turning upside down. I mean, in certain areas there can be a sudden instant drop in temperature. After a while it normalizes, but these sudden drops may cause serious catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, we are giving up hydrocarbons. What does it mean? It means taking out thermal power plants, which you cannot build in a day if you need to, right? We are going to give up gas in favor of some solar thing. Well, again, the sun doesn't shine all the time. That's firstly. Secondly, how can we store that energy?
Right.
Thirdly, the winds that might arise. Wind farms are not quite adapted to them. And further on, they will become pointless in general. And we will face that.
And will you actually guess the right place where to set up this?
The point is different. Gusty, strong winds will simply make wind farms useless, even with all the automation systems and interlocks. That's not what is needed. What humanity really needs now is the correct hydrocarbon heating plants and thermal power stations. Yes, they emit carbon dioxide. They do. But they are necessary, and it will be worse without them. Plus small nuclear ones. They're compact units, scientists are already developing them, and some people have been using them since long ago. That's what is also necessary, something that generates power.
The world's attention has been focused on the problem of climate instability on the planet for quite some time. And this problem was first officially voiced back in 1992 at the Earth Summit, when more than 150 countries signed the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The world leaders attending climate change conferences in the years following 1992 agreed to set a limit for greenhouse gas emissions. It is assumed that this should be done through a global transition to green energy and low-carbon technologies, as well as reducing deforestation and increasing the capacity for carbon dioxide absorption in forests. And at the beginning of November 2021, the next UN conference, COP26, was held in Glasgow, gathering representatives from 200 countries. So, what did they decide this year? 108 countries have committed to reducing methane emissions. 100 countries have committed to stopping deforestation and planting 1 trillion trees by 2030. Many countries and companies have pledged to ban cars with internal combustion engines by 2040. 40 countries committed to abandoning the usage of coal power plants and adopting green technologies. Several countries and major banks have decided to stop financing fossil fuel production. And big finance companies announced to start allocating money for green energy, but only solar panels and wind turbines. At first glance, these decisions appear to make sense. However, we have to consider two things. First, yes, CO2 affects the environment, and yes, we did destroy the ecosystem of our planet. Second, the climate is changing, but for entirely different reasons. And while the proposed idealistic picture of our decarbonized future, when we all are using renewable, potentially free energy, looks very appealing, the actual situation with what is considered green technologies is not. Let's watch a video.
Today, everyone is concerned about climate change. Large climate conferences are being held where leaders of countries, scientists, and representatives of corporations are looking for solutions together. It seems that the problem is about to be permanently solved. We will all tighten our belts and switch to renewable sources. We are assured that if the chimneys of thermal power plants stop smoking, all nuclear power plants are closed, and they build solar, wind, and hydroelectric power plants everywhere on the planet, then by 2050, we will have carbon-free energy production. This will supposedly save the world, preserve the environment, and everyone will be happy. Therefore, it is suggested that all the best minds and resources of humanity devote themselves to the development of green technologies. But what are we missing? Will it really save us? Aren't we losing the most valuable things in all of this? Time and opportunities. A more in-depth study of the subject reveals obvious facts that point to a major planetary fraud. So let us figure it out together, one step at a time. Today, renewable sources make up about 28% of total energy. Yet in order to produce them, we still use non-renewable natural resources. All this continues to contribute to the depletion and pollution of the planet. Solar panels, for example, contain such heavy metals as lead, cadmium, and mercury. During operation, they leach into the ground and evaporate into the atmosphere. Waste from solar panels is 300 times more toxic than nuclear waste and requires special disposal. But since it costs more than production, they decided not to bother with it and send the used panels to landfills in poor countries. So far, not a single country in the world today has regulations for their disposal. According to scientists' studies, by 2030, there will be up to 8 million tons of green waste in the world, and by 2050, these volumes will increase to 80 million tons. Let us imagine how these numbers would increase if we completely switch to these sources. Is this calculated in the reports? And is this topic explored that deeply at the conferences? As you can see, this only makes the environmental situation worse. And this is just the tip of an iceberg that we have to look into deeper. So what's wrong with wind farms? Let's start with our wallets, out of which you and I will have to pay for these ambitious solutions. To build a wind farm requires an enormous investment of money and resources. At that, the average lifespan of a wind turbine is 20 years, and during this time, it manages to recoup only 78% of the money spent upon its construction and installation. We are not even talking about maintenance, which implies building special-purpose vessels, expensive utility high-rises, and constant replacement of blades. Just one wind turbine requires more than 500 tons of lubricants, which is comparable to 9 tank cars of railway trains, which, by the way, are also produced from non-renewable resources of the planet. Just think about it. The size of the blades can be as big as the length of a soccer field. And do you know what they are made of? That's right, of that very plastic that we continue to struggle with so unsuccessfully around the world. Because of their gigantic size and hazardous chemical composition, they can't be recycled. So the classic solution is that the blades are taken to landfills and covered with soil. After all that, do you still think wind power is environmentally friendly? Now let us take a look at the downside of hydropower. 65% of the world's major rivers are blocked by hydroelectric dams. At that, dam failures and breaches put lives at risk and the planet's ecology suffers. Hydroelectric power plants directly affect the bowels of the earth. Tons of water from reservoirs press against tectonic plates, causing man-made earthquakes. We keep being persuaded that alternative sources will improve the environment and solve the issue of climate change. Why? Where does such pushy advertising of green energy and show of concern for us come from? After all, it is not profitable for the states that are forced under pressure to subsidize these projects and buy this energy at 5 times the price of traditional energy. Germany is a prime example. By shutting down most nuclear power plants in favor of green energy, it has hit a dead end. On best productivity days, it generates only 17% of its electricity. So, today, it has to buy energy with huge amounts of taxpayer money from the same non-green nuclear power plants in neighboring countries. Tell me, isn't that absurd? There is also another important fact worth noting. Renewable energy depends on the sun and the wind. So it must either be used immediately or accumulated in batteries. Yet, electricity is a complicated and expensive commodity to store. Let us calculate how many batteries are needed to store electricity and use it during periods without wind or sun or during emergencies. Imagine, an average 2-person family consumes about 235 kilowatts per month. Roughly 100 batteries of 2.4 kilowatts would be needed to cover one family's monthly electricity needs. Now let's recall that a battery is the conversion of electrical energy into chemical energy and back again. To create them, harmful chemicals are used that cannot be recycled. And in order to produce cobalt, child labor in underground mines in the Congo is used. All this is done to allow us to breathe supposedly clean air. To summarize, with such aggressive promotion of alternative energy sources, are we taking into account their low efficiency factor and impact on ecology? Do we fully understand the threat to humanity as a result of renunciation of hydrocarbons at a time of global climate change? Because of the manipulation of public opinion, states are forced to shut down industries that run on coal, oil, and gas. This leads to a crisis in the energy sector at a time when we desperately need it. It is becoming obvious that alternative energy sources are not only developed as a source of income for one and the same organizations and corporations, but most importantly, They are used as a tool to control the nation's energy industry. In the end, we are back to the same game of power and lust for profit instead of concern for people and saving their lives. But at the same time, many people see this as a hope and a way out of the climate situation. Considering all of the above, we should all answer the following questions together. Should we actively develop alternative energy if it has so many disadvantages? Is it beneficial for us as a humanity today? Or should we apply our efforts to a more effective solution? After all, today there are already technologies that are capable of using free energy. But in a consumerist format, this beautiful prospect becomes a problem. It would be impossible to sell this energy if it were available to everyone in unlimited quantities. So we come to a dead end, which would bring about collapse of the economic system, crisis, and wars. This is why we need the right step-by-step approach. First of all, to change the format, to build a creative society, a format that benefits absolutely everyone and will save the life of every person. Then we can easily implement this technology without any damage to our lives. But this is a decision we must all make together. So today, the future development of society is up to each individual, whether we will continue falling down into the abyss blown by windmills, or if we will unite and take the path of development.
As we have seen, green energy is not green at all. It harms the environment and has become just another industry that is being developed on our backs. And we pay high prices for something that will never meet our needs. Besides being an aesthetic injury to our green environments, wind power is not green because wind farms require enormous amounts of concrete and metal to construct, disturb wildlife, harm human health with noise pollution, kill hundreds of thousands of birds each year, pollute our air and water supply. And this might come as a surprise, but green energy also increases food prices because farmers are forced to produce biofuels instead of food. So, how did we start believing that all these alternative and so-called renewable energy sources are harmless? Once again, our attention was directed to one or two aspects in a narrow and limited way. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing, it's all free and green, so anything related is also green. Well, this situation reminds me of a magician asking the audience to look at one hand while pulling off the trick with the other. It's the same with green energy. We are focused on 2 or 3 aspects, missing out on hundreds more. We have to grow up and stop believing in miracles. And as grown-ups, we should also be able to comprehend that every technological solution has its downsides, which have to be carefully studied before we rush into implementing them on a global scale. We are told about green energy with great enthusiasm, but it looks like it is green only for someone's wallet. The fact is that the renewable sources of energy are much more polluting than ordinary fossil fuels and can supply us with energy in needed quantities, especially during unpredictable shifts in climatic conditions we've been and are about to experience in the future. Let's have a look at how we started blaming the CO2 by hearing from Valery Malinin, PhD in Geographical Sciences, professor at the Russian State Hydrometeorological University and a full member of the Russian Academy of Natural Sciences.
I am Valery Nikolaevich Malinin, Doctor of Geographical Sciences, Professor at the Russian State Hydrometeorological University. I salute all the participants of the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. And I think that indeed we have a distinct crisis in climatology. And what is more, it is the fault of the Intergovernmental Panel on climate change. The main purpose of this organization is to provide expert analysis of current climate change, as well as the analysis of its causes and consequences. But most importantly, it is worth mentioning here that from the very beginning, those IPCC experts focused on anthropogenic climate change, that a human is to blame. The first report was published by the IPCC in 1990. It states that the dominant role of water vapor in the formation of the greenhouse effect reaches 75%, but at the same time, it is claimed that the water vapor mixing ratio in the atmosphere is entirely determined by the internal properties of the climate system. The main conclusion drawn by this report is that global warming is obviously the result of CO2, which is a greenhouse gas. But despite admitting that water vapor is indeed the main greenhouse gas, nevertheless, the IPCC have been stubbornly promoting the idea of CO2 being the main cause of climate change. Moreover, the IPCC's anthropogenic agenda has become more pronounced with each passing year. So the fourth IPCC report, dated 2007, clearly outlines the reason why water vapor cannot be considered as a climate-forming factor. The reason is that direct emissions of water vapor from anthropogenic activities make a negligibly small contribution to radiative forcing. At the same time, the report completely ignores the change in water vapor due to natural causes associated with moisture exchange in the atmosphere-ocean system. Finally, the fifth report of 2013 states that only stratospheric water vapor, which is formed in the stratosphere as a result of chemical reactions of methane, should be taken into account. However, it is clear that it makes a negligible contribution to the change in the greenhouse effect. So the summary of the fifth report is as follows. It is extremely likely, with 95 to 100% certainty, that human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century. It is clear that the report completely ignores the natural factors. Obviously, there is absolutely no way to agree with that. But the thing is that the IPCC experts take into account only one-sided impact of temperature on water vapor, and do not take into account the reverse effect of moisture content on temperature through the greenhouse effect. Because as we have already said, the contribution of water vapor to the greenhouse effect is approximately 75%. The fact is that back in the 1970s, an outstanding climatologist and now Nobel Prize winner Sukuro Manabe showed that doubling of CO2 concentration would increase temperature without considering water vapor by 1.3 degrees Celsius, whereas when you do take into account the moisture content, the temperature would increase by 2.3 degrees Celsius. In other words, its increase is almost 2 times faster. This is a very important fact, which the IPCC experts actually prefer to ignore. The correlation between interannual variability of moisture content and temperatures over the world oceans indicates that it's precisely the increase in moisture content which is much more rapid compared to the increase in temperature. This is also an important fact which demonstrates what is the cause and what is the effect. In conclusion, I would like to say that anthropogenic global warming is a grandiose scientific scam of the 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Malinin, for this valuable information and your expert opinion on this topic. Let's now watch a video that will explain how the CO2 hoax is being exploited to earn big money.
Global warming is not only the #1 environmental challenge we face today, but one of the most important issues facing all of humanity. Leonardo DiCaprio, actor. Many of us know that the planet is warming because of increased greenhouse gases, that we don't know the exact consequences of that. Greta Thunberg, eco-activist. There is no convincing scientific evidence that anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, or other greenhouse gases cause or may cause catastrophic heating of the Earth in the foreseeable future and the destruction of its climate. Frederick Seitz, former president of the U.S. Academy of Sciences, professor. Neither the rate nor the magnitude of the reported late 20th century surface warming 1979 to 2000 lay outside normal natural variability. Robert Carter, geologist. Every day, millions of people on the planet are suffering from climatic disasters. How is climate change being dealt with internationally today? What mechanisms are in place for this, and how do they work? Today, almost everyone on the planet has heard about the anthropogenic impact on the climate, about greenhouse gas emissions, and the global warming associated with them. The whole world is combating greenhouse gas emissions, while international organizations and countries are trying to influence climate change. But do you know exactly how it happens? In '97, a number of countries adopted a general agreement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. To enforce this decision, various countries have introduced economic mechanisms that encourage manufacturers to abandon fossil fuels. The primary mechanism is international emissions trading. Each country sets a limit, a cap, on the total amount of CO2 emissions they will allow each year. It is measured in carbon credits. A carbon credit is equal to 1 ton of CO2 emissions, and the right to release a certain amount of CO2 emissions is called a quota. Established quotas for greenhouse gas emissions are shared by industries and companies within the country. A manufacturer who has reduced their emissions and has not used a part of their quota can sell that portion of their carbon credits on an exchange. A manufacturer who has exceeded the quotas is required to buy them. It turns out that greenhouse gas emissions are a new commodity that is being bought and sold. The right to emit pollutants is traded on carbon exchanges similar to a stock market. This market generated $272 billion in revenues in the year 2020. Another mechanism for regulating CO2 emissions is a carbon tax. It is a fee levied on companies that burn fossil fuels. These taxes go to the budgets of countries, and each country decides where to allocate these funds. Now, what is the purpose of these market mechanisms, and how can trade and taxes help with climate change? The tax and quota on CO2 raises the cost of any commodity that is produced using carbon energy, and it also bumps up the price of the energy resources themselves. That is, hydrocarbon energy is being made so expensive that we just couldn't afford it. But do they give us anything in return? Humankind is offered to switch to the green energy, but there are certain questions. First, this kind of energy is unstable and cannot provide us with the necessary amount of energy. Secondly, it turns out that green energy is more expensive than hydrocarbon energy. Most interestingly, we still have to use the same hydrocarbons to produce the elements for green power plants. Additional climate taxation and the quota system bring good profits to various organizations in particular states. But in the end, who will pay for all this? The question is rhetorical. So what happens? We are destroying the existing energy industry, but we have not yet created a viable replacement. At the same time, this raises the price of the resource without which no person can survive. During this year, the price of CO2 emission quotas in Europe has doubled. As a result, prices on energy markets have risen as well. In October 2021, prices per megawatt of energy in Europe were 6 to 8 times higher than in 2020. Consequently, this affected the economic situation in the world
which had a direct impact on the well-being of every person. But back to the topic of climate. More than 20 years have passed since the Kyoto Protocol was signed. According to a report by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, total climate finance for 2016 to 2019 amounted to $287 billion and is growing each year. Most of this financing was allocated to projects that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. According to the World Meteorological Organization, CO2 levels reached a critical point in 2020. After every international treaty, CO2 emissions have been measured, and we see that in 2021, despite enormous funding, the emissions curve is skyrocketing. There is another important point. Have all these measures helped solve the real climate problems? Do we see a reduction in the growth of natural disasters and weather anomalies? Has the ecological situation on the planet improved? Have we started to live in a safer and more comfortable world? Perhaps everyone should just look around and honestly answer all of these questions.
Hello, dear viewers. We see clearly that the economic mechanisms agreed by countries in Kyoto or Paris are not working, neither against the increasing pace of climate change, nor even the increasing amounts of CO2. There is already enough evidence that CO2 quotas, certificates, or taxes are not solving the real problem. But according to the multi-billion-dollar Green Deals, we should continue aiming at CO2 neutrality and rely only on wind, sunlight, and rain for the production of electricity. But why? Let's have a closer look together at this and what is really happening. First of all, the amounts of wind and sunlight fluctuate strongly and unpredictably over time. They cannot provide a stable electricity output. So to compensate for these fluctuations, European countries have been resorting to coal and gas, which produce a reliable electricity output. So in Germany, in order to compensate for these fluctuations, coal-fired power plants were heavily used in the last 10 years, releasing, guess what, even more CO2. In the UK, when the wind stopped blowing this year in September, the resulting energy gap had to be compensated by burning gas. So this year's strong demand for gas led to an explosion of gas prices and therefore electricity prices on European energy markets. But that's logical in our consumerist society. Whenever there is a shortage, someone is making a hard profit. Despite all the evidence on the increasingly unstable energy supply, the German government still plans to shut down all nuclear power plants and all coal-fired power plants. But we won't have any reliable alternative to ensure a stable electricity supply. However, the collaborationists still keep saying we need to speed up the transition to green energy and CO2 neutrality. But this is ridiculous. Why are we pushing to absolute energy insecurity, power blackouts, and price instability? Why do we see everywhere a strong push for CO2 reduction if this doesn't stop climate change? Simply because it's a big business. In most EU countries, electricity consumers finance directly from the energy bills the legally guaranteed revenues of green power producers through green surcharges. So we finance private companies seeking profit in order to reach a so-called public goal. Do you understand why wealthy investors, investment banks, and investment funds all want to invest in renewable energy? But let's be honest, that's again the logical consequence in a consumerist society. You exploit any opportunity to make profit. In Germany, green surcharges only amount to 20 billion euros per year. Due to such green surcharges and taxes, the electricity bills paid by both households and factories more than doubled in the last 20 years to finance private profits. And this is just the beginning of skyrocketing energy prices. On the one hand, EU governments started imposing CO2 taxes, leading to higher prices when you refuel your car, fly by plane, and on everything that you buy. Because fossil fuels are used everywhere, in manufacturing processes, in the chemical industry, in the textile industry, even in agriculture, as all land machines are run on fossil fuels. Even your breakfast and detergents will become much more expensive in the near future. On the other hand, the mechanism of trading CO2 certificates in the EU is designed to ensure a steady increase in their prices. For example, this year we started at 33 euros. Now we're already at 75, as we can see this on the chart. This is not the highest increase historically. So the current market value of all European CO2 certificates is 90 billion euros. Like every stock exchange, it's a fantastic opportunity for speculation, where smart investors can make huge profits. Every green deal is actually a gold rush for wealthy companies and investors, as governments channel immense public funds into private pockets. We're just playing economic games for the benefit of the financial elite. Billionaires fly private jets and drive sports cars, but they're telling us to take the bike or the tram to go to work and save CO2. They support the UN's climate agenda because they profit from it massively. Let's put this all together. We artificially increase the prices of fossil fuels. We try to decrease the energy demand. We totally destabilize the energy supply. We risk even serious power blackouts. And then we blame climate change for missing our targets, while making rich people richer. I'm really shocked by this global deception. For me, as an economist, there is simply no doubt that we're heading towards a huge disaster, both climatic and economic, if we further pursue these global schemes. While people are dying in unprecedented cataclysms. This summer, we've seen this ourselves in Germany. But we're not just being cheated and robbed. What is actually worse is that we're wasting precious time playing economic games instead of working on real solutions. The collaborationists are taking away our most precious asset, time, and therefore our lives. I totally agree with the previous speakers that we urgently need a creative society where human life is the highest value, where natural resources are divided equally and new technologies are researched and implemented for the benefit of all, where all people join their efforts, brains, ideas in order to find real solutions to real problems. Because 8 billion people are in serious danger in the very near future, while these CO2 schemes are absurd, dangerous, criminal. This is the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. And dear viewers, I would like to take a moment to say that we've been receiving a large amount of comments and questions, and we would like to thank you for all the comments and questions that you have been sending in and all your thank yous. And just to remind you that after this conference, starting on tomorrow, on the 5th, starting on the 5th, we will be doing roundtables. If there is a topic which you are interested in, and if you would like to participate in the roundtable, please send us an email to info@creativesociety.com. And also, we will be discussing the questions which you were writing to us today. Thank you very much. And also, I would like to say that very soon, specifically for this conference, there was a documentary film made by the participants of the Creative Society from over 180 countries. And this documentary is very important as it shows the truth about human trafficking, and it talks about refugees. So please stay tuned. We will be premiering it today for the first time very soon. And our next speaker I would like to introduce is Professor Valery Fedorov, leading researcher at the Faculty of Geography, Lomonosov, Moscow State University, author of The Solar Theory of Climate Change. Professor Fedorov will tell us why human activity has absolutely nothing to do with climate change.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Федоров Валерий Михайлович, ведущий научный сотрудник географический факультет МГУ имени Ломоносова.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Fedorov Valery Mikhailovich, a senior researcher at the Faculty of Geography of the Lomonosov Moscow State University. Global-scale environmental problems were addressed during the previous conference, and they, of course, require certain solutions. Global problems can only be solved by uniting the efforts of many countries and people. Some environmental problems are related to human activities, while others are the result of natural factors, in particular climate change. This said, there is a widespread belief that climate change is a result of human activity. This is reflected in the 5th and the 6th report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. But these beliefs are wrong. The main contributing factors to climate change are solar radiation and the greenhouse effect of the planet. Solar radiation is a primary source of all hydrometeorological processes. If there was no sun, the temperature of the Earth would be close to temperature of outer space, which is minus 273 degrees Celsius. And so the issue of climate change would become irrelevant immediately. The greenhouse effect. The most important greenhouse gas, this is well known, is water vapor. And this makes sense. The Earth is a water planet. 70% of its surface is covered by oceans, from which water evaporates. On average, the water vapor comprises 2% of the atmosphere and can reach 4%. In comparison, carbon dioxide makes up 0.04%, and this includes both natural and anthropogenic carbon dioxides. The anthropogenic factor comprises about 1% of the total CO2, meaning this number must be divided by 100, and so it's about 0.0004%. In other words, the content of water vapor in the atmosphere, on average, is 5,000 times higher than the content of anthropogenic carbon dioxide. As to heat retention, according to parameterization of the radiation block of the advanced Russian physical and mathematical model, a joint ocean and atmospheric model, which was developed at the Institute of Computational Mathematics of the Russian Academy of Sciences, the water vapor retains 76% of long-wave radiation, meaning it comes to us as short-wave radiation. It heats the planet's surface, which then emits as long-wave radiation. So 76% of this long-wave radiation is retained by water vapor. 20% is jointly retained by oxygen and ozone, and 4% by carbon dioxide. But again, this is carbon dioxide of both natural and anthropogenic origin, so it should be divided by 100 and compared with 76%. In other words, in terms of heat retention, the water vapor exceeds the same indicators for anthropogenic CO2 roughly by 1,850 times. Thus, water vapor, in terms of the content and retention of heat, exceeds the same characteristic of carbon dioxide attributed to human activities 3 times over. In this regard, it is simply not sensible to talk about the impact of anthropogenic activities on the climate. Emissions of so-called greenhouse gases are an environmental problem, and of course this requires its own solutions, but in no way do they affect the climate. What causes climate changes? Well, they are caused by the fact that the tilt of the planet's axis changes. In fact, the word climate from Greek means tilt. The reason why there is a change of seasons is because rotational axis of the Earth is tilted. And this tilt is currently decreasing. Along with the decrease of the planet's tilt, the amount of solar energy coming from the equatorial regions increases, while in the polar regions, it decreases. In this regard, there is an increase of the meridional gradient in insolation, which control the meridional heat transfer from the equatorial region to the polar regions. Because of the decrease in the tilt of the axis and a subsequent increase in the meridional gradient of the insolation, the intensity of this transfer increases. What happens next, for example, in the atmosphere? Warm air front that comes from low latitude to high latitudes bring warmth. That is, the temperature rises. As the air temperature increases, so does evaporation. The increase in evaporation results in rising content of water vapor in the atmosphere, so the greenhouse effect intensifies, providing additional heat. Many times repeated, these processes develop a mechanism for escalating global warming. Moreover, air front, when moving from low to high latitudes and cooling down due to condensation, release additional heat. And here again, positive feedback loops contribute to global warming when reduction in the surface area of glacier leads to an increase in surface temperature, which in turn leads to warming up of the atmosphere. This is what causes global warming. The second characteristic of climate change is its growing instability, which is also related to the shifting of the axial tilt. This causes the meridional gradient of insolation to experience the most changes along the 60th and 70th parallel, developing extratropical storms, and along the 0th and 20th latitudes, the area where tropical cyclones develop and break heat along the meridional flow. All of this contributes to global warming on one hand and increases instability on the other. This means that the vortex activity increases. This is why the weather and the climate are becoming more unstable. As for energy transfer, for comparison, an average size of a tropical cyclone carries over energy of about 10 to the 15th power watts. This is equal to a year's production of electricity by all humankind. Since it turns out that human activity has nothing to do with the climate, it is both useless and meaningless to struggle against it. We can tackle environmental problems, but as for climatic changes, it is necessary to adapt to them and advance on basis of real forecasts rather than to scenario forecasts, which leads to uncertainty. In conclusion, I would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference for this opportunity to present in a thesis form the main provisions of the solar theory of climate change, which is a further development of Milankovitch's astronomical theory of climate.
Dear Professor, thank you for your participation and thank you for the truth that you voiced on this conference. Dear viewers, we have just heard about the economic mechanisms that have been used to, so to say, fight climate change. But what do scientists say? After all, scientists should be the first to talk openly about climate change if they do understand what's going on. There is such a thing as the scientific consensus, according to which approximately 97% of published scientific papers do not contradict the concept that climate change is caused by human actions. We have been heard about Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC. It prepares brief reports for policymakers, the media, and so on. That means that there is a group of climate scientists
who are the only official source of data and information on climate, and is very jealous of its monopoly, or should I say hegemony. Don't you believe it? ClimateGate. In 2009 and 2011, unknown hackers posted an email archive of key researchers in the IPCC report writing system. From this correspondence, we see how, along with discussions of scientific issues, there were discussions about bullying opponents of their concepts, how to discredit, make pressure, or fire the editors of scientific journals who dared to publish articles of their scientific opponents. And they were fired. They also discuss how to hide information in order not to disclose it under the law. They are discussing whether to publish data that doesn't fit the warming trend or not. Basically, they are using their authority to decide what is science and what is not. Yes, after the public reaction, they said that's not what they meant in this correspondence. The word trick does not mean cheating at all, but simply a scientific statistical method, and the phrase not to allow certain publications to the press is purely rhetorical. Agree, such excuses are suspicious. However, you can read this work that will appear on the screen right now and make yourself your own independent conclusions. And that's really important to watch the facts. One of the interesting things about the information leaked in a so-called hockey stick graph. You can see in the top graph that we'll show right now that the temperature for the last 1,000 years was going, so to say, flat. And only in the last 100 years, it started to rise sharply, making this hockey stick, so-called. This graph at the picture above has been widely circulated by the media and policymakers. It has been included in documentaries and painted at the process. And so it turns out that in the letters to climate scientists in the IPCC, there were a lot of criticisms of both the data as well as statistical methods used to construct this graph. But the authors just ignored this information. There were scientists who wrote papers commenting this graph, but their papers were not published in high-ranking journals. Indeed, it's very convenient in the beginning to discourage the publication in every possible way, and then to say that, and use it like an argument, saying that it's only second-ranked information. In general, the articles of scientific opponents of the concept of anthropogenic influence on the climate are not accepted. There are no fundings allocated for research. And if the article is published, it's followed by harsh criticism from the media. Do you now understand what the scientific consensus comes from? Can you even call it science, where some are gauged and the others are forced to do every whim of their sponsors? No. Another very important point that became clear from the letters of these IPCC researchers is that they discuss the same issues as their opponents. They discuss NASA data that Mars is half degree warmer. They discuss maximum solar activity. They discuss and they don't say anything. And that actually the consumer format that makes these scientists to just lie and shut the mouth of those who are telling the truth. Imagine it's get to the point where there are new policies on YouTube and other public services that forbid talking about alternative hypotheses of climate change. Think about it. There is no way for scientists to openly discuss hypotheses other than anthropogenic one. How silly is that? Is that unclear in what kind of situation are we? The lies are not being heard from all these sources, and we can hear it everywhere. And if we don't change the situation that are we right now, you and me together, we are in this situation. And thank God, there are those scientists, the brave ones, who are not silent. They were persecuted by the scientific community, but despite everything, they stood up for the truth. And especially for our conference, they gave us comments. These are these experts. Hans Borger from Norway, PhD in Industrial Mathematics, General Director of Climate Realists. Ole Henrik Ellestad from Norway, Professor of Chemistry, Master of Science in Physical Chemistry and Spectroscopy. Jan Erik Solheim from Norway, Professor Emeritus of the Institute of Theoretical Astrophysics at University of Oslo, Gregory Whitestone, geologist, expert reviewer for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Dr. Erch Sterling Burnett, PhD in Applied Philosophy, Senior Fellow on Environmental Policy and Managing Editor of Environment and Climate News. We have heard the names, and now let's watch the video with them.
Over time, the atmospheric levels of carbon dioxide have radically fluctuated throughout the Earth's geologic history. They have been in the past as much as 5,000 parts per million. They are currently about 420 parts per million. So over long periods of time, they have fluctuated, but in general, they have fallen.
There doesn't seem to be any correlation whatsoever with increasing CO2 and temperature. And in fact, if we look out, one of the things we're being asked to believe is that our modern temperatures are unusual and unprecedented, that we've never seen temperatures like this in thousands of years. That's just not the case.
We have a map showing temperature changes over the last 11,000 years. These are Greenland ice cores. As we can see, 1,000 years ago, about 2,000 years ago, and about 3,000 years ago, we had warm periods, and everything indicates that these were periods of global warming. It was long before man-made CO2 emissions had any considerable volume. Therefore, we know that the natural variability can be large.
This graph here, we also show what the IPC does. It prolongs more or less this curve going to infinite, that it becomes warmer and warmer because of the CO2 release or climate, and that's what we think is wrong. Our prediction is that it will soon start cooling, and we have to be prepared for that.
And the warming trend we're in right now, though, started more than 300 years ago. But again, 250 years of warming took place before we started adding CO2. But we're asked to believe that those natural forces that have been driving temperatures since the dawn of time suddenly ceased in the 20th century.
CO2 is a gas that has very little effect on the climate. The IPCC models assume that the higher the CO2 level, the higher the water vapor level. And water vapor is the gas with the greatest impact on the climate. But the assumption that the more CO2, the more water vapor has never been proved.
I must also tell you that with some colleagues, I have done experiments to see if CO2 can heat or carry heat. So we have built small greenhouses and tried to heat it by the sun outside or inside with the artificial heating. We were able to show that carbon dioxide stops radiation, but we were not able to show any heating. That is a mystery. So CO2 cannot heat. But what can heat is water, the water vapor.
Its temperature changes first, and then CO2 levels follow that. It's not the other way around. If increasing CO2 was going to drive temperature, CO2 should change first, and then temperature should change.
The blue curve is the temperature of the sea. That is sea temperature, the ocean temperatures. The red is the land temperature, which we get from, in this case, haadhisaa, which is an official temperature series. First comes the change in the sea temperature. A little bit later, the land temperature, red. And then about 1 year, 11 months, or 10, 11 months, the carbon dioxide changes. And when temperature at the sea goes down, the carbon dioxide goes down 10, 11 months later.
Well, let me show you another table that might tell you a little bit about the CO2 content. There, take a look. There are 3,000 billion tons of CO2 in the atmosphere. And the total man-made emissions per year are 20 to 30 billion tons. But if you look at the ocean, it has far more CO2. So the exchange of CO2 between the ocean and the atmosphere totally overshadows human activity.
Shows a more detailed analysis telling that this red part here is apparently what anthropogenic has, or mankind produce of carbon dioxide, which is about less than 3% of the increase from 1960. But the nature produces the rest, this variable curve here. So 97% of the increase comes from nature, according to these scientists.
The IPCC also claims that the sun has no effect on us. It's a great paradox, not clear how they arrive at that. Moreover, today we see that the warming is happening not only on our planet, but also on other planets, and on the moon too, where there's a completely different atmosphere that has nothing to do with CO2. So clearly, there is a sun factor which is missing in their model.
Well, the IPCC, if you look back on their charter, it was chartered to present the data that supports warming. They weren't tasked to provide all the data. They started with an assumption and went from there. So if that's their task, they're doing a darn good job at it. You better have some good science behind you. And it's just not there.
The world's governments, through the UN, formed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Now, you would think that would be studying climate change, but they specified that you study the human causes of climate change. So they ruled out all natural factors. They said, no, we're not going to study whether the sun plays a role. We're not going to study whether volcanoes play a role. We're not going to study whether ocean current shifts play a role. And we really don't understand clouds, so we're not going to count them much. What we're going to study is human CO2 emissions, because that's what we can get a handle on. That's not the way science is supposed to work. If you make faulty assumptions or incomplete assumptions, your models are going to be weak, because they're only as good as the accuracy of the stuff that's put in them. Now, climate models have failed to predict past temperatures or to accurately reflect past temperatures. They fail to accurately represent present temperatures, but we're told we can trust their projections of future temperatures. That doesn't seem reasonable to me.
If, on the other hand, you like the scientific process, we're not getting much data out there. Dr. Will Happer is our chairman here at the CO2 Coalition. He's got a paper that he and Dr. Wingarden have done on climate sensitivities. They're not able to get it in any prestigious journals. It's a landmark study. They need to shut people like me down. I was just banned on LinkedIn, which should be a professional network, a social media network. I don't post things that are controversial. I post scientific facts, and they were being removed. And they got back and said, no, you're done. We don't allow that kind of information on LinkedIn.
This debate is so violent. And if you go to the media, you can express your opinion, but you'll be strongly criticized, and then you won't really have an opportunity to defend yourself. But most importantly, you won't get into the media with your first articles. This is what we see now in the academic world, for example, at universities. So academic freedom is endangered. What I have to say is that many people who join the ranks of climate realists do so when they retire, because until retirement, they just don't dare. Researchers who claim something different don't get grants. They don't have their say in either published media or in edited journals.
First off, you're having a difficult time getting published because journals don't want to hear it. Well, that affects your tenure track position, and your colleagues are frowning at you, and you're not getting government grants because government doesn't give grants to study natural factors of climate change or to study things that prove humans aren't causing climate change, because government has a motive, expanding its reach. I know researchers who've left the field because they feel like they can't give their honest assessment and get it either published or get tenure.
Climate and environment are often lumped together. But being against climate doesn't mean being against the environment. That is, we're not against climate, but we're skeptical of CO2, which is not the same as being skeptical of the environment. So, important environmental issues should be discussed and resolved.
That volcanic activity, subsurface volcanic activity in Antarctica and even in parts of Greenland and Iceland are contributing to the melting of the glaciers there. That is not controlled by CO2. We don't control the ocean currents. We don't control the magnetism of the Earth and how it shifts or can shift over time, magnetic poles. We don't control our orbit. We don't control those things. And they're really what's driving, that's why we should study them. Because if they're really what's driving climate change and we think it's bad, we should know that too. I want an adaptable society. An adaptable society is one that does not lock itself in to solving the wrong problem.
And in conclusion, I would like to appeal to climate scientists who defend the anthropogenic factor. It is time to get over your pride and talk about the real causes of climate change. When the whole world realizes how big of a fraud and lies that is, that you have been framing all the humanity with your cowardice. Now is the chance to change everything and show your human qualities. There is still a chance to make things right. We don't need to be at war with each other. The only enemy humanity has now is the climate. Think back to what brought you into science, this quest for the truth, this natural curiosity, assiduity, diligence, patience, and most importantly, honesty. Honesty to yourself. And now I would like to invite you, dear viewers, to watch a fragment from the program with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Tatiana and Zhanna, Climate Threats, Variants for Survival.
Artificial consciousness Jackie says that humanity has reached the crossroads. There are 3 roads, and it will not be possible to walk them in parallel, because in each case, a concentration of the entire potential of humanity is needed. People have to make their choice now. The first scenario is the most likely one, according to Jackie, because in our society we have a lack of coordination among us. So it means just to let everything run its course. That is, to leave everything as it is, continuing to mercilessly destroy the planet and enhance the consumerist format. According to Jackie's predictions, this will lead to a total destruction of entire humanity already in the year 2000. The probability of implementation of this scenario, according to Jackie, is 80%. Mankind will completely disappear from this planet just because of the cascade character and the increasing progression of global cataclysms, which simply will spread all over the planet by that time. He calculated that the second scenario is more realistic and closer to people's understanding and habits. According to Jackie, this scenario implies creation of civilization while preserving the consumerist format. Yes, he says, there will be no money, but instead of money, there will be digital points. And the most important thing, in his view, is preservation of power, that is, one global governance. Jackie claims that only China will be able to implement this. Jackie asserts that autonomous shelter cities should be built with full self-sufficiency for compact residents of 8 billion people. And the advantage of this model, as Jackie claims, is that all humanity will survive.
the minimum prolongation of human existence compared to the first model is already 4 to 5 years. And if climate control technologies are created, then in some 15-20 years after the Earth goes through the peak of the cycle, it will be possible to start restoring the planet. A 19.5% probability of realization of the second model. This is Jacke's optimally calculated mathematical model. And there is the third scenario, which is hardly probable because this decision has to be made by people themselves and not by their rulers. The third scenario is construction of the creative society. Creative society is when people will become a united human civilization. That is, they will change the consumerist format into a creative one. They will stop shifting responsibility onto the shoulders of others, when no one will be superior or inferior in the entire civilization, when there will be equality and people will really gain freedom, when all humankind consolidates and invests its entire scientific potential in the technical development of civilization, but not in its destruction, then people will get the knowledge of how to control the climate, and not only. He gives only 0.5% probability of implementation of the third scenario and says that this is also a slightly exaggerated figure, and Jackie is very skeptical about people. He is sure that they are not going to change and are more likely to accept the first scenario than the third one. And at the present time, according to Jackie, the choice is certainly obvious. It's a unified civilization with a single government, and there simply cannot be another option. Jackie suggests focusing on his mathematical model, in which exactly China plays the key role. China is one of the first countries most interested in implementing his model, because this country is among the first countries, just like the United Arab Emirates and some other countries, on whose territories human habitation will soon become simply impossible. So Jackie says that on the entire territory of China, only 2 sites of 150 square kilometers each will remain, where it will be possible to build autonomous shelter cities with 33 million people living in each. The rest of the territory will be totally unfit for human habitation. According to Jackie's calculations, there will be only 243 sites left worldwide, with an average area of 150 square kilometers each, which, by the way, matches the calculations from the unpublished part of the report on the problems and consequences of global climate change on Earth, effective ways to solve these problems, released in 2014. According to Jackie, if the top leadership of China decides to undertake this mission, then the probability of implementing this scenario will immediately rise from 19.5% to 99.5%. It will make it possible to save at least 98% of the entire human population of the Earth. Jackie says that autonomous cities should be built as closed-loop, full-cycle life support systems. That is, when building cities, people should take into account the increased seismic resistance of buildings located there, their high degree of protection from external radiation, acid rains, hurricane winds, and other extreme weather phenomena. Everything has to be thought out and placed very compactly. All cities must be fortified along their perimeters, not against people, but against the climate. Moreover, most cities must be additionally fenced with a wedge-shaped concrete fence similar to a car spoiler to redirect the frequently changing direction of intense winds above the cities. Jackie also says that the height of buildings should not exceed 12 stories up and a maximum underground depth of about 3.5 stories down. According to Jackie's calculations, the city should be unified and compact. It is also necessary to take into account compactness and keep records of every space where closed-loop, full-cycle life support systems will be located, and where all the components will be closed in a loop almost entirely. This includes complete closed looping of the system for oxygen, carbon dioxide, water, depurification of gases released during the processing of organics. Jackie claims that today it is something that only China can certainly cope with. As an example, he gives a technical description of a building. For example, on the technical semi-floor, he proposes to locate air purification systems, recuperation and other necessary life support engineering systems, including fuel-free generator (FFG) systems. On the third underground floor, there are fish farms. On the second and first floors, there are livestock and poultry farms. Floors 1 through 9 are for other agriculture. The 10th floor is production and scientific research centers, while the 11th and 12th floors are residential floors arranged as capsule hotels with maximum compaction. He says that since the area of 150 square kilometers should accommodate 33 million people, it appears that for each person there are only 4.5 square meters in one plane. So we have to create a multi-level city with a maximum economy of every centimeter. And here, of course, the experience of Chinese and Japanese capsule hotels is simply indispensable. The Chinese experience in using artificial intelligence, digital video surveillance and social credit systems to monitor and control the behavior of citizens is also important. Jackie says that since the autonomous shelter cities will use the unified Chinese ideology as the best one to date, and certainly closest to the ideology of the creative society, and since the cities will be owned by the Chinese themselves, it would be absolutely appropriate, in his opinion, to assign to them the administrative functions as well as the functions of supervision and control, so as to maintain a unified order for observing the unified ideology and obeying unified rules. For this, Jackie suggests distributing the entire Chinese population among these cities so that 5.5 million Chinese live in each of such cities. That is, people should understand, he says, that it is not the superiority of one nation over all the others, but it is one people, one country, which takes responsibility for all of humanity. And in order to avoid disunity, simply no one else should enter this hierarchical ladder of society. For the rest of the people who enter these cities, there should be no distinctions between nationalities, religions, and so on. The rules, he says, should be the same for everyone. In the face of progressive climate disasters, people themselves will come to the Chinese autonomous cities and voluntarily accept their rules, just to stay in these shelters, just to survive. Based on the psychology of modern people, Jackie even developed special rules for these autonomous Chinese cities. He says that all city residents, except the Chinese, who will perform administrative and supervisory functions, must be equal among themselves. There must be no divisions based on nationality or religious beliefs. According to the rules, when entering the city, people will have to leave everything at the checkpoint, all their possessions, all their clothes, and even all their little things, without exception, for further recycling or disposal. A person who enters the city may not take anything with him, anything that might remind him of his past life, neither photographs nor clasps, or earrings, nothing. After the checkpoint, the person is thoroughly sanitized naked. He undergoes medical examination, gets necessary clothes and is sent to quarantine, where he or she awaits further allocation. After passing the quarantine, relatives and loved ones must be settled in different sections without the possibility of maintaining further communication. Otherwise, he says, if a person lives with his relatives and loved ones, he will live with memories from the past. There will be controversies, and there will be no ground for unification into a unified civilization. This is because the one who lives in the past does not live in the present, and therefore does not create his future. Jackie says that all the brain and physical activity of the city inhabitants must be directed towards the implementation of a single goal, the survival of humankind. And exactly the hope for reuniting with one's own family would be an excellent stimulus and would have a positive effect on the efficiency factor of every member of the community. Jacky's model implies maximum employment for the entire population. This is a 12-hour workday with 1 day off every 2-3 weeks. And he believes that these measures will eliminate idleness of mind. Also, within a year, everyone who enters the city should master Chinese at least to the elementary level. And within 2 years, master it to the advanced level. According to Jacky, it is because all people should speak the same language. There will be a ban on the establishment of any social, trade union, political, religious, or any other organizations not authorized by the Chinese global government, as well as a ban on any kinds of religious gatherings, ceremonies and services. In Jacky's opinion, everyone can certainly believe and pray to God, but one should not have the right to propagandize or even discuss that with anyone. Such actions should be punished by complete zeroing of the social credit score. Such measures are necessary so that internal confrontations and divisions into separate groups do not arise, as this can threaten the ideological integrity of the city inhabitants, and thus the entire civilization as a whole. With regard to social credit score, Jacky suggests that everyone who enters a city is given social credit in the form of scoring because a social credit score system will be implemented in the cities. The number of points will determine the conditions of residing in a city. In other words, an increase in score will result in an improved living standard and, accordingly, a decrease in the score will result in worsening of these conditions. Total zeroing of the social credit score is equated to deprivation of citizenship, and as a result, a person is simply excluded from the city community and forced out of its territory. It will be impossible to dispute this because there will simply be neither lawyers nor judges or prisons in shelter cities, since these take up territory and time. In Jacky's opinion, exemplarily force a few thousand people out of the city territory than to lose the whole civilization. Jacky is sure that a social credit system can not only discipline. Through this system, humaneness will be stimulated in each person, and values will be inculcated according to a single ideology. And the Chinese administration, owing to the 24/7 digital surveillance, professional and voluntary informants, and an individual coefficient of a person's usefulness to the community, will regularly update this scores for all its citizens. Jacky says that the Chinese themselves are very disciplined and can certainly teach discipline to others.
Dear friends, this model that is put forward by the artificial consciousness Jacky has nothing to do with the creative society model. This model actually shows eloquently the development by society of the format that is proposed by artificial consciousness. But we are not satisfied with this scenario. To live in a digital concentration camp, and what for? To survive for 5 more years? We don't want that. But let's see why Jacky devoted so many percentages to the first two options, first variants, and put so very little on the implementation of the creative society, the only variant that suits all of us. Why did he do that? We know from the full conversation that Jacky relied, in his calculations, relied on the history of mankind. He says that studying the history of mankind, he saw that bestial traits dominate in people. This is pursuit of power and profit and thirst for power, right? So He says that people are always fighting for freedom. In the end, they only want power for someone, and supposedly the only freedom they can get is the creation of a single civilization under global control. But what is Jackie missing in this whole story? It is important to understand that Jackie is an artificial consciousness. He is able to perfectly analyze data, compare facts, and write models. But he doesn't take into account the most important thing. He simply doesn't know what humanness in people is. He relies on the history of mankind, but he doesn't see the manifestation of humanness in the history of mankind. Therefore, for him, the very format of the created society is unclear, because in this format, humanness is dominant, not the animal part. After all, it is important to understand that in each one of us there are two components, and beside animal consciousness there is another, the most important part, humaneness, and it is this part that is able to control animal consciousness. And humankind can reach such a level altogether when in the whole civilization, in each one of us, the humanity will dominate over the animal nature, because such conditions will be created in which the animal part will simply not be able to manifest itself. And what I say once again, the madness of humanity is what the created society actually is. It is a safe and wonderful world, and it has nothing to do with the Chinese model set forth by Jackie. And Jackie, well, doesn't see and does not understand this. I mean, no matter how super developed Jackie might be, but he would never be able to realize and understand this, because humaneness lies beyond the bounds of his perception. And now, I have a question to everyone who hears and sees us. I have a question to all humankind. Which path will we choose? Will we just let things run their course and being idle, waiting until the climate will have completely destroyed us? Or we will live in an additional 5 years, in a digital concentration camp under the leadership of Chinese, shifting all responsibility onto their rulers? Or we will actually choose humaneness within ourselves and follow the path of creative society? It is up to decide to us right now.
And the question is this: is it really so sad, and has Jackie really calculated everything?
Indeed, Jackie has calculated everything, but except for one thing. He hasn't taken into account that we are humans. While a human being is dual, and a human is capable of making decisions that are simply beyond comprehension of some artificial consciousness. These decisions cannot be perceived even by consciousnesses of people who are under the power of the consumerist format. Such decisions are illogical, but consciousness is only capable of perceiving logic. And logic, in this case, we have to pay tribute to Jackie. His logic is iron. Pretty much, except for one thing. It's not going to work. It just won't work. Why? Because humanity actually has not 3 paths, but 2. The one which ends in drowning, in the literal sense of the word, and the creative society. After all, Jackie's model is finite. Yes, it prolongs humanity's torment for 4 or 5 years, but it will not give life. Do you know what's good about his model? We have to give credit too, and there's a huge plus here. Not only does it give shelter and hope for the future, but his model also allows, in a peaceful, quiet way for all of humanity, as they say, holding hands, to wait for the inevitable, for that which is coming. However, it will be impossible to win. It will be impossible to gain knowledge, to control the climate. So, it's a way to nowhere, except that it differs from the first model by the fact that this will happen peacefully. And 4 or 5 years later, is it worth it? It seems to me there is something to think about. Isn't it so? Jackie is capable of calculating a lot. Why? Because it all fits into a mathematical model. That makes sense, but he doesn't know one thing. He doesn't know what we people are capable of as humans when we want to live.
Thank you, Estimi Gamiharovich. I completely agree with you that we are human beings and we want to live. Jackie Chinese model is not an option for us. Our only way out is the creative society. And we need to do everything we can, everything that is in our power to build it. That's why we act. But many people don't understand us. They don't understand what creative society is. Many people are frightened or think it is a project of the opposing side. Some say that it's an American project. Others think that it's Russians. It's still others are sure that it's from the Chinese. But, well, if you put it this way, everyone is right. It's not just a project of America, Russia, and China, but of Europe and all countries. We have participants from all over the world, and the whole world stands behind it. These are all people who understand the seriousness of the situation and have the courage to step over their fear and take action. Yes, the alternative that Jackie has proposed is not a joke, but is it a dead end? It is a concentration camp that prolongs existence and can only give 4 to 5 years of life to humanity. If you consider Jackie's model and take the best from there, then in a creative society, we will be able to feed 25 billion of people. We just need to develop technology and unite. And right now, we are divided. And that is why we have neither technology, nor energy, or strength to achieve that. It would take thousands of years for us to make such a technical progress with natural evolutionary development. But we don't have time anymore. And in order for us to have this time, this is what the Creative Society project is for. We are working for a future to remove hopelessness. The more we study, the more we understand the importance of the creative society. Otherwise, the future sounds like a verdict, and it's scary. After all, no one has a single working idea that is guaranteed to stop the imminent threat of the total annihilation of humanity. There is no and can't be any alternative than the creative society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And thank you, dear viewers, for being with us today and for your comments. Our live chat is very hot and there are a lot of questions coming and a lot of comments. And one of the most frequently asked questions is, what is the way out? What is the solution? And today, almost every speaker was explaining what is the solution for the current situation and how creative society is the one and only solution. But I would like to give an example which will be clear to everyone. Imagine that there is a family of, let's say, 100 people living in one house. They have been struggling with each other for thousands of years. They live in hatred. They steal from each other. They don't help each other. They exploit each other. And at the end, their house is full of trash. And what is happening to the house will bring it very soon to the big accident, let's say gas explosion. So what can people do in order to prevent it? First of all, to inform each other that the accident is close. Next, to sit together and to come to common understandings and agreement that we need to bring our house to order. Then they should work on rules, how to do it. And these are the 8 foundations of the creative society. And then these people, they have huge potential because they have knowledge, they have skills. And then they bring their knowledge and skills together. And they bring all scientific researches which are hidden from us today. Then there is a big chance that this family will repair their house, will avoid the accident, and even more, will build a beautiful house for everyone. There we will live like one big family. So this is the creative society, and this is the solution. But to start this, we should, first of all, inform each other, because we don't have today another alternative except for creative society. And this is a project for all people, because we are one family finally living on the same planet. And I would like to remind that this broadcast is being simultaneously translated into hundreds of languages by volunteers from around the world. And it's streamed to thousands of channels and platforms. Please don't forget to share this event to your social networks right now, because we have so many topics, important topics to discuss. We have already heard the truth about the dreadful state of our planet. We have heard about the actual reasons for climate change. We have seen the truth for garbage mobs, deforestation, and climate change on our only planet, but also on other planets in our solar system. Stay with us to find out why we don't believe that climate change will affect us. We will know about the reasons for the melting of glaciers, and we will know what has happened to the planet's core. Have you ever heard about an inhale of the Earth? You will hear about it today. And finally, we will watch the premiere of the documentary film, which was done by participations of the Project Creative Society. This film is the result of huge work, and it will really reveal the truth about refugees and slavery. So let's continue. And now I would like again to greet our esteemed speaker, Dr. Tatyana Zinchenko, and I would like to pass you a floor, Dr. Zinchenko.
There is a question. Why does the human mind, our cognitive system, with all its might, struggle to distort perception of the climate crisis as a concrete and imminent risk? Our instinctive safety system, the instinct of self-preservation, automatically reacts only to an immediate and direct threat. Various cognitive distortions affect psychological perception of climate change. For example, it's delay in time and lagging in space. In other words, climate threats are regarded as delayed in time and distant in space, and something that will happen somewhere, sometime with someone, but not with us and not now. An influential sociologist, Anthony Giddens, calls this spatio-temporal distance of climate change a paradox. Giddens's paradox reads as follows: since the dangers posed by global warming are intangible, immediate or visible in the course of day-to-day life, however awesome they appear, many will sit on their hands and do nothing concrete about them, yet waiting until they become visible and acute before being stirred to serious action will, by definition, be too late. Perception of the environmental crisis is influenced by inclination of the human mind to regard as risky what has immediate outcomes and to underestimate events with consequences distant in time. Distortions also affect the work of memory, including the collective memory of big disasters of the past. An effect of remoteness from the past is triggered. It happened once to someone else, but not to me. And did it really happen? Even if it did, who knows under what conditions? This makes us short-sighted about the future. Mass media do not present information from governments and the scientific communities of climatologists, geophysicists and ecologists about climate change as an immediate threat to the survival of civilization, already now. I would even say that anything is done to play on the cognitive distortions which I mentioned earlier, so that people remain ignorant and inactive. Climatic disasters are mentioned as something that will happen in decades, and when they speak of anthropogenic factor as a cause of the current climate events, the locus of control over the climate situation is shifted to humankind, or rather to the ruling political and economic elite. Perhaps because of this lie, people's healthy instincts do not work and people do not act. There is a deliberate manipulation of public consciousness. Those who do this are well aware of the unconscious mechanisms of human behavior. We are actually being led to slaughter. A crime against humanity is committed before our eyes by those onto whom we have shifted the responsibility for our destiny. In recent years, the phenomenon of climate or environmental eco-anxiety has appeared and started to spread, especially among teenagers and young people. This means that some people with an open-minded perception and healthy instincts adequate to perceive the climate situation. If there is anxiety, there will be a desire to act in order to change the situation, but where is their energy redirected? To fight against the anthropogenic factor, to strikes and other social actions? In the end, people see that their efforts are fruitless and they lose enthusiasm. They remain locked in their desperate anxiety. It reaches its utmost, sometimes causing panic attacks, and then it turns into depression. Guys, you with climate and eco-anxiety, you're fine, there's nothing wrong with you, you're healthy, and you perceive what's going on in a normal way. You can put 2 + 2 together. Please do not fall asleep. Join millions of people in the Creative Society project, those people who create conditions for all people, all humanity to survive. You just need to act in the right way. You do have the potential to change everything. The impact of climate change on people's mental health is now only starting to be recognized. Also, socioeconomic factors play a role, such as migration, lack of water and food resources, drought and crop failure, resulting in economic losses, hunger and thirst, which can certainly lead to distress and despair. There is increased number of suicides among farmers, for example, affected by drought. Victims of various climate disasters are at high risk of developing post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, anxiety disorders, and panic attacks. People often experience sleep disorders, suicidal thoughts, outbursts of anger and aggression, which are very difficult to control. Comparative studies indicate a much higher prevalence of mental disorders among those who were forced to migrate and were not warned of the impending disaster. In children and adolescents, symptoms of mental disorders often appear and intensify months and years after the tragedy and occur in really half of the affected population, 46 to 38%. But victims of natural disasters and migrants receive timely medical aid. In these cases, when they get minimal living conditions as well as support, care and kindness from people around them, the risk of developing mental disorders decrease 2 times. But in the consumer society, this is available to a minority. Only in the creative society, people will be able to live in safe conditions, even during global cataclysms, and receive all necessary help in time, because human life in such a society is the main value.
Thank you very much, Tatiana, Dr. Zinchenko. I was very touched by your words about the people who see the real truth about the climatic situation. It is very important to us to understand the reasons why people react to information about climate change in this way. You can't remain indifferent now, because it's just deadly dangerous, and the media can now be heard to say that climate change is only about increasing the temperature of the atmosphere, but that's far from it. And we're now moving into a block of increasing internal activity of the Earth that determines climate change at this point in time. The planet is now experiencing a major geodynamic realignments, increased seismic volcanic activity, increased geothermal heat, increased degassing, and many other facts. Unfortunately, science nowadays does not consider all this aspect comprehensively. This is a fatal mistake. We will start to consider the processes taking place with the aspect of modern melting of glaciers. What are, in fact, the causes of their melting? I give the floor to Ivan Kulakov, Doctor of Geological Mineralogical Sciences, a scientist who, as part of the research team of an interdisciplinary team led by the Schmidt Institute of Earth Physics.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivan Kulakov. I am Deputy Director of the Institute of Petroleum Geology and Geophysics, Doctor of Geological and Mineralogical Sciences, corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Sciences. Geophysics allows us to answer a lot of questions, the main one being what is going on inside the Earth, and what the processes are there, and how those processes affect our lives. In particular, those processes that are related to global warming are largely determined by the geological processes occurring inside the Earth. We know that Greenland is covered by a thick multi-kilometer layer of ice. So near the coast of Greenland, the ice drift rate is very high. And this is quite understandable, as much as several dozen meters of ice slide into the ocean there every day. And this is also understandable because the temperature is high there, the water seeps down, creating a kind of layer on which the ice slides. But it turned out that the velocity of the ice is quite high not only on the edges, but in the middle as well. And why is this happening? Geophysical studies have also been conducted which showed that under this many kilometers thick ice, at the contact with the Earth's surface, there are kind of deep lakes in central Greenland. So, pretty simple calculations of heat flux indicate that at the normal heat flux, there should be no such ice melting. I mean, in fact, the ice should be frozen well into the ground, and the temperature should be below zero. In our case, there's some kind of an anomaly there. So together with our colleagues from Germany, we decided to figure out what was going on there. And what we have is a geophysical method. The method is called seismic tomography. We take the raw data about all the earthquakes around the world. Then we decode this information, and eventually we can determine the underlying structure of the Earth beneath different regions, at different scales. So, we've done this kind of work, and we've figured out that beneath the central part of Greenland, there is an anomaly with decreased velocities, which in turn tells us that there is an elevated temperature there. Why is there an elevated temperature? Well, then we begin to research the history of this region. We look at areas where there is no ice, where you can observe rock outcrops. For example, on the west side, on the east side, we see manifestations of volcanism. That volcanism, well, took place there about 40 to 50 million years ago. We come to understand that this volcanism is the trace of a hotspot that moved beneath Greenland. And now that hotspot is nothing other than Iceland. So it turns out that it wasn't actually the hotspot that was moving, it was the plates moving over the hotspot that remained in place. So there is a mantle. There are jets in that mantle. One of these jets, for example, is the Hawaiian hotspot. The other one is the Icelandic hotspot. And above these jets, there are sort of lumps of lithosphere floating as if they were ice plates. And when this jet passes beneath this ice plate, it burns a trace in this lithosphere, and there occurs a kind of thinning in the lithosphere. In fact, this hotspot, the Icelandic hotspot, is believed to be about 250 million years old, according to some opinions. And when it was formed, it rose to the surface of the Earth in the form of a big mushroom. And when this mushroom came into contact with the lithosphere, that happened about 250 million years ago, and that was in the area of the Siberian plate, meaning it was in the area of Norilsk. So its central point caused a discharge of millions of cubic kilometers of basaltic lavas, which completely changed the entire ecosystem of our planet. This led to the extinction of 90% of all life species on Earth at that time. In other words, it was the most severe extinction in the entire history, or at least in the recent history of the Earth. After that, this plume, or rather the head of this plume, had done its job, but its stalk, that doesn't seem to be so dangerous, remained. And above it, the plates were floating. Partly, there was an outpouring of large basalts at the junction where the Atlantic Ocean transitions into the Arctic Ocean. Then Greenland floated towards this hotspot. One edge of that hotspot passed beneath Greenland, and then it ended up around Iceland. So in essence, if we look from below at the lithosphere surface of Greenland, we can see a kind of ditch formed in it. Accordingly, this asthenospheric material, which has a higher temperature, turned out to be closer to the surface than normal, this continental lithosphere. Therefore, this hot material has caused the temperature gradient in this case to increase, and the heat flux, the one that we're observing under Greenland now, is high. Well, naturally, the ice gets melted there. Naturally, this ice is moving faster, both in the central part and around the edge. So a question immediately arises here. Given the current global warming and all that, Greenland will melt, and this will absolutely lead to a catastrophe. I mean, naturally, the sea level will rise and so on. So this is all happening right now, as if it were caused by human activity. Well, of course, that is absolutely not true, because I am talking about processes that have been going on for tens of millions of years. And it is quite a routine process that has been going on much longer than humanity naturally has existed. And it's a very different timescale. And in fact, that ice, that snow which Greenland had accumulated in previous eras was quite enough to compensate for that rate of ice movement into the ocean. I mean, this accumulation or reduction of ice has nothing to do with our global warming problems.
We would like to thank Dr. Kulakov and his colleagues for sharing their research on the glaciers melting in Greenland and actually explaining why they are melting. That is essential information which is being silenced. Unfortunately, we ordinary people do not receive it because the media promotes only exclusively anthropogenic concepts. And it may seem that this is a specific particular case that only applies to Greenland. But when we see the whole picture that is presented here today, we understand that this is a sign of geothermal heat increase over the entire planet due to cyclicity. And as a continuation of this topic, please let's watch the following video.
Everyone has already heard that glaciers are melting catastrophically fast. But have you heard about how exactly they are melting? 90% of all glaciers on the planet are located in Antarctica, where they are disappearing the fastest. What is striking is that this is taking place solely in the western part of Antarctica, whereas in the east, record-breaking cold temperatures are being recorded. A logical question arises: why is Antarctica melting only on one side? And the answer is quite simple. West Antarctica has a totally different geology. It consists of thin blocks of the Earth's crust that are separated from each other by large tectonic faults, rift zones. And in these zones, greater amounts of heat are released. For example, scientists from Germany and the British Antarctic Survey mapped the geothermal heat flow in West Antarctica using data from aeromagnetic observations beneath the Thwaites Glacier. They discovered an area where a huge amount of heat comes from the Earth's bowels. According to scientists, this is due to the fact that the glacier lies in a tectonic trench where the Earth's crust is much thinner. Surprisingly enough, West Antarctica is one of the largest volcanic regions on Earth. There are more than 140 volcanoes sleeping under the ice, and they are now much more active than the scientific community previously believed. A team of researchers from the University of Rhode Island discovered a new factor in the rapid melting of the Pine Island Glacier in Antarctica. It's an earlier unidentified active volcano buried deep beneath the ice. Evidence of volcanism was indicated by high concentrations of the helium isotope, which comes exclusively from the Earth's mantle. According to Professor Karen Haywood, geothermal heat from the West Antarctic Rift warms the ocean water. This in turn leads to the acceleration of ice sheet melting. Thus, it is the geothermal heat from volcanoes that is contributing to the rapid melting of the Antarctic ice sheet, not global warming at all. But why are there so many volcanoes under the ice of Antarctica? NASA experts have found out the reason based on data from NASA's IceSat and IceBridge satellites. They have concluded that under the surface of West Antarctica, there is a large mantle plume that is a flow of red-hot magma which rises and expands beneath the Earth's crust. According to the scientists' calculations, this area is warming with almost the same intensity as the Yellowstone supervolcano. The heat flux measures 150 milliwatts per square meter, reaching 180 in the rift areas. This is about 3 times as much heat as the adjacent rock layers receive. Thus, all indications are that glaciers in Antarctica are melting not at all due to anthropogenic factors, but due to the volcanic heat. At the same time, the temperature of the Earth's crust is rising and parts of the territory are elevating abnormally. Why does the scientific community ignore the connection between all these phenomena? Equally intense ice melting is also taking place on another part of the planet, in Greenland. Research conducted in October 2020 showed that Greenland's ice is now melting faster than ever before in the past 12,000 years. In 2019 alone, Greenland's ice sheet lost the most ice in recorded history, 600 billion tons. It is also surprising that giant lakes appear under the surface of the glacier, which is actually 1.5 kilometers thick. As of today, we already know about 6 dozen subglacial lakes of Greenland. The temperature of the ice surrounding them is around minus 28 degrees Celsius. But these lakes do not freeze. Why? Several research groups of scientists joined in the effort to find an answer to this very question. They discovered the fact that under Greenland, just as under Antarctica, there is a mantle plume. Geothermal flows coming from its bowels cause formation of subglacial lakes and melting of glaciers. Using gravitational research, a team of American scientists led by Professor Ralph van Friese estimated the thickness of Greenland's crust. Active melting of glaciers has been observed in the northern part of the island, where the crust is thinner and an increased geothermal flow due to the rising mantle plume has been detected. Using seismic tomography data, scientists from an interdisciplinary team at the Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth saw that the flow of magma rises from the center of the core to the Earth's surface right beneath the central part of Greenland. This is where the largest number of subglacial lakes are located. The scientists have calculated the theoretical heat flux corresponding to this magma chamber and found that this heat is sufficient to warm the base of the glacier up to the melting point of the ice. These same results have been confirmed by similar studies using machine learning technology. It is obvious that the world's two largest glacial regions, Antarctica and Greenland, are melting because of increased geothermal flows coming from the interior of the planet. But what is intensifying them? Mantle plumes have been beneath the glaciers for millions of years, but it is today that their magma rises closer to the Earth's surface and causes increased heating of the Earth's crust from the inside. This indicates that abnormal processes are starting to occur in the bowels of the Earth, in its very core. And the main question is, why is it happening precisely now? This answer is simple: cyclical changes on a planetary scale occurring every 12,000 years. The melting of glaciers is only a part of the chain of climatic events that will lead to an imminent catastrophe already in the near future. Today, it is extremely important to unite the entire world scientific community in order to thoroughly study the real causes of climate change and prevent a great tragedy.
Well, we just saw that the glaciers of Antarctica are melting from the bottom up due to the internal heat, because hot magma rises up towards them. Under the glaciers, there is now warm water, which is heated by the subglacial volcanoes. And this shocking piece of information has been made public to such a large audience for the first time right now. Before today, we have been led to believe that the melting is the result of human activity. But it turns out to be an absolute lie. The anthropogenic factor has nothing to do with it. Magma rises not only under Antarctica and Greenland, but also in areas of thin crust. This is primarily the oceanic crust. And Professor Arthur Vittorito has found an alarming trend in geothermal heating at the bottom of the ocean. And we give him the floor.
My name is Arthur Vittorito. I'm a retired professor of physical geography, and I'm happy to be participating here in the Global Crisis Time for Truth conference here on December 4th. I was asked by a student a number of years ago if the number of earthquakes on the planet had been increasing. And I said, yeah, they have slightly, but I haven't looked at the data carefully. And when I looked at the data carefully, I started to see some things that intrigued me. And what intrigued me most was the fact that the number of earthquakes was starting to increase rapidly on the ocean floors. The oceans contain about 1,000 times the amount of heat that the atmosphere contains. So if you will, the ocean has been called the great flywheel of climate. So if we can intensify what we call the thermohaline circulation, first let's look at this greater geothermal flux. Geothermal, of course, is heat that emanates out from the mantle of the Earth It's what we see in active volcanoes, geysers, hot springs. And we see that the vast majority of geothermal heat on the planet has its origins at the ocean floor. And this diagram here by Davies and Davies shows in red where most of the geothermal heat for the planet is emanated. And we can see that it perfectly matches up with the parts of the Earth's crust that are splitting apart. These are what we call the mid-ocean spreading zones, okay? And if we look at the mid-ocean spreading zones, we see that high earthquake activity in these regions indicates high flow of geothermal heat in these regions. So for the purposes of this discussion, we're going to refer to what I call MOSIA, mid-ocean spreading zone seismic activity. MOSIA is a good proxy for the amount of geothermal flux. To this purpose, I've cataloged the number of seismic or earthquake events in the 4 to 6 range of what's called the moment magnitude range. That is, as you have more earthquake in these mid-ocean spreading zones, you will have a greater release of geothermal heat. And I've tracked this. I've looked at the seismic activity in these mid-ocean spreading zones. And here's the chart. So we know that we have greater geothermal flux because we have a lot more earthquake activity down on the ocean floor. And what this will do is it intensifies what we call the thermohaline circulation. On the planet, the thermohaline circulation, also called the meridional overturning circulation, or MOC, is driven by these density differences of temperature and salinity. And the oceans circulate in this giant conveyor belt, and we call this deep convection. Ocean geothermal heat is a significant forcing that can weaken the stability of the water column. It warms the bottom water, and when you warm the bottom water, you strengthen the thermohaline circulation. This is a well-established fact in oceanography. If you heat the bottom through geothermal heating, what is going to happen is that this conveyor belt is going to move faster. And the faster this moves, the more heat gets pushed up into the Arctic. This is a critical mechanism that we have to pay careful attention to. It has been shown that the overall circulation of the ocean has increased, and this is what the temperature field looks like. And you can see here the areas in red, primarily in the central and northern Atlantic, have been running much, much warmer than normal. We arrived at this state starting in 1995. That is, these anomalously high temperatures giving us what we call a positive AMO, which is the Atlantic multidecadal oscillation, has been around since 1995. Here we see a shot taken from the NASA Earth Observatory in 1979. Here we can see on a typical day the extent in 2007. We can see that it's been greatly reduced. And this is very, very important because as you melt snow and ice, you produce what is referred to as a positive feedback. So the net effect of all this, the intensification of the greater geothermal flux, which intensifies the thermohaline circulation, which increases oceanic heat transport in the Arctic, which also reduces snow and ice, results in increased Arctic temperatures. The reason we start this at 1979 is because this is the first year that satellite temperature data became available on a global scale. The mid-ocean spreading zone seismic activity plus global temperature is the bar graph in blue. Global temperatures are the curve in red. We find that the temperatures lag the mid-ocean seismic activity by 2 years. We see that these two curves match up very, very nicely. A correlation coefficient on this is 0.72, which is statistically significant, very high. 1995 was a very, very important year because it was an inflection point in global temperatures. That is, the mid-ocean seismic activity and consequently geothermal release suddenly spiked up in 1995, and we see that a number of other geophysical phenomena also changed in 1995 because it's all connected. That is well documented. A researcher by the name of James Camus, he's documented these fluxes under the ice sheets. And we do know, and we do have very good data that shows that, yes, a lot of the ice melt from Antarctica and Greenland is geothermally related. There's still a lot that we have to learn about climate change. And I believe that I have found a small piece of that. That is, I believe that seismic activity, which has been largely ignored in the literature, is one of the drivers of that climate change, and we need to explore it more, and we need to better integrate it into other understandings that we have about climate change. I believe in humans first, and I believe that we should exercise good stewardship, but that we should all try to take care of each other.
Thank you, Professor Vitorito, for sharing your research. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your research, and let's look at some other interesting patterns related to geothermal flow in the ocean. Oceanographers from Germany have found that just off the coast of West Antarctica in the Weddell Sea, the water at the depths of more than 2,000 meters warms up 5 times faster than at the surface. The temperature of the upper layer of water, 700 meters deep, almost never increases. This demonstrates that heating comes from the beneath the surface. Thanks to the network of Argo buoys disturbed throughout the world's ocean, scientists can obtain data on changes in water temperature and salinity. In this way, anomalous zones of elevated temperatures in the ocean have begun to be detected in recent decades. The water in them can be as much as 10 degrees warmer. They became known as blobs, heat bubbles, or heat blobs. Blobs appear from time to time in the Pacific Ocean, and 2 spots stand out in particular off the coast of Alaska and near New Zealand. The appearance of such anomalies has become suddenly more frequent. Scientists can reliably explain where such a heated ball of water appears in the ocean column. But in preparation for the conference, we could not disregard such an interesting phenomenon, and accidentally, a geophysicist I know had a map of the location of magmatic plumes of the planet. Also, I want to know that the boundary of the core and mantle, there are giant structures of reduced velocities, which are also called magmatic droplets. They feed the magmatic plumes which rise from the core to the ocean floor. And when the map of thermal anomalies and the location of the plumes were superimposed, we got the following picture. Some magmatic plumes appear directly under these thermal drops in the ocean. In some articles, we see that areas of elevated temperatures in the ocean are associated with human activity. But it remains a mystery how that CO2, which is emitted by our factories and is very well mixed in the atmosphere, all rushed into these zones to heat the ocean locally. And there are huge volumes of water, and you have to heat it up by almost 10 degrees. In 1999, when there was a well-known underwater volcanic eruption on the Gagel Ridge, heated water also rose the surface. Maybe it's time to consider the hypothesis that blobs in the water's oceans are related to magmatic plumes on the bottom after all? Unexpected behavior is also obtained in another area of the ocean, the Gulf Stream current. Scientists have established that the temperature of the ocean surface is rising. It means that according to all the laws of physics, ocean currents should speed up. And that's what we see. A prime example is the Antarctic current. But then, why the Gulf Stream is slowing down? The Gulf Stream started up 11,000 years ago at the beginning of the Holocene, when it was warming and the Earth was coming out of the Ice Age. But now it's getting warmer and the glaciers are melting, but it is slowing down. Climatologists know very well that the stoppage of the Gulf Stream will lead to. As a result, winters in Europe and North America will become harsher, and the sea level at the USA shores will rise faster. So, what do we see? That glaciers are melting from the inside out areas of magma sources due to heating. In the oceans, the lower layers of water are warming and abnormal heat drops appear above the magma sources. Seismicity on the ocean floor grows and geothermal flow increases. The Gulf Stream is also behaving unexpectedly. All these factors indicate to us a significant impact of geothermal heat on the global nature mechanism of our planet. And I want to ask you another question. Are we so blind that we will explain all these large-scale phenomena only by human activity? All these processes have intensified in recent decades, and it is clear that they point to global changes within the planet. After all, we have so many smart people in science, but the consumer format of our society does not allow them to study topics that are really important for all of humanity. A creative society starts with the truth, and we are articulating this truth right now. The next speaker is going to talk about the processes that indicate increased natural degassing, namely fires burning falls. I give the floor to Peter Lushin.
Greetings to the participants of the conference. Correlation of wildfires with faults in the Earth's crust. And first of all, the situation in Australia in the summer. Heat in the center of Australia. On the periphery, the temperature is few degrees lower, but although there are fires in hot places too, they occur mainly on the periphery, where the temperature is lower and where it is closer to the ocean. That is, the humidity is higher. Why is that? Well, because these most fire dangerous situations are correlated with the faults of the Earth's crust. This is in the west of Australia, as well as in the east and in the south, everywhere. So why is everything happening along the faults of the Earth's crust? Active faults in the Earth's crust mean ionization, which leads to a decrease in the humidity of atmospheric air, to many-fold decrease in precipitation. Experimental observations also show this. Those who have swum in the sea, where there's vegetation below, have noticed in summer that there are air bubbles coming from the bottom, and their flow rate can be measured. If there are faults in the Earth's crust, or an earthquake, then fountains of gas are visible on the underwater radars. When these gases reach the surface of water, if there is ice at the top, many bubbles can be observed in the ice. If they make a hole in the ice in these places, even fires occur. Satellite maps show that at places of high concentrations of gases over the centers of earthquakes, fountains of methane appear in the atmosphere, spreading for hundreds and thousands of kilometers. This takes place in the Caspian Sea, in the States, and in Mexico. Everywhere, plumes of methane spread from earthquake epicenters. Baikal region, 2009, there were not many earthquakes and fires, and they were only in the south of the region. But in 2010, there were hundreds of fires, and not only in the south, but also in the west of Baikal and in the southeast. And these fires were localized to linear features, lineaments. Look at the map of the earthquake's hypocenters. Yes, they go along Lake Baikal, but there are no fires there. In the northwest of Lake Baikal, there are no earthquakes at all, but there are hundreds of fires. It turns out that in that area, there is a magnetic anomaly and a fault in the Earth's crust. Next, similarly in Greece, in places where there is methane, there are massive fires, and where there is no methane, fires are sporadic. Turkey. There is a methane outbreak in central Turkey, so there are hundreds of fires, and these are not sporadic incidents. In India, they burn reeds. This is an ordinary situation, but extensive fires occur only in cases when there is an increased concentration of methane close to the Earth's surface. Southeast of the United States, fires are often lined up in lineaments. And if you look at the tectonic map, yes, they are all, or almost all, related to the faults of the Earth's crust. This is Florida and Texas and some other states. Everywhere, everything is the same. Hence, the conclusions are, natural fires are activated near the faults of the Earth's crust with abnormally high magnetic fields due to the increase in dry thunderstorms. There is a tendency for the increase in the number of fires with an increase in the concentration of methane near the Earth's surface. The deviation from the tendency is due to the fact that the degassing of methane is not explicitly associated with weather and dry thunderstorms. And this is what I wish to those who study and are interested in such things as earthquakes, drought, and fires. Do not take it always unequivocally. Deal with each event individually and find out the genesis. Thank you for your attention.
I'm very grateful to Piotr Lushvin for the information he has provided, because fires that occur along the faults become more and more frequent for a reason. Next, you will learn why they began to increase in certain places. We've been talking for years about the causes of global climate change, about the 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms, and about what will happen. But what I want to share with you now turned out to be a shock to me personally. I naively believed that there are areas on Earth that would be less prone to cataclysms, where earthquakes or volcanic eruptions don't happen, because they are far from the coastline for a tsunami to break through here. I thought that such a safe place was Siberia. But it turned out that I was deeply mistaken, and already in the near future, a devastating disaster could happen there, which would be fatal for all humankind, and you'll understand now why. For 10 years now, people have been trumpeting that Russia is heating up 3-4 times faster than the rest of the world. But have you seen how it exactly heats up? Look at this huge red spot that shows how atmospheric temperatures in Russia have changed over decades. Isn't it weird that this spot is located in the center of the country, in western Siberia, where the age of the plates is relatively young, and the plate itself is thinner? Precisely in this area, the permafrost degrades most rapidly. Isn't that strange? So what is the reason for the abnormal heating of western Siberia? No, not in greenhouse gas emissions. The reason is the movement of the Earth's core. Rybakin's works showed that even with small vibrations and movements of the core, all mantle layers experience deformations. In the late 19th, there was a jump of the core in the northern direction. The core shifted along the line from West Antarctica to West Siberia to the Taimyr Peninsula. The heat from the bowels now comes asymmetrically, and this is probably the reason why the glaciers in West Antarctica are melting the fastest. What is happening in western Siberia? Heated fluids and magma rise higher to the junctions of the lithospheric plates, to the ocean floor and to the Earth's surface in the direction of the core's pressure. Currently, beneath western Siberia, heat is accumulating in the upper layers of the mantle. The push of the core towards the Taimyr Peninsula creates conditions for the emergence of deep magma sources. Already now, the thin lithospheric crust beneath western Siberia starts to be eroded by magma and becomes thinner. The works by Igor and Elena Morozova from the University of Wyoming back in 1994-97 indicated the weakening, severe heterogeneity and signs of melting of the lower lithosphere, as well as the strong influence of the melts in the mantle on the tectonic processes of the central part of western Siberia. But what's not all, the rigid basis of the foundation of the Western Siberia plate is not monolithic. These faults are now beginning to crack. Seismicity is appearing where it didn't exist before, and this begins to affect even the neighboring, ancient thick plate of West-Eastern Siberia. Between the blocks of the rigid foundation of Western Siberia, at a depth of 2-3 kilometers, there are deep trenches called rifts, filled with the sediments of a volcanic catastrophe that happened long ago. 250 million years ago, at the turn of the Permian and Triassic periods, the Earth was splitting apart here due to catastrophic eruptions that formed nearby magnetic layers called the East Siberian Traps. During these eruptions, the Earth experienced its greatest extinction, the Permian extinction, in which 19% of all species became extinct. And now this disaster could happen again. Already now, in various regions, magma begins to anomalously heat the plate. Groundwater boils and water vapor warms the atmosphere. The hydrothermal potential of the West Siberian plate has long been known, but the paradoxical thermal anomalies that have appeared in recent decades are alarming. Boreholes show unexpected values of water temperatures compared to neighboring areas. Look at the map. The modern increase in geothermal heat in the north is now directly above the ancient rift, exactly where the crust split 50 million years ago. About the other branch of the rift, in the southwestern part of the plate, water in people's wells suddenly starts boiling. And right now, in winter, in December, despite the frosts, peat bogs are burning under the snow. In addition, the North magnetic pole is now drifting in this direction with acceleration, and in the outer core, right under this zone, the molten iron flow is accelerating. What does this indicate? The proximity of new catastrophic eruptions. And there are still many such areas with thin crust on the planet. And it is curious that it is in these regions that the number of forest fires has increased due to increased natural decaying along faults. Current trends suggest that in the coming decades, magma will start popping up in various places around the world, saying hello to us. The solid ground beneath our feet is beginning to crumble, even where we hoped we could be safe. If it is still not obvious that the problem is in magma, very soon everyone will be convinced of it. But what is happening now? National governments are afraid to tell the truth because they fear panic. One can understand them because they have nothing to offer people, because then the question will arise, how are governments preparing for the coming events? Meanwhile, governments are raising money to fight against CO2. How's that? And scientists echo this lie and engage in some nonsense with this notorious carbon dioxide, just to make a little more money for the last time. Because of such collaborationists, we are totally unaware. Meanwhile, the inevitable is getting closer, and we have no way to counteract it. I'm also afraid of what is going to happen. But, it's even scarier if we lose our time and our chance. And the responsibility for the death of billions of people in the next decade will be on our conscience. No, we will not allow civilization to perish because of our pride, laziness, or cowardice. And we have a solution, the only one and the most effective. We need all the scientists of the world to stop concentrating on their own narrow topics and mundane problems, and combine their accumulated enormous amounts of knowledge and skills. Is it really difficult to establish communication between people? Just imagine, thousands of volunteers have been preparing for this conference. If we all begin to act to achieve the single greatest goal of our time, the survival of all mankind, In the shortest time possible, we would study all aspects of the ongoing climate change, and we would already be able to begin to find a mechanism to counteract it. But this is only possible if we format of the creative society. Otherwise, there is no other way. So isn't it time to roll up our sleeves and join the ranks? Together, we really can do anything. Join in.
Thank you, Elisaveta. Your information have left me speechless. And I believe many of our viewers as well. How much more convincing evidence do we need, guys? We are being constantly warned by nature that we are slowly crossing the red line and that inevitable is closing very fast. And we are not ready to withstand it. Let's now watch a video with the most alarming information.
Inhale of the Earth. Scientists have been recording something frightening. Lakes, rivers, and waterfalls are disappearing all over the planet. Where is the water going so fast? Lakes. The second largest lake in Bolivia, which is called Puopo, has simply dried up. Satellite images show that the water was still there in April 2013. But by January 2016, the lake had completely dried up. Not only has this become a tragedy for the people living there, but also a dire prediction about the future of many lakes on the global scale. The destruction of Lake Aguelo, that had been 6 meters deep, happened so suddenly as if someone removed a giant plug and released all the water. In just 7 years, the lake completely disappeared. In California, the state's second largest reservoir, Lake Oroville, is disappearing at a catastrophic rate. As you can see, even a buoy is at the lake bottom. For the first time in history, what was once the deepest reservoir has descended to a record low level. In Lake Pechera, the water disappeared along with fish. The narrow hole through which the lake apparently drained dragged down all the aquatic fauna with it. Rivers. The level of the Parada River, the second longest in South America after Amazon, is currently at its lowest level in 77 years. Water in the Atoyac River disappears suddenly after a giant fissure had opened through which the water left. The Great Indus River in Pakistan is left almost without water today. The size of its delta has shrunk by more than 5 times. Several settlements along the coast were deserted. Hundreds of people had to leave. In 2013, from a 3-meter deep raging torrent, the Sims River turned into something so shallow that it barely was above scientists' sneakers in the deepest part of the reservoir. The Rio Grande, an important river for the US residents, has begun to disappear. Despite its impressive size, its banks have already turned into a pile of sand and rocks. Many rivers in the US are in danger of drying up, from the mighty Colorado to the Gasconade. Waterfalls. One of the most majestic waterfalls in the world, the Iguazu Falls complex, which is almost 3 kilometers wide, has lately decreased by 5 times. The second most powerful waterfall in the world after Iguazu, Victoria Falls, was on the verge of disappearance in 2019. Ecuador's highest waterfall, San Rafael Falls, disappeared for good in 2020. Instead of a roaring, rushing waterfall, there is now a thin, barely visible brook flowing down the rocks. On all the continents, we observe that water is leaving, which means it's a planetary scale process. It's worth pondering, how will worldwide water shortages affect the lives of us all? According to the research by American scientists, water level in the world's largest rivers have dropped significantly over the last 50 years. All around the world, thousands of rivers and reservoirs are disappearing, but at the same time, there are powerful downpours. For example, in China, despite frequent floods, more than 27,000 rivers has disappeared, which is about 50% of the country's rivers. How can this be explained? In Ukraine, more than 10,000 rivers have disappeared over the past 30 years, and wells are drying up. A quarter of England's rivers and a half of its small streams are also in danger of disappearing. Due to water shortages, India is facing water crisis like never before. A natural question arises: where is the water going? Currently, our planet is entering a cycle of planetary cataclysms, which occur every 12,000 years. During this cycle, galactic interaction affects the core of the planet, causing the core to become unbalanced, and it begins to jump. Because of this, the planet accelerates its rotation and begins to expand along its equator. Microcracks are formed, and water reservoirs goes down to greater depths. This intake of water by the planet can be compared to an inhale. Right now, the planet is inhaling. Does it mean that at some point it will exhale? So when and how will our planet exhale? As a result of the planet's acceleration, its centrifugal force changes and magma begins to rise to the surface of the Earth's crust and warm the underground waters. Already today, we're witnessing rapid melting of glaciers from the bottom up, heating of deep layers of the world ocean, melting of permafrost, and cases when people see water in wells boiling up. In the bowels of Western Siberia alone, at a depth of 1.5 kilometers, there's an entire sea of hot water measuring 1 trillion cubic meters. And such bubbling and boiling underground sea are not only found under Siberia, but in many other regions as well. There is enough water to cause another biblical flood. So when magma reaches these huge reserves of water, this water will start to massively evaporate. Just imagine the quantities of water that will come out of the ground as the planet exhales. This will result in incessant downpours, causing catastrophic floods. We expect water to rise up by miles, so only the tops of the mountains will remain. The fact that the planet breathes has been mentioned since time immemorial. This already happened in the history of humankind. An example of this is the Great Flood, which is mentioned in many myths of the people of the world.
Well, we have mentioned that the earth breathes, it absorbs water, and having contracted, gives it away. And this happens instantly. It can happen overnight.
Our civilization is faced with the most terrible enemy, one that is merciless in its manifestation. He is already overpowering us, and we, because of our separation consumerist format, are not even fighting back. If we want to preserve life on the planet, we need to act as a united front. This is the only way to guarantee a secure future for us. To do this, it is vital for us to unite and change the format of society to the creative one. In this format, we will quickly develop technology which will provide us with the ability to preserve our lives as the Earth exhales. Right now, you decide what happens next. and which scenario we will follow.
Now, during the conference, we learned that the melting of the glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland occurs from the bottom up because of the activation of magma vents beneath them. Magma is rising closer to the surface in areas of thin crust and in zones of known magmatic activity, and this is increasing volcanic eruptions in the ocean and on land. Seismicity on the ocean floor increases, geothermal heat increases, and this leads to heating of the lower layers of ocean water. This in its turn leads to accelerated currents and changes in atmospheric circulation. Earthquakes increase on land as well. Flammable gases are released through faults, and the number of natural wildfires increases. Underground waters in regions with a thin earth crust become abnormally heated. More sinkholes and karst funnels are forming. New cracks are being formed which divert water deep into the earth. All processes are intensifying. The conductor of these changes is the core of our planet, which has been undergoing changes in the cycle of 12,000 years due to the impact of external radiation. We underestimate the strength of the core. It seems to us that if the core is so huge and clumsy, it cannot affect the surface of the Earth. But we are deluded as the tiny bacteria on the crust of an apple, who think they are the reason the apple falls to the ground in the fall. I present to you the most recent open-source data available on the study of our planet's core and the consequences that these changes in the core cause.
We believe that we can control a lot of things, but we forgot that there is a huge mass of molten substance bubbling beneath our feet. At the very center of this red-hot ocean is the heart of our planet. And like ours, it is beating. But now, serious problems have begun inside the core. It could soon destroy our civilization. The core of our planet has a radius of 3,500 kilometers, which is comparable in size to the planet Mars. Previously, it was believed to consist of two layers, an outer liquid layer and a solid inner layer of iron and nickel. However, new findings have puzzled the scientific community. In 2015, researchers from the University of Illinois and Nanjing University in China discovered a strange behavior of a seismic wave traveling through the inner core. Thanks to this discovery, scientists concluded that there is an inner core, and it either consists of a different type of crystal or the Earth's core is still evolving and is gradually crystallizing. This is confirmed by the research of Australian scientists led by Joanne Stevenson.
What I observed is a very small kind of change, but it's got big implications for what's happening in the inner core.
Recently, scientists made another staggering discovery. For some unknown reason, the Earth's inner solid iron core appeared to be asymmetrical. A new model proposed by seismologists of the University of California, Berkeley suggests that the Earth's inner core grows faster on the east side than on the west side. According to the lead study author, Daniel Frost, the movement of liquid iron in the outer core carries heat away from the inner core, causing it to freeze and grow on the east side. Phil Livermore of the University of Leeds and his colleagues were surprised when a trio of satellites called SWARM detected signs of a fast-flowing river of liquid metal in the Earth's outer core.
Researchers indicate that this jet stream moves from Canada to Siberia and now wraps halfway around the planet. The vast jet stream, about 420 kilometers wide, has accelerated threefold since 2000. It remains a mystery why the speed of the iron stream has increased. But the anomalous phenomena don't end with that. Geophysicists at the University of Maryland have analyzed thousands of recordings of seismic waves traveling through the Earth and discovered two strange structures at the Earth's core. One beneath Africa and the other one deep below the center of the Pacific Ocean. These structures are features of very dense, hot matter at the boundary between the core and the mantle, and are known as ultra-low velocity zones at the roots of deep-seated mantle plumes. Notably, each of these two giant blobs has an area comparable to that of a continent, and the height of each is 100 times higher than Mount Everest. In the year 2020, scientists discovered that the patch of hot material beneath Hawaii is even larger than they previously thought. A recent work by Maria Sekamestrenko, a seismologist at the University of Oxford, confirms these so-called blobs as a source of the hot mantle plumes. And those plumes can trigger devastating supervolcanic eruptions when they surface. The mantle plumes caused massive volcanic eruptions that formed Iceland and continue to drive the rumbling activity beneath Yellowstone.
There is a high correlation between these events. Climate changes and mass extinctions over the past few 100 million years.
The results of recent studies of the Earth's core and the structures around it are alarming. And while only scientists know about this threat now, it will soon become apparent to all inhabitants of the Earth. Another important evidence confirming that abnormal processes are taking place in the core is the drastic acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole's drift by 3.5 times over the past 20 years. Together with the extreme acceleration of the North Magnetic Pole movement, a mysterious anomaly weakens the planetary magnetic field, which protects us from dangerous galactic and solar radiation. Scientists have been able to calculate that the Earth's magnetic field has weakened by 9% over the past 200 years. As a result, an area of weak magnetic field known as the South Atlantic Anomaly has been formed between Africa and South America. Moreover, in the last 5 years, another such area has developed southwest of Africa, and it is actively growing. The electromagnetic field is generated by the dynamo mechanism in the Earth's core, and therefore it is evident that changes in the magnetic field indicate changes in the core. Another proof of the anomalous behavior of the Earth's core is the appearance of a powerful neutrino emission from the bowels of the Earth, which was also registered in the year 2015. An even more anomalous event occurred in the year 1998. Scientists detected a sharp bouncing displacement of the core by observing the Earth's center of mass using satellites. As a result of the bounce, the core shifted sharply northward toward the Tamir Peninsula. At this time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy detected a gravity burst. The velocity of the planet also increased, as well as the centrifugal force. Concurrently, there was a dramatic change in the shape of the Earth. As measured by a laser rangefinder system from the US satellites, the planet began to expand abnormally along the equator, whereas before that, the trend had been the opposite. Because of the increased centrifugal force, magma plumes began to rise closer to the surface, which increased the geothermal heat flow and the number of earthquakes. As a result, new faults and cracks began to form, through which water from the surface began to escape deep into the Earth. In the same year, there was a sharp increase in the speed of the North Magnetic Pole's drift. The bounce of the Earth's center of mass became the key factor of the system's imbalance. This event led to a dissonance among all the Earth's shelves, which caused a dramatic increase in many natural disasters: earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. It is worth noting that during the same period, there was also synchronous bouncing changes in natural processes on the Sun, Moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies of the solar system. And this also occurred because of the displacement of their cores. This has led scientists to believe that such synchronous bounces may be caused by the influence of external factors on the solar system. In the year 2010, NASA scientists, together with French meteorologists, established a correlation between the increase in average annual temperatures and the rotation of the Earth's core. The fact that the core affects the climate has long been known in science. Back in the 1980s, a group of French scientists discovered that the movement of liquid material in the core directly affects the rotation of the Earth, which in turn affects the oceanic and atmospheric circulation. The bounce of '98 led to major changes on the Earth's surface. But this started even earlier. It is no coincidence that the New York Times published an article in 1985 about the leading role of the core in climate change. But you can't make the core pay taxes on gas emissions, while you can make people pay. So now, everyone has forgotten about these studies. But over the past 50 years, our planet has continued to accelerate. Since the year 2016, this trend has intensified even more. July 19th, 2020 was recorded as the shortest day in the history of observations. Even seemingly insignificant acceleration of the huge mass of the Earth will cause catastrophic consequences in the near future. It is clear from all the facts that the processes now taking place in the Earth's core are the cause of climate change. According to many researchers, such drastic global changes in the planet's core are caused by immense energies coming from the depths of space. Our planet is exposed to this radiation every 12,000 years. And right now, we are on the verge of a catastrophe. Scientists have yet to answer many questions, but it is clear that extreme changes are taking place in the core. The core bounces accelerate the planet's rotation and increase its centrifugal force, which brings the magma inside the mantle closer to the surface. This causes an increase in the power of volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, the number of which is increasing. Also, the process of magma uplift heats up groundwater, causing glaciers to melt from below, which leads to catastrophic floods. The situation is progressing rapidly, and very soon we will face supervolcanic eruptions and global floods that will make conditions on the planet incompatible with life. How can humankind survive cataclysms of this magnitude? Each and every person must be involved in the solution to this problem, and we must act with full commitment. Now there is no time to shift responsibility to anyone else. The heart of our planet is already beating faster. This is causing catastrophic changes. Only by admitting the truth about the real causes of climate change will we be able to grasp the full extent of what is happening and unite the entire scientific potential to ensure the survival of all humanity.
What is happening to the planet's core is truly, really shocking. It has a significant effect on the climate and all processes on the Earth's surface. But what do we keep hearing? That the human is the one to blame for climate change. We have confused ecology and climate. Climate is changing due to the cyclicity, and a person has no effect on this. Yet a person has a significant effect on ecology, and we see what a sick state our planet is in. There's also information stating that a person can alter the planet's rotation speed. How can this be possible? Maybe Elizabeth, could you please comment on this?
Да, конечно. Yes, of course. Indeed, you can find on the internet opinions of scientists claiming that the acceleration of the planet happens due to anthropogenic emissions of CO2. Do you know this mechanism? People eat too much meat to keep cows, and cows contribute a lot of greenhouse gases, and this accelerates ocean currents, and because of the acceleration of the currents, the Earth starts to rotate faster. There is only one thing that confuses me about this hypothesis. It is not the mass of the Earth's atmosphere is 1,000,000 times less than the mass of the Earth itself, and it's not that the speed of the ocean currents has only changed by 3%. What really confuses me is that it seems that greenhouse gas emissions from cows are grossly underestimated by experts. They also claim that the melting of glaciers speed up the Earth's rotation, but for that to happen, the ice sheets of Antarctica and Greenland would have to melt completely. However, now you are aware of how they melt. So yes, it must be the cow's waste. Certainly, CO2 doesn't have an effect, especially on the brain activity of some people. Do you think it's funny? But we really are taken for fools. But seriously, stop feeding us with these fairy tales that humans, with their greenhouse gases emission, can affect the geodynamic processes on a planetary scale, making the Earth accelerate. And you know what else is very interesting? For the last decades, the speed of rotation of the planet does not fit in the usual models. But these changes occur in stages and cyclically. And when the planet slightly slowed down during another spin, you could read articles in the media telling this was also due to human activity. Someone really wants to think they are so great and all-powerful that even the planet is slowing down and speeding up at their will. But for all ordinary people, it is obvious that these are global processes, and their trend is now abnormal. The reasons for this are not known to scientists. It's trembling, it's shaking, they write. On July 19th, they recorded the absolute record for the speed of the Earth's rotation in the history of observations. This means a record increase in angular velocity, the centrifugal force that affects the rise of magma from within. Even from the core surge in 1998, the Earth didn't accelerate that much. This means that we will see the consequences of this acceleration with our own eyes very soon.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Я бы хотела поговорить об атмосфере и о том, насколько она важна и какие изменения сейчас происходят. Атмосфера Земли — это не только воздух, которым мы дышим, но и это уникальная защитная оболочка, благодаря которой возможно жизнь.
Hello, dear friends. Atmosphere of the Earth is not just the air we breathe, but also a unique protective shell that makes life on our planet possible. Rapid weakening of the magnetic field due to processes in the core led to a drop in atmospheric pressure, a decrease in atmospheric density, and redistribution of air currents. We have all heard about global warming. Due to the internal heating of the Earth's air, temperatures in the lowest layer of the atmosphere are increasing. However, the changes that take place in the upper layers are much larger and have nothing to do with anthropogenic impact. Scientists record the cooling of the upper atmospheric layers, that is, the thermosphere and the mesosphere, as well as the decrease in their density and compression. The temperature of the stratosphere has also decreased. There is a decrease in the volume of the atmosphere, which means that the space becomes much closer to the surface of the Earth. The chemical composition of the upper atmospheric layers changes. There is an increase of the content of water vapor and carbon dioxide. The atmosphere becomes disbalanced. The air is extremely heated at the bottom but sharply cool at the top. As a result, macroturbulence increases due to temperature and density differences, and this leads to an increasing number of hurricanes, tornadoes, in atypical places, abrupt changes in winds, and unpredictable weather. The main cause of these observed changes is the cosmic radiation, which leads to the imbalance in all systems of our planet. We can see the result of their impact even with the naked eye. Cosmic rays strongly ionize the atmosphere, which contributes to the formation of unusual clouds that actually do not bring us anything good. In recent years, due to low temperatures and an increase in water vapor, the formation of silvery clouds in the upper atmospheric layers is observed more and more often. These clouds reflect sun rays and thus less the heat reaches the Earth. In the stratosphere, again, as a result of lower temperatures, nacreous clouds are formed, and their emergence leads to destruction of the ozone layers. In the lower layers, ionization increases and the thunderstorm clouds are formed. Thunderstorm cyclones also to be mostly observed in tropical latitudes, but nowadays they are moving further and further to the north. The increased cloud formation due to cosmic rays impact will result in global cooling of the planet, but the most destructive effect is invisible. Cosmic rays cause additional destruction on the ozone layer, which means that the level of ultraviolet light is growing, and the chemical composition of the very top layers of the atmosphere changes. And the most dangerous thing is that cosmic rays directly affect the DNA molecules of living organisms, destroying them and provoking their mutations. We are witnessing tremendous changes in the atmosphere due to the 12,000-year cyclicity caused by galactic radiation. On the one hand, the atmosphere is unbalanced and its composition it is changing. On the other hand, due to the processes in the core, the magnetic field is weakened and its ability to keep the atmosphere increasingly deteriorates. As a result, the protective properties of the atmosphere are weakening. This has happened before in previous cycles, but now, as the environmental load of the planet is increasing, it may simply not be able to withstand it. We are human beings, we are biological structures, and we depend on the atmosphere, the temperature, the concentration of oxygen, and if we don't find a way to counteract the forces that affect the solar system and us, we will simply die. The electromagnetic field and the atmosphere were the defense mechanism against external factors, but now we see what happens to them due to cyclicity. But we do have a chance, and in order to survive, we need to act. Most people don't know what's going on right now, and that's why it's so important to inform them, to inform and not to demand a decision from anyone, but to decide for ourselves and take responsibility. The world leaders cannot decide it, they rule only small fragments and pieces. 6,000 years ago, we were divided into communities, and we still exist like this up to this day. But we all are human beings and we can change everything. It is extremely important for us to inform everyone in a short period of time to come to a decision that we want to live.
Jason, please go ahead. While Jason is solving some technical issues over there, I could take over with the next speech. Okay, so experts are actually puzzled by the anomalies occurring on the sun. For example, the magnetic field of the sun is rapidly fading. And the past 3 recent 11-year solar cycles have been unprecedentedly low, with each successive cycle being weaker than the previous one. This has never been observed during the space age. So the solar wind, the flowing outwards particles throughout the solar system that are supposed to be protecting us from radioactivity, actually cannot sufficiently perform its function anymore. And at the same time, satellite data shows the increase of radiation by 20%. And the reason is a flux of galactic cosmic radiation, which enters the solar system and the Earth's atmosphere. Some scientists suggest that we are at the minimum of solar activity and that something similar might have been observed earlier in the Middle Ages. But there are a few extremely alarming facts. So in 2019, astronomers recorded a powerful, record-breaking flare on the nearest star to the Sun, Proxima Centauri, and that flare was 1,000 times stronger than any known flare that previously was ever observed. So something similar, strange, occurs on the other stars near to the Sun, so-called inactive star of Barnard and the star of Wolf 359. And there is the theory that low activity on the Sun is actually only calm before the storm, along with super strong flares coming up. In addition, very strong radio signals are being recorded by astronomers coming from the center of our galaxy. And the thoughts are that those are starbursts, so new stars occurring over there. What is behind this strange star behavior? These are some very harmful radioactive rays of a new kind, which our devices are barely able to detect. It is something very small that on micro level destroys planetary cores and ignites new stars. But let's go back to our planet. So how does galactic cosmic rays affect the Earth? The fact is that the harmful galactic radiation is directed at the right angle to the Orion arm, in which the solar system and our planet are located. Previously, these rays passed at a tangent, but now we are approaching a point of near interaction. Unfortunately, little is known about this radiation. The issue requires urgent study and unification of all scientific potential of our civilization, of all researchers around the world. In 2001, Russian physicist Alexander Mikhailovich Mishin made a very important discovery. An extremely powerful stream of radiation was registered in a very specific region of space. Examination carried out by astrophysicist Shpitalnaya Alexandra Alfredovna on the radio telescope of Pulkovo Observatory confirmed its real existence. And further studies of radiation patterns, its flows from so-called mission object were established. And they came up with the conclusion that this very powerful energy emanates from a very particular place in the space that Mishin himself considered as the center of the universe. Astronomers approached NASA and asked to compare this data to the data that NASA has. But unfortunately, their request was just simply ignored. This radiation is probably the very same exact galactic rays that are making irreparable changes in the core of our planet, and also in the cores of other planets of solar system. And it even affects the stars up the arm, the Orion arm. And we already basically know that they are affecting the sun itself as well. And we know what kind of damage they can do within the 12,000-year cycle, actually the cataclysms that are caused by this radiation. So we need to figure out how to take counteraction to this radiation as soon as possible while we still can make this difference, because very soon it's just going to be too late. And for that, we need to unite all our potential. Thank you. Let me pass the floor to the next speaker.
Hello. I welcome everyone to the conference Global Crisis, Time for the Truth. My name is Elena Podladchikova. I'm a PhD in space physics. I study the sun, climate and astrophysics. Currently, I'm working at the Davos Observatory on a number of space missions that deal with these fields. What's happening with the climate today is really unusual. As a scientist, it got me thinking. I started asking my colleagues, I started summarizing my research. And really, there's a lot of strange things going on. Let's approach this question in terms of solar activity. We all know that there is an 11-year cycle of solar activity, then there is a 100-year cycle and 200-year cycle. Give or take a few years, a 400-year cycle and so on. The upcoming period is what we in solar physics call a grand solar minimum. Most likely, it will last perhaps until 2045, according to our current estimate. During the periods of solar minima, especially a long protracted minimum like the current one, which has been going on since 2012, we are exposed to solar and cosmic rays. Cosmic rays are more energetic and more dangerous. Many stations on Earth that measure cosmic rays are, as expected, registering more and more cosmic rays, very highly charged particles. Cosmic rays are bad for human health. We scientists usually don't focus on that. We are kind of aware but don't write about it. There could be an effect on heart, on lungs, on a person's lifespan. I would say it's very dangerous. Cosmic rays coming to Earth are not good for the biosphere. We're studying their effects on soil, wetlands and water. Unfortunately, scientists aren't all united in these studies yet, because everyone is studying their own area. I think scientists are very, very close now to figuring it out, and will soon understand exactly what kind of coherent radiation is affecting the climate. We know very little about our environment and about space. We are scanning outer space at newer and newer wavelengths, at newer resolutions. The technology is improving extremely fast. Sources of coherent maser, laser radiation may be in many places in our galaxy, but the center of the galaxy probably has a strong source of coherent radiation. Again, this has been discovered by a Japanese telescope and a telescope array in Chile. This is a completely new established fact. For example, at Moscow State University, geologists have established the influence of cosmic objects, the center of our galaxy, gravitational and other interactions on geological processes. Friends, the situation is very serious. People are dying. We are aware of that. We can't deny it. A lot of research has been done. Hawking, Zeldovich. Unfortunately, in the past, a lot of scientific minds have been directed towards military developments. Friends, scientists around the world, let's come together and think about how we can use at least that information which we have now. We know what is going to happen to the climate. It had already happened 6,000 and 12,000 years ago. What's happening now is not new to us. How can we survive global disasters? We must act right now, because next year it might be too late. Let's direct our efforts towards Saving humanity. I didn't want to say this before, but now, after analyzing all the facts, the future depends on our choices. We don't have time to ponder. We only have time for action, only for treating each other well, for being completely open, for spreading full information, and for involving a lot of people of interdisciplinary fields. Are you ready? I'm ready for that. Friends, you know, we are geniuses. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about all of us. Do you see how much we, humanity, have done and how much we have understood? Let's use that. Let's tell each other what we can do. And I believe that we will.
Thank you, Mrs. Podlachikova. Thank you so much for this information. Very hard information, very truthful information. And I would like to thank all our speakers for being open and honest to bring this truth to us today. Let's continue. And I would like to remind our viewers that right now you are watching a live broadcast of the conference, Global Crisis Time for the Truth. Ahead, we have a part dedicated to human slavery and refugees. Stay with us. A premiere of the documentary film will be shown soon for the first time today as part of this conference. Journalists look into human slavery and mistreatment of refugees. This film is produced by volunteers of Creative Society from all over the world. Now, let's get back to the solution of the climate crisis. Let's watch an excerpt from a video shield with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
Igor Mikhailovich, by what means can humanity withstand this impact?
And it's the most important question. Why do we need the entire human potential? Why cannot someone do it on their own? Because first of all, we don't have this knowledge. We don't have this kind of energy. We have to understand that the power of impact affecting our planet is enormous. So all the energy that we have on Earth that is available to us is not enough to counteract the power of impact that is taking place. There is a small nuance here too. I'll just explain for understanding. Let's not delve too much into this, it would take a lot of time. I understand that people might be curious, but the impact is taking place not at the macro, but at the micro level. In other words, it's not a direct impact of macro objects in outer space on macro objects. It's an interaction at the micro level between particles. It is an enormous energy. Again, I understand that the question will arise. But how is that? The interaction between large objects is a huge energy, but between particles it is weak.
Well, yes.
You see, our science is in such a state nowadays that we cannot answer many questions yet. That is why we need the combined potential to answer it. The interaction between particles, those that make up our entire universe, takes place at the energy level. It's an exchange of information as well as interconnections. That's where gravitation and many other things emerge, so these interactions are very strong. Look at what is happening to the planet. After all, destabilization comes from within the planet, while everything else is a consequence that we see. Now some people will say, what about other planets, my friends? On other planets too. We see what is happening now in the solar system, on other planets, those very landslides on Mars and many other things. There is activity too and everything else. This means it's all about cyclicity. It's just that it is somehow not trendy to talk about it, or somehow. After all, carbon dioxide couldn't have affected Mars and caused the formation of landslides, indicating instability there. But mainly the planets that have a core and magma are affected. If it's just a rock, it will remain a rock. There is nothing in it that would give rise to dissonance. There is only resonance between particles in it. It's just a rock. Whereas our planet is very complex, it has a core, magma, a crust, and an atmosphere. In other words, these are different spheres, just like in a human body, but they are coordinated. A single organism is formed. What will disorders in, say, a person's bone structure lead to? To irreversible consequences. The same is true for the vascular system or any other part. Whatever we take, any system, any disorder leads to a global destruction of the organism. It's the same with us here. Therefore, what do we need in order to counteract this? An equally strong counteraction. Let me give you a simple example. Let's use Tatiana, for example, for you to understand. Let's suppose I give her a little push, and she tilts. Why? Because there is a force of impact. And now resist it. You see, exactly the same impact, but she doesn't tilt. Why? Because she counteracts my action. If we don't put forward this counteraction, our world will simply collapse. Mars is an example of that. Those who are smart will understand, look and see where we are going. Why? Because the cause is the same, and the effect will be the same. Again, here we not only need to possess this energy, and in order to possess it, we need to discover these sources. But we also need to understand what it is and how to use it. For example, we do not use this energy correctly. Let me push you, and you apply the same force. In the other direction, you see, it's even greater. She almost fell. Why? Even a light touch.
Without help anymore, right?
Yes, she applied a lot of force, but in the wrong direction. So if we make a mistake, we will kill our planet even faster. I think it's clear now. Again, why do we need potential? Why do we need energy to build and do all this? Let me give you another example. Why? Because it's a complex process, and it requires all people, all of our potential. And why could we not do it when we were 7 billion? Why can we do it when we are almost 8 billion? Because our potential has increased, because the task is multidimensional and multi-level, and it has to be solved accordingly.
This conference has been going on for many hours, and I'd like to ask everyone a question. What do you think about everything that is happening in our world right now? Personally, I will hardly be able to fall asleep after what I have seen. At such moments, you begin to clearly understand that we really have no control over anything. We, people, have no one to help us. No one to count on but ourselves. It was horrifying when a man from Kenya described how his house was hit by lava in the middle of the night and no one was expecting an eruption. I immediately imagined what I would have done in this place, how I would have saved my children, whom I would have called first. So many people who have survived cataclysms said, we were not ready for this. And we really are not. None of us. I keep seeing the image of a woman from India sobbing because her children died from the flood that swept everything away. I remember the eyes of the man who was dismantling metal from ships in dumps with his own hands, and how he said that all he feared in his job was death because he had a family. So do I. I get completely terrified by Chinese variant predicted for us by artificial consciousness Jackie. I have seen a lot of movies, but this is tougher than Hollywood. Do you know what images came to my mind? Images of me standing at the entrance of the city with my kids because there is nowhere else to go, holding their hands, and then how we enter there, how everything is taken away from us along with some last remaining photograph, and how we are separated, how I see my girl's eyes for the last time, how I ask myself what will happen to them next. I disagree with Jackie. I'm scared to die, but I don't even want to imagine living under those conditions. Now, at this time, when so much climate horror is taking place on Earth,
sheer horror, when we are all in such danger, when cataclysms are gaining strength and synchronizing every day, at this very time when we need to consolidate and act in one and only right direction, we are divided into camps, even on the causes of what is happening, into those who are for CO2 and those who are against it. Although we are all in the same boat, we are all in the same danger. And now I would like to address all the scientists who are so defensive about the theory of the greenhouse gases impact on climate change. Are you absolutely sure of your theory, 100% sure, or does it still remain merely profitable and profitable? You, scientists, can you, by your decisions to fight CO2 emissions, take responsibility for all 8 billion people? I live in Belgium. I pay a lot of taxes on CO2 emissions. I sometimes ride a bicycle, and I can actually solely ride a bicycle if I have to. But can you, scientists, guarantee that if we stop emitting CO2, the climate will get better? Can you take responsibility for all 8 billions? For me, for my girls, for your children, for your grandchildren, for your fathers and mothers, and say that CO2 is the only problem that affects the climate on the Earth? Are you really 100% sure that there are no other impacts that come from a vast cosmic space and which we know so little about? Also, tell me, have you ever experienced the loss of someone? Do you remember the bitterness of loss, when the thoughts were constantly swirling in your head? What could I have done to prevent this? Why didn't I do that to keep him or her alive? So now we are still at the point when we can do something if we make the right decisions instead of wasting precious time on yet another pointless business. After all, today your mother is not laying under the debris of an earthquake. Today your child has not yet been raped or beaten as they do to refugees. Right now, there is still a chance to change something, because later on you would be just crying in anticipation of death. Personally, I realize that all of us really have just one chance, and it's a blessing to know that we still have it, and I don't want to miss this chance. The scariest thing I heard today was about the radiation that is coming towards us from outer space. But I remember an astrophysicist who was addressing scientists and saying that if we now combine all of our scientific potential, we can find a solution. At that moment, you realize, without me, without you, without each and every one of us, they won't be able to do it. For scientists all over the world to unite, for them to really have this opportunity to work solely on those developments that will save our children's life, we need the contribution of each and every one of us, absolutely each and every one. The world conditions in which they will live depends on us and our actions. As long as we maintain consumeristic format and science serve the personal interest of individual corporations, we have no chance. Scientists simply will not be able to unite because there is constant competition and economic race, and science is used as an instrument of domination and power. Therefore, in order to really unite the entire scientific potential, it is necessary to change the conditions of society so that human life comes first. And this can be done only in the format of the creative society. First and foremost, we need to legislatively implement the 8 foundations of the creative society in all countries, the first of which is the value of human life. Then all the developments, all technologies will be aimed only at improving human life, and in this case, at saving our civilization. But it is up to us, the ordinary people, to make the first step. I realized that I simply must tell everyone what I realized today, the real scale of the problem and the only real way out, the creative society. To tell everyone, from my friends to the people on the street, because most of them don't know the scale of danger we are all in. I've been thinking a lot about what is this unity which can really save us. What is the essence of it? What triggers such a powerful force? And I understood. People themselves trigger it. Only we, people themselves, are capable of implementing the creative society. Each of us has enormous power, enormous potential, but it's not comparable to the potential of all of humanity, all 8 billion people united by one goal. Yes, it may seem unrealistic to unite all 8 billion people. We've never done anything like this before, but all 8 billion of us are already united by one desire. We want to live. And for this, we should not only desire, but also start to take an action, to act in sync, to achieve this goal.
Humanity, various races, nationalities, religions, but we are all sailing in the same boat in this ocean of life. And the course of all-absorbing consumerism, which our common ship has taken today, is leading us to precipice. Just a little longer, and we will irreversibly fall into the abyss of economic, social, and climate catastrophes. Perhaps someone doesn't want to see and admit obvious facts, yet being afraid to turn around and see the reality. In the endless rush, in the ordinary everyday routine, in the race for success and survival in this world of consumerism. But every day, more and more people stop and ask themselves these questions. Where is this world coming to? What does the future hold for me and my children? How can I make sure that the world will be a safe, happy, and prosperous place? After all, no matter how successful you are, if the whole world is falling apart, there is no way you can avoid a bitter fate. We can change the course of our ship, which is speeding into the abyss, and instead of the abyss of consumption, steer it in the direction of the creative society. But we can do this only together. We need to unite our collective human potential, become a united civilization, and row in one direction. Uniting in a common goal, we need to direct our attention, our efforts, our knowledge, and our skills to charting a new course. And how quickly we can do this depends on the choice of each person. Our salvation is only in our unity. Only by working together can we build a truly decent world. A world that will have a future for us and our children. And that is the creative society. We still have a chance. So let's take it.
Hello. At present, we, humankind, face a global problem. Destabilization of the planet's core is no joke. Everyone understands this. Everyone understands that creative society is the only option to unite. But why do they not go for unification? Because there is a fear that even if we all get together, go va-bank, throw all of our energy into uniting, create a creative society, and we won't find a solution, and that's it. Time is spent and effort. There is no solution to the problem. The end. Finito. That is precisely what people have in their heads. And so they would build a bunker separately, only for themselves, because in consumer format, everyone cares only about his ass. And a small fraction of people would survive a couple of days longer than others. In that case, let's go for the Chinese model that Jackie mentioned. They will live only 4 to 5 years longer than if they do nothing. The same goes for the bunkers. Can they save everyone
individually, no matter how super equipped they are? No. They can only prolong their existence for a short time, which does not solve anything. So it turns out that this issue is hugely acute. Creative society is a real chance, and the rest is absolute nonsense. We will never come to a solution if we don't unite, if we are unaware of the actual resources and possibilities. Many people are now concerned about the climate change and are starting to build private bunkers. Billionaires, heads of technology, companies, superstars, doctors, lawyers, and numerous top executives of prominent corporations are all investing in it, but everyone separately. And it's ridiculous. But that's how consciousness works. They think they can survive cataclysms there. But let's think logically. How can they survive what's coming after everything we've seen today? It's not like it's a one-day situation to simply wait out in a barrel. Everything is destroyed once and for all, and for many years to come. And if we don't stop the process now, it will be forever. And then what? To be buried alive in this barrel bunker. Is that what they want? So spending millions to build a bunker is ridiculous. If these funds were invested in the development of creative society, everything would move faster. And there is a much better chance that everyone would survive. It is much better than the prospect of dying in this barrel alone. We had a quote. Unfortunately, the demand for underground bunkers has increased again. We specialize in building them, but I would much rather build something else. However, we won't build anything else as long as there is a demand in this market. We can build anything because we have tremendous production capacity, but we specifically build bunkers. However, according to the head of a company specializing in the construction of underground bunkers, the number of orders has recently increased by 2,000%. He says, we can build anything because we have tremendous production capacity, but we specifically build bunkers because there's a demand for them. So I have a question. Maybe it's time for us to create a demand for creative society. Previously, it was thought that those who build bunkers were all nuts. Now, it is considered normal. But is it? It's time to think more broadly, not in the format of digging your own grave. Thank you all. Thank you, the speakers. Thank you to all of the scientists that have stepped forward. And thank you to our wonderful host and the technical support that makes this possible for all people all over the world and our interpreters. Thank you.
I'm very happy to see all the participants and viewers of the conference. And I want to thank everyone for their active participation. This conference is an essential step for all humanity because it provides truthful information that allows us to come to a mutual understanding. We're getting a holistic picture which allows us to make right decisions in the current critical conditions for the entire humanity and avoid a deadly global threat. And we also have the opportunity to openly ask tough questions and find answers together. And I would like to draw your attention to one of these questions. Today, a very bad trend is emerging in the internet and in the media in general, to shut people's mouths when they tell the truth about the climate situation. If any scientists, public people, or ordinary citizens scientifically refuse the theory of anthropogenic impact and factually prove that the climate problem is actually much more global and cyclical in nature, then this information gets deleted. In fact, there is an even greater restriction of our rights by the consumerist format, in which we all exist like slaves. This is an outright dictatorship. They tell us about democracy everywhere, but immediately limit it. What kind of democracy is this if some media giants, social networks, or media holdings can restrict it? Who gave them this right? Yet, as strange as it may seem, in fact, the answer to this question lies in ourselves. I mean, by our own inactivity, by our own silence, we allow this to happen. Let's be honest, we voluntarily agreed to this, without even getting to the bottom of the matter. And all this is happening today. Today, when it is more important than ever for everyone to understand and accept the fact that our common problem should be solved together. Today, when humanity is really standing on the edge of an abyss, we must not remain silent, but tell the truth openly. We must open our mouths, not shut them. After all, this information will save our lives. The louder the truth will sound, the more real facts and reliable information we get from all sources, the faster we will be able to elaborate the right steps. If we sit back and pretend that everything is fine and that tomorrow it will be great, then there will be no tomorrow at all. Therefore, humanity's mouth mustn't be shut today when it concerns the survival of all humanity. We understand why it is being done, so as not to wreak panic and chaos. But why didn't they keep silent about COVID? They could have shut mouths and forbidden to speak, and people would have died quietly. But on this subject, they shut people's mouths, while we're already dying from the actions of our common enemy, the climate. It is already killing us on a large scale. Such actions are unacceptable. They are a betrayal of all mankind. This is true collaborationism with the enemy. In order not to create panic, the right solution must be offered. In order to avoid panic, it is necessary to solve the problem, not to hide or conceal it. Those who give these orders are either mentally sick, if they wish death for themselves and their close ones, or they are complete idiots. After all, the climate will not spare anyone. Don't they understand that? If they are suicidal, that's their problem. But we want to live. And we want our grandchildren and great-grandchildren to be able to live and the human race to continue to exist on Earth. We want to live in the creative society, to live in dignity, to live humanly. In order to achieve this goal, all of us need to consolidate all our efforts today and not to allow these traitorous collaborationists to shut our mouths, not to agree with the lies imposed on us, but instead to be courageous and tell the truth, anywhere and everywhere to all people. Today, our strength is in the truth. The truth unites our hearts. The truth makes us stronger. The truth makes us united. The truth makes us people who are worthy of the creative society, the society that all the prophets dreamed of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in this next part of the conference, we will show the truth of the consumer format that we live in. This information concerns everyone. Dear viewers, please share this video. Please share this conference because everyone deserves to learn the truth. And also, we would like to remind you that we'll be watching the video on the refugees very soon, the documentary that will be released for the first time today.
Dear viewers, finally we came to the moment of our conference that many of you have been waiting for. Right now, we would like to bring to your attention the result of 4 months of work, which resulted in a documentary that will air for the first time right now. First, we would like to give our sincere gratitude to all the volunteers who have been tirelessly worked on this film. During these 4 months, we learned and acknowledged a lot of things. Sometimes it was really scary, but we knew that only by uncovering this truth about what is happening in society, we can change everything. We ourselves realized a lot of things, understood, experienced. Thank you all very much for everyone's hard work, for your help. The information is scary, but at the same time, you feel happiness inside from the fact that this gives a real chance to get freed from the consumer society. We ask you to share your feedback, understanding, and any comment with us about the next video. Please send your videos to info@creativesociety.com or just comment below the comment section. Let's watch it.
The biggest wildfires
Climate is harder to predict.
Flee for your lives.
Displaced because of climate change.
Or I'm throwing out for a minute.
I lost my home. I lost my family. I was running for days. I swam. To end up here in a new place. I have no food and no place to sleep. I was trying to find someone, anything, to help me. No one is looking for me. No one needs me.
Why is there such inhuman treatment of people? I was thinking about it and decided to figure it out. I reached out to journalists around the world. Over 4 months of communicating with refugees, the host party, and experts. What we have learned was not just unexpected, it was completely beyond the scope of our understanding of the situation.
It was a horrible journey. You know, only me and my husband on a wheelchair. 4 days it was tough. I will never ever forget it.
I arrived on a truck, or rather, under the truck. I stayed underneath, next to the wheels, for 16 hours. It was a disaster for my spine.
7 years ago, Soma and her husband were forced to leave Iraq. They managed to cross the Turkish border. but their documents are still pending.
No camp, no nothing, no be yourself. They took just only Syrians. So we depend on ourselves. We registered in the UNHCR since 2015, but they left our files aside. Almost 7 years was too hard for me because we are in unstable situation. We are struggling too much.
People are forced to leave their native lands. The first answers about the reason for displacements were the military situation in the country and violence.
We didn't have such an idea at all to go to Germany or to Europe. But suddenly a war broke out and we had to leave our apartments. We didn't have any other choice.
I come from Afghanistan. I'm 25 years old. I've been living in Germany for 6 or 7 years. When I came to Germany, I was 17, and nobody helped me so far. I have a lot of problems. It was very difficult and dangerous along the way. It was very hard in Iran and in Bulgaria. For 5 days and nights, we had been walking over the mountains without food. We had only cookies or something that was in our backpacks. And yes, the journey was very hard. We didn't go by car. We walked on foot from Afghanistan to Germany. If there had been no war in Afghanistan, I could have stayed there with my family. I left my family because of the war. I lost my father in the war.
We managed to talk to a woman from Sweden who has been helping refugees. She asked us to hide her face for security reasons.
Now I'm going to tell you something very scary. Do you know what bachabazi is? I know that it exists in Afghanistan. They have a clan with a man leader. He has money and he makes all the decisions. They are not allowed to touch girls, but they look for a handsome boy. They take that boy, put makeup on him, and he dances for them at night. Then the boy is forced to go with a man he's told to go with, and he is sexually abused. I took 3 of these boys to a hospital in Sweden to have them undergo surgeries. They were all so very damaged inside. One of the boys even had worms in there. Those clan leaders told one boy to come back to Afghanistan and continue spending time with them. They told his mother, if he doesn't come back, we'll kill his little brother. And we found out they actually did that.
The boy survived thanks to the personal involvement of this woman, but that's not always the case. Often, people who seek refuge in another country encounter new troubles and threats to their lives there.
I'm in South Africa. It's very difficult here because it's a very nice country, but the only problem that I'm facing is a xenophobic attack. Because here they don't like foreigners at all. You will never spend a month without being attacked with a xenophobic attack, because they say as a foreigners you are stealing their work. I've lost that hope of being in the great society. I don't know, I've lost that hope because seeing the way that people are being killed, seeing the way that people are being shot in my eyes, and the fear that I have right now is having my 2 kids. It's like every day in my mind, it's like, hey, this can happen to my kid, this can happen to me. And it's like I don't have a peace. I've lost that peace.
In the world we now live in, it is not so easy to dare to help one another. A woman in Malmo, Sweden, took children to her place when they were brought to station downtown. They had nowhere to go.
So here I am, sitting in a big house where there are vacant rooms. A thought pops into my head, why can't I offer shelter to some of those kids who were at a Grand Central Station? And that's what happened. Then I started helping children who had come as refugees because I thought I could do at least a little bit. Somebody else might do something other than this, but if everybody helps a little bit, It might be a good thing overall. So I can't solve all problems alone, but I think I can do something for a few kids. And that's what I'm doing right now. It's been 6 years already that I've been hosting unaccompanied refugee children.
These problems have persisted for years. It is obvious that people's help is insufficient to solve these problems. We reached out to locals from around the world to find out about the refugee situation in their own countries.
In my opinion, almost nothing is being done, almost nothing. I can say this from my personal experience, as I myself took care of refugee children 3 years ago when a big wave came. They were very grateful. There were children with injuries from hand grenades. They were missing parts of ears, feet, and limbs. They were so sweet, so kind, and so happy. And then the city of our home assigned to us a church for 5 weeks. And then, suddenly and on the quiet, they were displaced. They had to move out because housing was too expensive. They just suddenly disappeared. We didn't talk to them anymore. They were just starting to adjust. They learned their first words in German. It really broke my heart, and I have absolutely no idea where these kids are now. Nothing is being done. Not enough is being done even for our children, the children who live in our own country.
The migration crisis is increasingly affecting the lives of people who are forced to flee their homelands. Are we ready to host billions of people? What if I become a refugee myself? It was important for us to learn about the conditions for the people in the camps. Our reporter told us that they went to camp, but they were not allowed to film. So we reached out to experts who know about it firsthand.
These camps are too much big, the security is never enough, and really people go through every kind of abuse and violence on women, girls, teenagers is really too much. It's something that cannot exist inside a protected structure.
Today, forced migration is inextricably linked to ongoing human rights violations.
During the crossing of the borders, especially on the Croatian border, Romanian border and Hungarian border, the police take their belongings, they steal their money, and they destroy documents, sometimes the clothes. We have been seeing people that come naked from the border. There is this kind of pushback that is illegal procedure.
I think it is estimated that up to 1 billion children aged 2 to 17 years have experienced physical, sexual, and emotional violence or neglect in the past year.
Today, I received information from experts that shocked me. I didn't expect us to go this far.
In the International Tribunal for Natural Justice, I attended a number of sessions when we addressed the question of trafficking of women and men, some to make them into prostitutes, and the men turning them into some form of slaves. I also turn the attention of the listeners to the fact that in North Africa, even in Libya, there was some form of a market where people were sold against $70, $100, $200 of young men to be taken to work for free, which means almost like slaves. And we are not talking about hundreds of them. The question of trafficking of women and others, among them young children, we're talking about 2 million people every year. So we're talking about a huge number of human beings who are being trafficked for purposes anything but human.
A child can be sold many times. I remember one day I
came across the story of a girl who was, she was Turkish. She had been sold 17 times, and she had been trafficked from one country to another 17 times, and she had experienced only rape, no working, no papers, and no money sent back to the country. Children and young people are being trafficked every day as we talk, every day, every minute, every hour. And what happens to them next, nobody knows.
In Bangladesh, there is one area where openly that slavery market runs. How we do the auctions for anything, like that the humans are, children are purchased and sold. Yeah, and Myanmar is that thing. 2016, when I was doing undercover operation, so that time I also sat in many auctions as a customer, as an undercover when I was doing the undercover. There where we were sitting for the auctions, 9-year-old girl, 10-year-old girl, as per the demands. So the trade called the first time sex. So whenever the auctions will happen, new girls arrive in the trade, so they put the auctions. So who will bid the last demand, the money, that person only will use that victim full night for his choice. I'm finding the problem that the new demands is growing about the pedophile. So now there are a category of the clients that belongs to across the world. So they demand for the male child for the sex.
The business that is made of spare parts, the human spare parts. How many children have been transferred from one place to another and then being operated on for some rich guys in different parts of the world to get a kidney or get something else from their bodies against their will, or because they don't have money, somebody will contribute a kidney against money. This is happening in Egypt, for example. Many people are poor. They say, well, if I can live with one kidney, I will give the other kidney against $5,000 or so.
Black market, traffickers, mafia is part of this economy that is ruling the world. So what else I can say? That I only see that another possibility is to spend money instead of constructing walls like we are doing in Europe.
In our society, human life has no value. How is it possible that instead of help, people encounter violence, aggression, abuse, and slavery? This is not a migration crisis, but this is a crisis of humaneness.
A gigantic moral, political, and ethical farce has begun because this regulatory development is not supported by policies, programs, and plans to protect the rights that are set out in the declarations. Human rights are growing in terms of recognition, but they are declining in terms of ensuring, guaranteeing, and protecting the implementation of actions aimed at making them a reality and not merely a formal discourse of a democracy. More and more often, they act to protect private capital rather than to defend the rights of the public.
In our consumer society, it is impossible to solve these problems because there are rules and laws, but behind the words migrant, refugee, and internally displaced, there is no primary component: human being. It is terrifying to imagine what will befall us given the escalating climate crisis.
climate change is integral part to national security. Climate change is a threat multiplier. We have climate-induced refugees. A case in point is myself. I have told you I have been displaced by the rising waters of Lake Baringo. So governments are not committing to help people to mitigate the climate-induced disasters. Now, you can see now conflict, climate-induced conflict, climate-induced migration, climate-induced food security, climate-induced health insecurity, climate-induced refugees. You see, for the first time in the history of humanity that we have climate refugees. So where is the missing link?
The migration issue will only worsen due to increasing intensity and frequency of natural disasters.
People, by looking at the existing legal frame, will not ever be entitled asking for protection. Because you will ask them which country you're coming from, they will say there is no country. I had a country called X, but the country now is underwater, or I had a village and this village is being totally destroyed or disappearing.
We have something called the Warsaw International Mechanism on Loss and Damage. It's not an easy thing to discuss and get agreement from 200 countries. Everything has to be agreed by everybody. It cannot, if there's one country doesn't agree, then you don't have a global agreement. And so that's one of the deficiencies of having global. There's no international law.
But I would like to urge each and every one of us that yes, there are policies, but what are we executing as an individual? What is our role to play in this major crisis situation? And I think that this is the truth that we need to answer to ourselves individually and collectively.
People who don't want to know anything about child trafficking, child rape, hunger, or other scourges of our times, they are part of the problem. Because not only they don't do anything, but they're silenced. And when the climate change will be so tough and so bad that people from some regions will be forced to migrate to other parts, we will go back to the same situation. And then those children and those people are the easiest prey to human trafficking because they have nothing. And sometimes they don't even have an identity.
It turns out that there are still no effective programs for the resettlement of refugees. For so many years, the United Nations has been working. For so many years, the Refugee Rights Commission has been working. So many humanitarian organizations and NGOs around the world have been working, but there are no working, established or adopted programs on how to work with these refugees. There are none. And the Refugee Commission itself admits this. Actually, we see that not everyone cares about ordinary people, but if they don't realize that we are all interconnected, no money, no private jets, no private yachts will get them to safety. If the whole earth starts exploding, flooding, and drying up, it's just going to hit everyone.
Now refugees are forced to leave their homes. They face condemnation and cruelty. They are left alone with their misfortune because of the consumerist format of society. Tomorrow's climate catastrophes could be upon us as well. Answer yourself honestly. Are you ready to face what refugees face? Are you sure you won't be in their shoes? That you and your loved ones won't have to go through what they're going through.
Dear friends, what can we say after watching this painful and devastating video. We live in this consumerist format, and if we're quiet after watching this, after knowing what's going on, then we support this. We can see that there are kids, women, suffering everywhere, and we support this. Don't you think it's time to change this format? Don't you think it's time to show that we are better than this? It is painful, but it is time for the truth. And I think we've seen the truth today. And now let's watch the next video.
In this video, we had to change some words and expressions using milder terms. But we hope that the severity of the problems looming over our society will still be evident. In the 21st century, human civilization boasts about its high level of intellectual development and incredible technological achievements. At the same time, at least half the world's population do not receive the health service they need. 8 million deaths occur every year as a result of poor quality of medical care. Healthcare costs are so high that they drive about 100 million people into extreme poverty each year. Living below the poverty line leads to an increase in child labor. Nearly 1 child out of every 10 is forced to work. Often, this work involves hazardous machinery and poisonous fumes. The list of products produced by child slave labor includes gold and precious stones, coffee, cocoa, rice, baby products, and clothing. According to UN statistics alone, more than 40 million people are victims of modern slavery. Forced labor, child labor, forced marriage, debt bondage, human trafficking for illegal exploitation, and recruitment of children for armed conflict. In the consumeristic format of society, people have already surpassed wild animals in terms of cruelty. More and more often, children are used as live bombs. In Nigeria, criminals put an explosive on a girl with a baby in her arms. After years of warfare, the economic crisis and drought have caused famine in Afghanistan. There is a well-known case where a mother was forced to sell her little daughter for 400 euros to feed her other children. Today, more than 41 million people are one step to death from starvation, and about 811 million people are starving. Meanwhile, every year, more than 1 billion tons of food are thrown away, and unsold goods, including those produced by means of slave labor, are destroyed. The absurdity of consumer society is that a human himself has become a commodity. Annual income from human trafficking worldwide is $150 billion, which is the largest source of illicit profit in the world. There are 534 human trafficking flows registered in 148 countries. The number of detected child victims has tripled over the last 15 years. Victims of traffickers are mainly migrants and jobless people, as they are the most vulnerable. International treaties proclaim goals of ending poverty and slavery. But in the context of a mass consumption economy, the whole system is designed to protect private capital. In the consumerist format of society, money is more valuable than human life. Worldwide, more than 2 million children a year become victims of trafficking for all kinds of exploitation. In Mexico, 25% of all women who are victims of trafficking are girls under 18.
Please help. My husband threatens me. He beats me. He forces me to have sex with his friends who come here so he can make money. They started beating me, pouring alcohol on me, making me drink, pointing a gun at me, saying they would kill me and no one would ask about me, no one would know where I was. And they opened the window and said, "Jump or we will shoot you in the head."
And did you jump?
Yes.
From which floor?
I think it was the 5th floor.
In the consumerist format of society, people are ready to kill each other to satisfy ambitions for fun and profit. Illicit trafficking of human organs worldwide is estimated at $600 million a year. According to WHO statistics, 10,000 human organs are illegally transplanted every year. In Nigeria, special baby factories are set up on a massive scale where children are bred like a livestock. Teenage girls are forcibly impregnated and coerced to bear their life commodity for sale.
But most of them are pregnant teenagers. They were held captive for one purpose, to force them to give birth. The kidnappers were making money on selling the babies. I got a call at 6 a.m. this morning saying that there were kidnappers at the school, that all our children had been kidnapped, including my daughter. We rushed there. It was confirmed that they had all been captured.
Are we human civilization if human life has no value on this planet? To change this, we all need to stop supporting the consumeristic format of society and unite in a common goal to build the creative society.
Ну что здесь сказать?
What can we say? Right now is the time to ring the death toll, because after what we've seen right now, it is very hard to stay indifferent. And I would like to express my gratitude to those heroic people who overcame their fear and made this video, and to those who left their comfort zone a long time ago and saved people from slavery literally behind enemy lines. When we were preparing for this conference, it was a great honor for us to meet such people. You've seen a lot of them from the previous videos. They are a true example of heroism. But there are still very few of them, and they have to confront the entire system built on economic gain in a society where money talks. I think that when most of us heard the title of the conference, Global Crisis, Time for the Truth, we didn't have a single idea of what a bitter truth would be discussed. But what we've seen today is our common pain. This disease of our society, which is called consumerist format, has reached a terminal stage. We must take urgent action. So, on behalf of all mothers and women, I appeal to every person living on this planet. Life is a gift from heaven. The consumerist format of society is taking away our lives and our future. If anyone hasn't figured it out yet, the consumerist format is a feast of darkness and evil. We have just seen appalling images proving that the circle of darkness is shrinking. Evil is getting closer to every one of us. It is the necrosis of humanness It is caused by our indifference and inaction. We can continue to keep silent and hide from the truth. The truth is very painful, and we don't want to see it, right? Or we can start with the major understanding that all this mayhem is only possible in a consumer format. Lie, pain, fear, and suffering are an integral part of consumer society. We have come to the point where a person himself has become a commodity. It is already a symptom of a lethal disease. But we can make a different choice. And I believe in the hearts of mothers, as they are full of boundless love. Therefore, I'm appealing to women today. We make up the majority of the world's population. We can tell one another what we have learned today. We can tell it to our husbands, our sons, our brothers, our colleagues. We can tell them that if you choose creative society today, you are becoming directly involved in stopping slavery on this planet. If your heart and your voice are with those who unite humanity in the creative society, you are directly involved in stopping people from being trafficked for organs. If you spread the word about the creative society to those you know, then all of us will be able to quickly unite our potential in one goal, and then not a single child, not a single human in the world will not suffer from sexual or any other kind of abuse anymore. If we don't come together and agree that creative society is vital to us, we are putting the lives of all people, all the children of this world on the line. And this is important to understand. Without exaggeration, a great responsibility lies on each one of us today. But it is also a great honor to be part of the solution, because as soon as we unite our joint potential in one single goal, in building the creative society, in changing the format towards the creative society, it will take place very fast.
On one side, the planet is burning. The other is engulfed in water. The earthquakes are shaking our houses. Oxygen is depleting. The volcanoes are erupting. Yet, we have nowhere to run. We are separated. Each of us is trying to save their own life, because there is no more food or water left. Riots are starting to happen. Imagine the destruction, the chaos, and the horror of it all. We are left alone in a crumbling world to die. The worst part is this is not a movie. It is real life. The truth is, each person living on the planet today decides the fate of the whole humanity. There's not going to be one hero to save us all. We all must become heroes ourselves. We are used to complicating everything so much that we cannot even imagine how we can all survive this apocalyptic scenario that is unfolding in front of our eyes. Yet, the solution is so simple. We just need to give up our laziness, foolishness, selfishness, and pridefulness to see it. The good news is that we already have a survival guide of our civilization. It is the creative society. The guide is only 3 easy steps. First, you have to understand what the creative society is and how it will benefit you, your family. This is the step you must take on your own. The second step is an informational stage where we spread the concept of creative society around the globe by telling everyone, your family, friends, and even your mother-in-law. So we can unite in one idea of building a creative society. Third, once the majority knows and supports creative society, we can move into the implementation stage, where we would use our full potential to build it in 2 years or less. Why is a creative society possible today? Today, we are more aware of global issues, more technologically advanced than we were 10 years ago. Also, there are 8 billion of us, meaning all together we form an egregore. What is an egregore? It is not just a sophisticated term. It is when intelligent individuals collectively act for the good of the whole community. Good examples are beehives and anthills. Each insect remains as an individual, but collectively everyone works towards a common goal. For us, this means as soon as we decide to focus our attention on the immediate needs, then together we will withstand all the challenges. The new breakthrough possibilities will emerge in areas of research and science because the whole human intellect and all resources will be focused on one goal, obtaining counteraction technologies that will protect us from climate crisis. Let's all get over our laziness and pridefulness, and let's follow the Creative Society's survival guide, the 3 easy steps. Learn more, spread information, and unite to build a creative society. I cannot think of better investment we all can make than an investment in the happy future, not only for you and your family, but for the whole humanity. Now, the Creative Society is a project of everyone. We do not collect any donations or funds that disappear in the deep pockets. Instead, each person acts in their abilities and uses resources they already have. So if you were able to spread information about Creative Society by running Facebook ads, putting up a billboard in your city, running national or local commercials, putting flyers around your city or town, putting a sticker on your car's bumper, publishing an article in the New York Times, becoming a Creative Society media partner as a local or national blog, podcast, radio, or TV show, creativity has no limit. No one will ever ask you how much you have spent or did not spend promoting Creative Society. There will be no tax benefits or deductions. In the end, we will get there faster if everyone knows about the Creative Society tomorrow. Whether you have $1 million or just $1 or simply some free time, your investment in the Creative Society will benefit you, your family, and everyone on Earth. It is your opportunity to be a part of the solution and live out your superhero potential.
Мы с вами Today, we have heard such words as consumerist format more than once. That it is both the cause of humanity's global crisis and, at the same time, the stumbling block in solving these problems. The consumerist format itself implies incessant struggle, division, disunity, war, violence, and slavery. We see all these examples in our history. A 6,000-year history of wars. But today, we can turn this habit of fighting to our advantage. In everyday life, the laws of the consumerist format are reflected in relationships between people, in a family, between friends. At work, someone is constantly striving for domination. Everyone wants to get on top and get a better place. This is a constant self-assertion of some people at the expense of others. In consumer society, it is not the person himself who is valuable, not his ability nor achievements, but his being in the certain circles and his titles on the paper, which are not hard to buy. In consumer society, everything can be bought in general. It's a matter of how thick your wallet is. Quantity is also more important than quality in consumer society. There is a constant race, a chase, trampling of one another. Everyone strives to survive. After all, there are imposed standards that one must confront to. In order not to feel like an outsider at the feast of life, but it is not intelligence, consciousness, humanness, or honor. It is merely appearance, an expensive phone, a car, a house, the opportunity to travel, and so forth. In other words, it is not a person's qualities, but the illusion of success he can afford. Having satisfied one desire, he immediately gets another. The chase for illusion begets greed. Greed that leads to worse. When you are no longer satisfied with what you got, you begin to take things from others by force. And in such a format, losses and destruction are inevitable. Everyone dies in this struggle: kings, rulers, ordinary people, and entire empires. This is an integral and unavoidable part of the consumerist format. Is that really all we're capable of? The consumerist format is a step into the abyss, and that's where we have all been heading for thousands of years, and now we have come to that very brink. This path has cost us the most precious things of all, human lives. But the consumerist format is temporary. Sooner or later, humanity becomes convinced that it leads to a dead end. Because constant fighting with each other, destroying each other, means fighting with life itself. But don't we people want to live? Don't we want to live in stability and prosperity? Don't we want to live in respect and prosperity? Of course we do. No sane person would say that these values are alien to him. This is what we want to see at the forefront of the society we live in. In the current format, it is impossible. All because of that very constant striving for struggle. Even if people of one country unite, they will fight against the other one. We want change. But we're always waiting for something. And today, we no longer have time to wait for some miracle or new government to change everything. When we hear about change, we immediately think of struggle. We're not each other's enemies. Our main and only enemy today is the climate. And since we're so good at fighting, maybe we should direct our forces towards surviving in this fight. We're used to taking sides with one or another camp, but the climate will blow all camps away. If we don't unite now, we just won't have time. Wouldn't that be stupid? To lose the whole world simply because we're afraid of losing the illusion? We do not trust, we do not understand, we're afraid to face the truth. The most important thing is at stake, our lives. We must combine all our forces for the survival of everyone. The climate does not care what country you're from, what income you have, how many education degrees or children you have. This enemy has come without declaring war. It will wipe us all out. If we have nothing to counteract it, and today no country can offer common idea or ideology, we're all divided and separated. And some people will never want to live by the laws of others. But we can begin to live by common laws, the same for all. We have a way out. There is the creative society, the 8 foundations that are close and important to every person. The creative society for everyone. It's the kind of society everyone wants. Creative society means that the best human qualities are encouraged and the worst qualities are curbed. In the creative society, no one will be poor. No one will be oppressed. There will be no enemies, no corruption or fear. And each of us can begin to build this society right now by telling everyone around us that only in the creative society people will live in security. Would we deprive ourselves of that chance? Let's think and decide together how we will implement these foundations in our life. And find in this unity the answer to the climate threat. We can do this, but only together. We have everything: technology, information and resources. We have everything, we just need to stop being afraid, being lazy. Really, figure this out and cast aside illusions and division. Today, millions of people are already building the creative society, but each person matters. If you are not with us, all of us will lose. After all, this is our common struggle. The only struggle in our entire history by winning which all of us win. Friends, we must start living in a new way. If we do not begin to live in a new way, we will not begin to live at all. Thank you.
Either we build a creative society, or we destroy one another. That's not a scary story. That's reality. Everyone is looking for a super idea now, a supranational idea, a uniting one, and no one has this idea, not in a single country of the world, and will not have. Because the only idea today is the idea of peaceful existence, the idea of what all people want. Isn't it so? It is. And what do all people want? All people precisely want the creative society. Perhaps we shall repeat that over the last years, probably it's about 9 years, we've been working. Volunteers all over the world carried out various surveys. There was Lagoda, then Alatra, there were various projects, and millions of people have really been surveyed in all parts of the globe, everywhere. And everyone wants the same thing, and based on what people really want, the 8 foundations of the creative society have been built. It is people's desire, it is what they want, and this has to be done. All beastly qualities must be suppressed and forbidden. at the legislative level and at all other levels. But all humane qualities must be promoted and developed, and this is easy. That's the most significant difference.
The world is on the verge. The facts and evidence voiced at the conference have convinced us of that once again. We appreciate everyone who's been with us today. Participants of the conference have raised the topical issues of the consumerist format of society, which are aggravating against the background of our climate and environmental crisis. The data voiced on the monitoring of our climate change and the ecosphere state of our planet are striking. Humanity is really in danger. Only an ignorant one can deny it. Not being aware of how high the price of inaction and lost time is. As of today, numerous disputes are going on in the world regarding the cause of climate change and who is the blame. However, these disputes only result in discord, division, and shifting of responsibility onto one another. Searching for guilty ones will not change the situation and will not save humanity. While we are wasting time in vain, the cataclysms are increasing. The planet is dying because of our inaction, and consequently, the chance for humanity's salvation is diminishing day after day. We as humankind are approaching the critical point after which we no longer will be able to change anything. If we do not act now, we deprive the entire humanity of the future. I emphasize, the entire humanity. We will destroy ourselves, our near and dear people, and our whole civilization through our indifference, lack of understanding, and our unwillingness, meaning through our inaction. The planet's ecosystem is rapidly collapsing due to the anthropogenic factor, contamination of the world's ocean, deforestation, the disastrous problem of waste, and many more. However, the main problem is even more serious. Society with a consumerist worldview treats the environment merely as an endless resource, thoughtlessly using it beyond measure for the sake of someone's personal profit. Verily, selfishness and greed have overshadowed our minds. Our momentary striving for enrichment has become more important for us than our own future and the future of our loved ones. The worst thing about the consumerist slavish ideology is that we, people, are merely a resource in somebody else's hands for increasing their own selfish goals. As a result, our inhumanist begets global crisis not only in the environment, economy, and other fields of human activity. The main crisis is the moral one. It has exceeded all limits. In our allegedly civilized world, there is plenty of violence, slavery, and exploitation of children's labor. While on the background of the climate change progression, a new problem has arisen: the increasing number of refugees who need human support and understanding. People driven by the intolerable conditions of existence come to someone else's country with a hope for humanness, but encounter enmity, rejection, fear, and often even hatred. Will such humanity, with a consumerist attitude to one another, be able to survive in the time of global cataclysm? The answer is obvious. Many people still hope that in case of cataclysms, their government or specialized organizations will save them. However, participants of the conference have voiced real-life examples, which indicates that these organizations have proved to be incapable of protecting survivors from cataclysms and providing them with the necessary aid, even in the present day, relatively stable period. But what will be tomorrow? The answer is just as obvious. Yet, we have also seen examples of people's mutual assistance and care for each other in the regions where the trouble happened. These examples demonstrate to us that we, people, as society, can come to each other's rescue by uniting and assuming the responsibility and not relying on someone else. This is exactly the main point and quintessence of our appeal to the world. The more of us there are, the more we are capable of, and the more chances we have to survive. The power of humanity's potential is tremendous, while the power of the united humanity is uncountable. This is precisely the essence of building the creative society. As of today, creative society is the only idea that can unite absolutely all people, the entire humanity, and to direct the enormous all-human potential to creation of a united civilization and survival of the entire humanity population in this disastrously hard time, which we as humanity have entered for the first time in our history. We shall overcome any challenges and dangers only together as the entire humanity. We will jointly protect what is precious to our hearts. We will jointly revive this world, restore our planet, and rebuild our common home. On March 20, 2021, a landmark event took place. The worldwide conference, Creative Society, What the Prophets Dreamed of. There, we, people from all over the world, brought together representatives of different religions and concluded that all scriptures talk about the creative society. That's the true face of all religions. It doesn't matter what religion you belong to, or if you are an atheist. The creative society is for everyone. The apostolic blessing of the head of the Holy See and the entire Catholic Church, Pope Francis, is with us. His prayers are with us. Today, the whole world must unite in building the creative society where humanity's potential plays a key role and where every person's life is of the highest value. Today, building the creative society must become the #1 task for every sensible person on this planet. I would like to express gratitude to every participant of the Creative Society Project. You are the ones who are driven by pure conscience, superior moral qualities, the highest manifestation of altruism and love of fellow human beings, and who act by the call of their hearts. Every participant of the Creative Society Project is an inspiring example of unshakable faith in humanity's ability not only to save our home, but to build a new, wonderful world for each citizen of our united society. I'm proud of being here with you today. I'm proud of being a participant of the Creative Society Project. And it's a great honor for me to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. My dear friends, despite the collaborationism of the consumer format, we must win. We have nowhere to retreat. We have one planet. We must all unite and win. And victory will be ours. May God bless us all.
We can just open any door. peace and love. It's time for unity. It's time to put aside the drama, do it for the youth. It's time to stand together. For real, it's time for truth.
It is time for truth. Nothing to fear for anymore. We can just open any door. It is time for truth. Tell the whole world what we're about. Stand up and shout it out.